You know I never respond to lies. My father taught me that. Never respond to lies, he'd always say. Something ain't true, son, why you going waste your time with it? So I don't. But one little myth I will refute. People keep saying that they read how I went into the county. That I was dropped off late one night carrying only a list of names, a sleeping bag, and a snack. Some say a Bible. Gimme a break. That's romantic. It's also silly, and as Fred, the brother they murdered in Chicago, would say, Custeristic. Well, Custer was a white man and my mama didn't raise no fool. Had I been silly enough to try that, I probably and deservedly wouldn't be here today. And if not the terrorists, the people who are neither silly nor romantic would likely have run me out themselves, period. What did happen was that a few days after the march, 4 of us went in broad daylight to test the waters. The cops pulled us over. Rah, you under arrest. Against the law to distribute communism near a school. School? We didn't see any school. Thought that was a training center. Anyway, they backed off and we left. The organization grew steadily, but real political progress was slow. In 6 months we succeeded in registering only 200 or so people. Though hundreds made the effort. This was the work I truly loved. The meetings in rural churches with people who seemed to step out of the pages of Black history. The singing, the eloquence, the determination and hope in their faces, the spirit. People who carried so much vulnerability in their eyes, who knew exactly what they were risking by being there, but being there anyway, steadfast. Then in August 1965 2 things happened. First, the Voting Rights Act became law. Soon as that happened, I asked Jack Minnis to check out the laws on independent parties in Alabama. Jack was good. In less than a week he called back. He'd found this old forgotten law enabling independent parties on the county level. We figured with their one-party state, the politicians, almost all Democrats, had forgotten it. There wasn't even a Republican opposition to speak of. So, to them it must have been unthinkable that anyone would think of trying to start an independent party in Alabama. Much less their Negras. And in Lowndes County? Forget about it. So the process was actually quite simple. All any group had to do before the primaries was hold a convention and nominate a slate of candidates. If your slate received more than 20% of the primary vote, you were in business. You could then call yourself a party, whose name and symbol would have to be on the ballot for the election, which would then become necessary. The Democrats were arrogant and complacent. I'm not sure whether they had ever had to bother with an election after the Democratic primary, since there had been no organized opposition since 1880. So technically it was surprisingly easy. All right. There it was. The primary was next May. 10 months off. In Mississippi we'd had 5 months to organize an entire state. Here we had nearly a year to do a single county. We were psyched, Jack. Next thing was that Lowndes County became the first county in the South where a federal registrar was assigned under the new law. Of course, this partly was because of the clear record of voting discrimination and resistance there, but probably more so because of the particularly brazen murder of a white worker less than a week after the passage of the bill. 462. Once we got Jack's information, Mr. Hewlett promptly resigned from the Christian Movement for Human Rights and became chair of the Lowndes County Voters League, later to be known as the Black Panther Party. That was an interesting discussion. Some people were clear right off. Yeah, we going build our own political thing here, in our own party. But many others had to be persuaded. For some interesting reasons, they didn't at first think an all-black party could be any good. For one thing, they automatically saw voting as inclusion. Hey, having been kept out so long, of course they wanted in. To them, a black party seemed like the same old segregation. That was natural. The other reason was sad, a question of self-confidence. They had been so conditioned for so long to think that politics was white folks' business, in which blacks were not allowed or competent. They assumed that the white folks who ran things had knowledge, experience, and education that their leaders lacked. So how could we do the job? However, once we showed them the educational background of most of the white local officials, they realized what a hoax that was. And with the political education workshops, their confidence grew. But what really did it was when someone said, "Hey, this ain't no all-black party. Ain't nobody stopping white folks from joining if they want. You know any who want to join?" That cracked them up. Besides, all you had to do was show them the Democratic Party's slogan, "White Supremacy for the Right," and its symbol, that old white bantam rooster. Then they said, "Yeah, them's the same folk that's been doing all the shooting and killings. Who would want to join up with them anyway?" Quickly they became excited at having their own thing, a party that really represented them. Later when we proposed the Black Panther as our ballot symbol, some thought it might seem too aggressive. I think it was Jennifer Lawson who came up with the design, others say it was Ruth Howard EMT. But then we explained to the folks that the panther was a powerful animal but reclusive. It avoided humans unless provoked. They liked that. "Yeah," they said, "and it sure can eat up any old white fowl too." Once the federal registrar came into the county, the plantation bosses got even meaner. It was like the Delta back in 1961, an attempt to drive out the African population before they became voters. African workers were run off the plantations for registering. Sharecropper families were run off the land, their crops abandoned in the fields. It was cruel to see. Most of the evicted people left the county, but some brave souls stayed. I wish more families had, because the tent city we set up really turned a negative into a positive. A black farmer volunteered some land and we moved the families into tents. Then we used all the techniques SNCC had developed in Mississippi. We set up freedom schools. We had literacy and political education classes. We played tapes of Malcolm. Taught African history. I remember we developed comic books to teach local politics. The role of the tax assessor, of the sheriff, and like that. These comics were very effective. We, of course, didn't have the resources to bring in every family they evicted. And besides, many were afraid to stay. But I wish we could have kept everyone in Tent City. Once the people were out from under the oppressive plantation system, they just blossomed and developed confidence. Every day you could see it growing. When night riders started driving by firing guns, the men and boys posted sentries along the road and returned fire. The night riding stopped. The people organized themselves, worked communally, and just ate up the education. It was beautiful to see. For a while, Tent City was a fine little community. But, of course, it could only be a temporary measure. Then, I guess, the plantation bosses and owners realized they needed their workers and tenants. They devised a different strategy and the eviction stopped. I always look back at that little tent city with great pleasure and satisfaction. I only wish we could have taken in and serviced 200 more families. The evictions would have backfired totally because in Tent City the people became really organized. 464. I'd already learned in the Delta that what really challenged and satisfied me was organizing my people. That would be my job as long as my people were oppressed. I knew that. And here I was with my own project. Soon Lowndes County became a magnet for some of the best organizers in SNCC. I never set out to recruit them or raid other projects, but our momentum and direction attracted them. That was no accident. A lot of folks from Mississippi had become frustrated with the Democratic Party orientation of the MFDP, and by the prevailing atmosphere of uncertainty within the organization. So they began to look at Lowndes County and saw that we were disciplined and had a clear program that could use their talent. In a time of transition, it seemed like one of the few viable programs with a clear focus that SNCC had. After Bob Mance, Judy Richardson, Scott B. Smith, and I first went in. Ruth Howard and Cortland Cox from NAG followed. Then Jennifer Lawson and Janet Gemot. Then too, in neighboring counties we had other NAG folks. H. Rapp Brown in Wilcox County worked with us, and Cynthia Washington in Greene County, while old tough talking, no nonsense Annie Pearl Avery, still packing her pistol, came to Hale County. We were a close-knit staff, unified with a clear direction. A talented, tough-minded group of young people. One night early that summer I went to a meeting in Brown Chapel in Selma to speak about our work in Lowndes. Some students from California were in Selma for the summer. After I spoke, this smart, articulate sister came up. This sister was together, political, a grad student at Berkeley. I could see immediately that she was devoted to our people. And besides, she was beautiful. She had a vibrant spirit, a beautiful afro, and a smile that could light up a huge room. A strong, beautiful black woman. 465. You couldn't help loving the sister. At least I couldn't. I felt an immediate attraction. So this sister was all excited about the meeting, the spirit, the singing, the enthusiasm, and the unity. As I said, black culture was strong in Selma, the singing especially was always powerful. So I told Gloria she ought to come to some of the meetings in Lowndes if she really wanted to experience black culture at its full power. That was the beginning of a close, loving relationship. After the summer Gloria came back to work in Lowndes and we were lucky in each other there for a while, until the demands of the movement separated us. But we were lucky there for a while. Sometimes, rarely, in struggle, that can happen. A few whites were working in Selma and some of the other counties, but not in Lowndes. This was not because we had any formal policy of excluding them, we simply did not encourage them. At that time, it really was like operating behind enemy lines. We discussed the question among ourselves. The general feeling was that we couldn't, on principle, exclude anyone who genuinely wanted to struggle against racism. On principle. But as a practical matter, under the objective conditions, we found it would have been foolhardy, even irresponsible, to bring in whites. While I was inviting the new sister, Gloria, a white volunteer had joined us. He said he too was interested in experiencing a Lowndes County meeting. I knew and respected this guy Jonathan a lot. He'd been in Selma a while and would always seek me out for serious discussions whenever I was there. I appreciated his intelligence and his seriousness. In this he was a little different from the usual white activists you met. He was somewhat more thoughtful and analytic. Tried to think things through, didn't trot out glib slogans but was looking for lasting solutions. We had some real good talks. He was shocked and pained by the racism, injustice, and poverty he was seeing. And he really seemed interested in black culture. I remember we were almost the same age. I don't think he was a Southerner, but I knew he had graduated from some military school down south and was an athlete. Now he was studying for the priesthood, I think in Boston, and I used to tell him, stay in the church, man. White America is going to need priests like you. I thought John was an impressive guy, very responsible. Would have been. 466. An asset to most projects. But not in Lowndes County. He understood that, accepted it, but always wondered if that wasn't too much like allowing the terrorists to define our actions. So when the three of us were talking, I may have said he could probably come with Gloria and them to a meeting, but they'd have to return to Selma that same night. Or I may not have, I can't really remember exactly. But what I should have said very firmly was, please, stay the heck away from Lowndes. Hindsight again. Just after the voting rights bill passed, some local youth planned a demonstration in Fort Deposit, which was a Klan stronghold. Some stores there had been abusive to local youth testing the new law, and the youth now wanted to do a picket. A few carloads of people came in from Selma. Among them were Jonathan and a Catholic priest who had recently come into the state. After some discussion we decided they could come as observers. I was a little uneasy even about the picket itself, which would be, if memory serves, the first direct action not directly related to voting in the county. But, I thought, hey, a public demonstration in the middle of the day. The media will be there. What can happen? Well, it was a short demonstration. The Klan was waiting. We were immediately surrounded by a mob larger than the demonstration. That was one time I was not sorry to be arrested. A group of us were taken to the Hayneville jail, mostly local kids, a couple students from Tuskegee, a couple staff, along with Gloria and the two whites from Selma, who were especially singled out by the jailers for verbal abuse. We were arrested on some trumped-up charges, but the bonds were 467. Steep. And the place was fetid, Jack. Unbelievably foul, even for a southern jail. I heard that some of the local people had come down to check on us but were threatened at gunpoint and turned away without any information on us. We were effectively incommunicado. We figured we could bond out one, maybe two people to go organize bond for the rest. Someone suggested the father. But he said he was more useful inside and probably better off, not knowing the territory and all. I agreed to bond out with Scott B. Smith. We were to come back with lawyers, bond money, and a community escort. I said 2 or 3 days, 4 at the most. Folks gave me messages for their families to tell them where they were, assure them they were well and in good spirits, etc., etc. It took a few days longer. We just rounded up some lawyers. Attorney Chestnut from Selma and SCLC was sending somebody from Montgomery. Atlanta SNCC was sending the bond. But we were a day too late. The day before we were to meet the lawyers to go to Hayneville, they were released. Now, the group had been defiant, keeping up their spirits by singing and refusing to tom to the jailers. But this was not a surrender by the jailers, it was an ambush, a stone set up just as in Neshoba County the previous summer. There they were out on the street on foot in a strange town with no one to meet them. They were trying to reach the black community and a phone. 3 or 4 of the sisters were approaching a store when a gunman came out shooting. They say Jonathan and Father Morisroe threw the sisters aside and took a full load of buckshot. I could see John doing something like that. When the shooting stopped, John was dead and Father Morisroe seriously wounded. By the grace of God, he survived. 469. The gunman was a violent racist, brought in under Klan contract, so it was said, to target the 2 whites. Though from his actions, he clearly was seriously trying to kill the sisters too. That one was arrested after the Justice Department brought pressure. Same ol', same ol'. Some of us went back for his trial and watched him be acquitted by a jury of his peers. After that shooting, the black community saw that they had no choice, either quit or defend themselves. So they made the necessary preparations to do that. John's murder grieved us. His wasn't the first death we'd experienced. But it was in some ways the one closest to me as an organizer. I'd thought they might have been gunning for me that night when they shot Silas McGee in my car. That brother survived. But this one. Now I knew the kind of pressure I'd watched Bob Moses endure. I don't mean I understood or sympathized. Everyone had understood. But, now I felt what Bob must have been feeling, the pressure, the weight of the responsibility, the sorrow. But we couldn't let that stop the work. That's precisely what the killers intended. However, from then on, a little too late, the project staff took the strong position, non-negotiable, that to allow whites in would be tantamount to inviting their deaths. That became our policy. And we armed ourselves. The Osagefo used to tell me, the only people who never make mistakes are people who never do anything. I've made mistakes and I'm sure I'll. 470. Make some more cause I'm not finished working. We made a mistake with Jonathan. One that I always remember with regret. But it sure backfired on the racists. Organizing the party became much easier after that. Now all of the people could see that the Democratic Party hey, them ain't nothing but some night riding, cross burning, no count, low-life snakes was not for them. Could be that I channeled my anger into work, but I became tireless, almost driven. I was determined that this evil system had to be destroyed, and that only the people themselves could do it. With a federal registrar in the county and firm agreement on the party, the greatest problem we still had was the threat of terrorism, which increased, especially as our registration grew and the primary approached. These terrorists put it out that no blacks were gonna vote in that county. They swore they'd shoot the entire place up before they'd let that happen. But our people simply refused to be run off. And, man, were they serious too. Serious as a heart attack. They made what preparations they could. One thing I'll never forget. On election day, Bob Mance and I were cruising the polls. Now there was some law about bringing firearms within I forget 100, 200 yards of a polling place. We had stressed that in all the meetings. Up comes this old lady. I mean she had to be 80 years old, Jack, all proud and determined looking, dressed for church and going to vote for the first time in her life. And she was going to vote for the Panther, then go home. I mean, that old lady came up to us, went into her bag, and produced this enormous, rusty, Civil War looking old pistol. Best you ho, this for me, son. I'm a go cast my vote now. I'm a vote for the Panther and go home. Yes, sir. One yes, sir. They would come, these old church sisters, bring out their pistols and stuff, put it right there, and step on up to the polls, yes, sir. The people had no choice but to take the threat seriously. Just the week before the primary, we were scheduled to hold our nominating convention in the Hayneville courthouse. The sheriff, who must have been implicated in Jonathan's murder, said, "No way. No nigger convention is gonna happen in my courthouse." He deputized what must have been every Klansman in the county and some from outside. We said, "Well, we coming. It's our legal right, by any means necessary." 471. It seemed like a real crisis was looming. Of course we were concerned. But you know the people would not back up an inch. About a week before the primary, one of those Justice Department men had come by. Luckily for him, Bob Mance wasn't there. So the guy comes up to me. "You know there's likely to be a lot of violence out here with that convention." I said, "Yeah. Looks that way." So he comes up with the same old line, "Well, don't you think you people ought to go slow?" So I told him to go tell the racists to go slow. Here the federal government just passed this Voting Rights Act. Here I am organizing my people to exercise their democratic rights, and this representative of that same government comes to tell us to go slow. What's that go slow mean? We shouldn't exercise our rights? I asked him that. Also I reminded him that we weren't the ones who'd started any violence. Not once. I told him, "You should go tell the terrorists to go slow. You best cool out the whites, we ain't chilling nothing, Jack. Tell them, we going straight ahead." He looked at me like I was crazy. "But there's apt to be a lot of bloodshed." "Yeah, but this time it won't just be our blood. Don't you have any responsibility here?" "What responsibility do you have?" "The responsibility I have is to tell you to tell your people, they get the first shot. That's all they get. The first shot. After that, I promise you, when we finish with this county." He stood gaping at me as though I were speaking Swahili. So I repeated, "You understand now, they get the first shot." Then I just walked away. Actually I was polite as always, you know, but I wasn't going to let him waste any more of my time. I said, "Thank you very much for coming. But I have to go now. I've got to go organize my people for war." So we just went on and organized. There wasn't one shot fired that day. We held our convention in Hayneville, but we did move it to a local Baptist church. In the primary vote we qualified easily, so that on the election day we had a slate of candidates led by Mr. Hewlett and Mr. Strickland. None were elected. What we discovered on election day was that the plantation bosses had completely reversed their tactic. They had quietly registered 472 numbers of their captive workers. A few months earlier they had been running them off the plantation for registering, now they were running them off if they didn't. Go figure. On election day, they trucked their field hands in to vote against the Panthers. But of the 2,000 newly registered blacks, over 900 withstood the threats and cast their votes for the Panthers. The peoples had them a party of their own, bro. 5 years after that convention, Bro Hewlett, an African who in 1965 could not vote, and who could remember having to duck like a deer into the bushes when the sheriff's car approached, was elected sheriff of Lowndes County. Brother Charles Smith became a county commissioner. In the next election, Messrs. Hewlett and Smith headed a slate of 8 Africans. They won every seat they contested. Today John Jackson is mayor of Whitehall. Mission accomplished, at least partly anyway. People often ask me, so whatever happened to the original Black Panther Party? I tell them that it demonstrated exactly everything I would later argue in my book Black Power on the question of premature coalitions. See, after years of independent organization and growth in numbers and confidence, the party voted to affiliate with a completely new, reconstructed Alabama Democratic Party. The Klan element in Alabama having followed David Duke and the Louisiana Klan into the Republican fold. Didn't I feel/take any responsibility? Gimme a break. The incredible chutzpah of that Justice Department gopher. What about the government's responsibility? I'm sure he left thinking that that Carmichael Negro is crazy and bloodthirsty. Probably reported that to his bosses in Washington too. Well, tough. I didn't mind if they thought that. Wanted them to, in fact. Go slow? Gimme a break. How could we possibly go any slower? We'd broken absolutely no laws. We'd initiated no violence. None. So why come demanding that one more time we should give up our fundamental rights as citizens and human beings? No way, Jack. I hoped he'd go back and report, those blacks ain't cooperating. They're giving up nothing. We better lean seriously on the people creating the violence. Which, as it turned out, was more or less what went down. Not a shot was fired. But what if the government hadn't moved? If once more they had failed to exert federal authority? If those Peckerwood terrorists had taken the first shot? You'd better believe we'd been concerned about that long before that Justice Department man showed up. We'd spent a lot of time arguing it out. Our people were determined, brave, but they sure weren't soldiers. 473. Many were old, and the majority in most meetings were, as always, women. The county demographics were just like the Delta. Most young adults had been driven out in search of work or less oppressive conditions. We were left with a lot of older folks, valiant old folks to be sure, but old folks nonetheless, young teenagers, kids, and some adult men like brothers Hewlett and Strickland. So it would be unconscionable to leave them exposed to Klan violence or to expect them to go to war. Who knew what the Klan and the police would bring up against them? So if the government wouldn't enforce the laws, to protect them, we figured we had to. And find people who'd help us do that. That was clear. We heard about a group of veterans from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the hometown of Ed and Rap Brown, called the Deacons for Defense and Justice. I think it was Rap Brown who told me about them. Those brothers were organized, trained, and had some serious firepower. Their mission was defending black communities from the Louisiana Klan. We made contact. Once they heard what was going down in Lowndes, they said, "Yeah, we coming." That was the start. Then we explained the situation to SNCC and proposed that they allow us to take a delegation into the big northern cities, to talk with brothers and sisters willing to come down to help defend the population. SNCC, after surprisingly little argument, approved. I was chosen to go. We went to New York, Chicago, Detroit, Philly, the Bay Area, etc., etc. Most of the big cities. We spoke with the militant, nationalist elements. Also at that time these cities had many clandestine formations. We spoke to as many as we could find. We even contacted gangs, as well as regular groups like the Nation with trained units, like the Fruit O'Flow Slam. Every city sent a contingent, every one, however small. Paid for it. Brought their own arms too. Got quietly into the county. All in all, you could say 30 to 50 people. Maybe more. Those who came to fight, not just as security. I'd say most had military training. Some had served in Vietnam and had brought back their weapons. We didn't parade them, of course. But we introduced them at the mass meetings, had them greet the community and say a few words of solidarity. You know, black southern communities are very formal, with a certain etiquette just like in African villages. Brothers and sisters, you ain't alone in this. We bring greetings from the brothers and sisters in Detroit. We came prepared to do whatever is necessary. The people loved that. They just went wild at the meetings. And it was known to the whites that we'd brought in reinforcements. But they had no idea how many. Bob Mance and I were in charge of deployment cause we knew more or less the terrorists' strongholds. So what we did was secretly post 474. Our fighters as close to these places as we could hide them. With instructions not to act until acted upon. We had this slogan among ourselves: the white folks get the first shot. After that, it's ours. Of course, no one has any idea what would or might have gone down. But give praise and thanks, the terrorists didn't take that first shot. It would have been grim, Jack. But this is important historically. I think we had 6, 7 fighters out of California. That delegation was led by an impressive brother named Mark Comfort, who I think was a Vietnam vet. He was a serious brother, low-key and dedicated. Before they returned home, they asked for a meeting. Not just Mark's California delegation, but groups from New York, Philly, Detroit. In essence, they said, we like this Black Panther Party idea. We want to take it back and try to spread it. We said, it's the people's. We ain't got a patent. Feel free. If local conditions indicate, go for it. But when Comfort got back to the West Coast and brought the idea up, there sprang up, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 different groups all claiming the name. So they asked that SNCC send out someone to help resolve the issue. I was sent by SNCC to investigate and try to resolve the situation. And, it's being SNCC, to do some fundraising while I was there. I wanted Bob Mance to come too since he also knew some of the groups, but SNCC said both of us shouldn't be out of bounds at one time. My thought was to try to bring all these groups together into a unified Black Panther organization and to discuss exactly what political program they were going to organize around. Never happened. My brother, the contradictions out there were rough. I mean rough, Jack. We sat and we discussed and discussed. Discussed with them collectively. With them in groups and individually. But no way. No way. It became clear real quick that no one coming in from the outside could hope to solve these contradictions. It was just impossible. Histories went back years between these groups. Members once of the same group had split into factions and these were competitive, if not openly hostile. 2 brothers from Oakland were representing, far as I could see, no established group. They were together, so I guess they represented themselves. They were militant and political, and one of them, Huey, seemed very serious. When I first met them, he was the one that impressed me. He didn't say much, whereas his partner, Bobby Seale, rarely stopped. He be steady running this rap. But when Huey P. Newton said anything, you could see that it was something that had been carefully thought out. Something he'd reflected over, something relevant to the discussion. So you could see that he was listening seriously to what was going down. Also, the brother was unassuming, almost humble in his manner. And, very important, he had a good sense of humor and smiled easily. I liked. 475. The young man. Although so quiet, he impressed me over a lot of the others who were more vocal. But the intergroup contradictions, wow. So I reported to Atlanta. Hey, no way can we bring these groups together. And we certainly can't arbitrarily choose which should be the legitimate Black Panthers. None belong to SNCC and none have asked to join. I had one last meeting and asked them to make one final effort to unify, which they promised to do. I then left to do some fundraising in Los Angeles. I spent a week, 10 days tops, in Los Angeles. I got back to the Bay Area to find everything miraculously resolved. Now it wasn't unity by any means. But the issue of the Panther name was settled. All the groups, one by one, said it's okay, they were no longer interested. They no longer wanted to form a Black Panther party. The brothers from Oakland, Huey and Bobby, seemed to be the only ones still interested. I said, now look at this. Wonders never cease. Hey, I knew I was good, but not that good. And my mama sure didn't name me Solomon. But I knew Comfort. We'd spent a lot of time together in Lowndes. I knew his seriousness. We had confidence in each other, so I knew I could depend on him to tell me exactly what was going down. Which he did. He said, okay, what happened was that Huey and his boys just flashed their guns on everyone. At a meeting. I asked. No, man, one by one on an individual basis. It was nothing but a cold-blooded Bogart, man. Now this brother Comfort was solidly built. You could just look at him and see that you didn't want to bring no guerrilla mess to him on any level. I know he had been trained in the military. Maybe, I'm not sure, even with battlefield experience. And I know he had some trained cotters around him. So I didn't think he was intimidated. If we struggle over the Panther name with these dudes, it will go to gunfire, man. Warfare over this is silly. That makes no sense at all. But they hell-bent on being the Black Panther Party and ready to go to war over it. He explained Seale's and Newton's backgrounds in an Oakland street gang. They think they've advanced beyond the gang mentality because they've adopted revolutionary slogans now. But that gang mentality is still very much there, and black people could end up killing each other over a humble. That's stupid. So that was why he was withdrawing. It simply wasn't worth a gun war. Which essentially meant that Bobby and Huey became the Black Panther Party in California. 476. Then after I got back to Lowndes, we received a very correct letter from Huey, respectful and eloquent, formally requesting permission to use the Black Panther as the name and symbol of a revolutionary party they planned to organize. We never formally gave permission. What we said was that since we didn't own the symbol, it really belonged to the people, so they didn't need our permission. But it was respectful of them to ask. We told them we hoped and expected that their new party would always defend the community and be unfailingly respectful of all black people. They vowed it would. Here's another little piece of history not generally understood correctly. A few weeks after the Lowndes election, SNCC called a general meeting in Memphis. This was going to be a big one. Foreman had announced that he was stepping down as executive secretary. In that position Jim had a lot of power and influence. But he had really earned it. Jim had been at the heart of building the organization. The epicenter of every crisis. He had been tireless. Tireless and dedicated. Now his health was compromised, bleeding ulcers, blood pressure, etc., etc. The brother was worn down. Said he needed to step back. Everyone was talking about that. Who could, replace Jim Foreman? For almost 2 years, since January 1965, SNCC had been in flux. During the time I was in Alabama, it had gradually but decidedly changed in its political focus and organizational character. With the civil rights bills of 64 and 65, the national legislative agenda of the Southern movement had been achieved. Now what remained was the implementation of those laws. Was that SNCC's mission in the South, or was that more properly the business of local communities? That was one question. Only one question of many in the ongoing necessity of defining ourselves and the true character and mission of the organization in 1966. Now many of us were looking to see how and whether SNCC could bring our organizing experience and techniques into northern cities. Could what we'd learned in the South be effective in the North? This was true especially for those of us from NAG, which had allowed us to work in the North and the South at the same time. So we knew all the work we'd done in DC, the rent strike and all. So that definitely was in our minds, more and more. I had been seriously looking to move back to DC. It seemed the perfect place for me to continue organizing. I knew the city, at least the black sections. I'd cut my political teeth there. It had an African majority and was a colony, which was probably why it was a colony, a colonial territory occupied, taxed, and governed by the federal government, as far as the local African community was concerned. 477. So I was looking at DC as a place where SNCC could do some real organizing. That was what I was talking about en route to the Memphis meeting. The nation's capital should be SNCC's first major northern project, a kind of pilot project demonstrating and refining all we'd learned about organizing at the grassroots. But first we had to put our minds to the subject of the Memphis meeting. Except for an elected 20-person executive committee, which rarely met, SNCC had always only had 2 elected offices, the chairman and executive secretary. Now Jim, who'd exercised executive authority and done a phenomenal job, was voluntarily stepping down. He could have had the job for as long as he wanted, or the chairmanship if he had wanted that. But he was stepping down. John Lewis was planning to stay on. Just about everyone in the organization, including me, liked John personally. Personally, what was there not to like? John was a regular guy, uncomplicated, friendly, and brave, always willing to put his body on the line. He'd certainly taken his licks. I'll never forget Paul Dietrich, fellow freedom rider, saying after the March on Washington, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen John without a bandage on his head." Yeah, the brother had certainly paid some heavy dues. But so had a lot of other folks. And I had become aware of a growing sentiment on the Alabama staff that John no longer represented them politically. I'd been hearing the talk, so I knew that a number of his actions in the last year had angered and confused some people. Now there was a real undercurrent. Some people, I believe Stanley Wise was one, were even talking of running against John. But I truly wasn't paying that much attention. SNCC had never, to my knowledge, voted any of its 2 executive officers out. And I thought that if it came to an election, the general sentiment in John's favor would prevail, easily. Only when I got to Memphis, Tennessee, did I discover how strong that feeling against Lewis was among Mississippi staff also. There were a number of things. Now, when he'd returned from Africa where he'd met African freedom fighters and reasoned with Malcolm, he'd seemed in touch with the direction of the organization. In fact, he'd sounded like a born-again, Pan-Africanist freedom fighter. Sounding a lot like Malcolm, he clearly saw SNCC's struggle as a struggle for liberation and self-determination and an irreducible element of an international black struggle. I said, "Go, John. The destiny of Afro-Americans is inseparable from that of our black brothers in Africa. It matters not whether it is in Angola, Mozambique, South-East Africa, or in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, or Harlem. The struggle is the same. It is a struggle against a vicious and evil system that is controlled and 478 kept in order for and by a few white men throughout the world. John Lewis, December 1965. But recently he'd seemed to have drifted back to that mystical beloved community redeemed by suffering again. Some of his actions began to seem, if not capricious, then strangely willful, quite at odds with the people and the organization he nominally represented. Not cool. When, for example, SNCC decided for excellent reasons to have no part organizationally in SCLC's March on Montgomery, John suddenly appeared identified as SNCC chairman and jointly leading the march with Hosea Williams from SCLC. Folks didn't understand or much appreciate that. Then, after the Voting Rights Bill, there was a summons to a totally cosmetic, public relations White House conference on civil rights, which SNCC decided to boycott. We saw it as a transparent ploy to co-opt the new black vote for the Democrats. But our chairman took it upon himself to present himself to the White House with the respectable Negro leadership. But what really crossed the line with the entire Alabama staff was an episode during the run-up to the Lowndes County primary elections. Into the thick of this struggle, John Lewis comes into the state, I think with Dr. King. Did not inform SNCC people working there. First thing any of us knew, there was our chairman all over the Alabama press calling on Africans to vote in the Democratic primary, while we were trying to get them to vote in the separate, independent primary. Needless to say, that was pumped by the press all over the state, but especially in Lowndes County. 01 Bob Mance was hot, I mean he was incensed. I mean, Bob had come into the state with John, whom he respected, had loyally stood with him on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and was nearly killed for his pains. Now this from John? The brother was hot. I think that tore it with John so far as Bob was concerned. I had to question whether John had fully understood the implications of that act. For the staff. For our program? I still wonder. 'Cause it was hard to believe that he, knowingly and deliberately, would publicly undercut our work so blatantly. But what does it say if the chairman is that far out of touch with his organization? Just as earlier I thought he had completely misread the staff's strong feeling of betrayal with the fiasco at the Pettus Bridge. That second march attempt when SCLC had led thousands across the bridge only to kneel, pray, and turn them round. Course I didn't have the strong sense of personal betrayal that Bob had, though I too was quite annoyed. However, when we got to Kingston Springs, Tennessee, I discovered that this current was far stronger and more widespread than just the Alabama staff. Many among the Mississippi field staff were saying. 479. Yeah, John's a nice guy, but he shouldn't be chairman. He just isn't representing us. This wasn't no undertow, Jack, it was a groundswell. But still I thought, should this even come to a vote, which I doubted, most folks will vote their sentiments rather than their politics, John would survive on sentiment. However, when the question of the chair came up, there were a few prospective candidates. I recall Stanley Wise being one. The discussion was long. They discussed and discussed and discussed. As the issues got sharper and the political cleavage more evident, it became clearer and clearer that John Lewis really did not understand, or perhaps care to understand, the feelings within the organization. Cleve Sellers and a couple of people came to me. Okay, they said. There's a clear discussion. A clear question of direction and policy. You represent our position. You know it. You're the logical person to run for chair. Oh, hell, no, I said. I don't have time for this. I'm going to DC, remember. Coming to this meeting, the last thing in my mind had been running for any elective office. I'd never held or contested any elective office in SNCC, not even the executive committee. I was a field organizer, content to be that, happy as a bee in a sunflower field in August. "Man, that's irresponsible," said Ivanhoe, who would scold you in a minute. Yes, he would. "There's a crisis in the organization. You're the obvious choice." Anyway, they drafted me. As I recall, Ruby Doris had already been elected to replace Jim, and Cleve had been elected to a new executive position, program secretary specially created to bring some order to field operations. Then came the vote between John and me. They discussed and discussed again. Wore it down. Wore it out, Jack. I think the first vote came about 2 o'clock in the morning if memory serves. I'd been paying attention but I hadn't realized just how many people had drifted away. John won, narrowly. I told Cleve, well, sentiment won. But it's okay. I'm not going to fight John. This was useful. The issues have been clarified. The political direction is clear. He must have learned something from all this. It'll be okay. Tell the truth, I was ambivalent. On one hand, I knew the issues were important and not about to go away. On the other, I was relieved. Organizing was what I really wanted to do. So I was getting ready to make it on. 480. Out when Worth came in. Worth Long, member of the Alabama Project staff, now a distinguished folklorist and movement historian. EMT Worth turned the whole thing around. A passionate speech. "Oh, no, this is totally incorrect. First of all, it does not reflect the general mood and direction of SNCC. What we want to do and what we should be doing. It doesn't reflect the majority of staff. It may not even be legitimate. Folks aren't here. If you really want to make this decision tonight, we gotta go round up the people, give everyone a chance to participate." So at 2 o'clock in the morning they start to wake folks up. Calling in the folks who had drifted outside. Only then did I realize how many folks had not been present for the vote. When they came in, they say, "Oh, no. We didn't realize you all were voting. That can't stand. We gotta reopen the process. This is an important decision." Then, the debate started, Jack. This time on process. Cleve and them came to me. "Don't say anything at all," they said. So I was silent. Ruby Doris and Cleve volunteered to step down to allow new elections across the board. John refused. That was his first mistake. It alienated a lot of folks. Not just the ones claiming to feel excluded, but even some of his supporters who felt he was obstructing full and fair discussion and full participation. I still thought it likely that John would win on sentiment, that even though people could now see that where he was politically was not. 481. Where they wanted us to go, they'd still let sentiment sway them. Yeah, so maybe he's not the best chairman, but I still like John, you know. I said as much to Cleve. "Yeah, man, we got the politics, but he get the sentimental vote, but it's okay." But then he made his worst mistake. I simply couldn't believe it. Bad judgment, Jack. A most unfortunate statement. Shot himself in the mouth. He got up and said, which was quite true but most people didn't know it, he said that when he'd come into SNCC it was because he was invited in as chairman. Oy vey. In that context? Very ill-advised. The statement had at least 3 implications, each worse than the last. First, that the position somehow belonged to him. Second, that absent the chairmanship he would not have dignified the organization with his presence all these years. Third, that if he was no longer chair, he would leave SNCC. Then what would we do? Man, you know SNCC people, how they felt about titles, leaders, and anything that even remotely looked like an ultimatum. First of all, it was unseemly, counterproductive, undignified. This desperate scrambling around to hold on to the position. For that was all it was, a position, a title, for blessed little power was involved. I thought perhaps he'd been spending too much time around Roy Wilkins and the professional Negro leaders. Why else would he make such a silly, self-defeating statement? I never understood that. Still don't. 483. Chapter XXI. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized. Well, Stokely, tell you what. I'll be in town on Sunday. Why don't you come to lunch then? After church. I can see that there's a lot of talking we need to do. Be an honor, Reverend. But I wanna be clear now. In order to get some of that good Baptist cooking, I gotta go to church first. Chuckles. Well, no, Stokely. I wasn't saying that at all. But you know, that isn't such a bad idea. The good Lord knows you going need all the help you can get. Besides, I'll be preaching. In that case, Dr. King, you know I'm goin' be there. During my time in Atlanta I would become close to Dr. King. That invitation to lunch was the first of many. The first thing he asked when I got on the phone was, had anyone read me my rights yet? My rights, Reverend, how so? I thought not. Well, I guess it's up to me. From now on, Stokely, anything you say will be taken down and used in evidence against you, and the rest of us. That was the first of many, many times that Dr. King would warn me that my role had changed and that anything I said or did would reflect on my organization and our people's struggle. You're not what you used to be, Stokely. You now represent SNCC. You have to be very careful. Your every word will be magnified, scrutinized, and criticized. By friends as well as by enemies. And believe me, Stokely, it won't always be easy to tell one from the other, the sheep from the goats. I told Dr. King that I didn't really expect the job to be too different from the work I'd been doing all along in SNCC. It was just a matter of proportion. I'd perhaps be having more press conferences than other SNCC workers. But, like other organizers who'd also had their fair share. 484. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized. Of meetings with the press, I'd done that. Nothing new. Maybe now there'd be more microphones, that's all. He laughed. Stokely, that only tells me how much you have to learn. After that Dr. King and I would become closer and closer during the time I was in Atlanta. On Sunday, when we both were in town, I'd sometimes get invited to eat with the family. We always talked politics. I'd say Dr. King took me under a brotherly wing to advise and sometimes chastise me. He seemed to like me. Despite a few tactical disagreements over the years, my admiration and respect for Dr. King only increased. He was deeply devoted to our people's welfare. And he was honest, always. One thing about Dr. King's courtesy call surprised me. When he said he wasn't at all surprised by the election. That he'd always had a feeling that one day I would be called to serve SNCC in that or a similar position. Why was I surprised to hear him say that? Because John Lewis was a seminarian and also was on the SCLC board. Consequently, I'd sorta assumed that Dr. King, if he thought about the election at all, might be expected to have been partial to John. But he seemed quite happy with the result and I didn't get the impression he was just being diplomatic. That first week I got quite a few other courtesy calls, something I hadn't expected. But Dr. King's was the most important. Another one came from my old prison teacher, Jim Farmer. Mr. Farmer was funny. He said he too had been watching my career. He had confidence in me but wasn't quite sure whether to congratulate me or to commiserate. Did I know the West Indian proverb about the high-climbing monkey? I told him my grandmother used to say it all the time. He sounded a little wistful when he said he'd be praying for me. And that I'd need to develop some calluses on my soul real quick. Remember the line, he said, uneasy lies the head? I said that didn't apply since SNCC didn't have no crowns no how. He laughed. If that's really true, more power to you young people. Asterisk the higher the monkey climb, the more he expose he behind. 485. It was good of Mr. Farmer to call, but I wasn't worried about watching my back since I didn't plan to get too attached to the position. In fact, just the opposite. I planned to go back into the field, preferably in DC, as soon as the job I was elected to do was accomplished. But now I had to think seriously about this new role. It really did seem to me to be just more of the same, the work I'd been trained to do in SNCC. Except in different proportions, that's all. Hey, I'd been doing mass meetings, 3 or 4 a week, with hundreds of people. Press conferences, speaking at fundraisers up north. Every organizer did those, so public speaking was no problem. True, I'd have to leave my project, but I planned, as chair, to be in the field all the time. So I couldn't see that my life would need to change in any fundamental way. But the organization? That would have to change, inevitably, no question. That really had become clear even from the discussions during the elections. My job was to articulate those changes, project the new mission of SNCC into the national political debate, and get back to organizing as soon as possible. Simple enough. Besides, I was surrounded by a good team. The internal administration of those changes, the real heavy lifting, day to day, was on Cleve and Ruby Doris. They saw the need for the same changes I did, so our position was thorough. When you read historical accounts of that election, they make it seem as though I, by my lonesome, somehow maneuvered it all. Rather than a group of serious, dedicated organizers, some of the best ones in SNCC, who had a common vision. Our team represented that vision. I mean, the real power within SNCC had always been the executive secretary, formerly Jim Foreman, now Ruby Doris. She was hard-working, clear, and decisive. Ruby's seriousness and dedication had earned her a natural authority within SNCC that everybody respected. Ruby and I went back a long time, to the Freedom Rides. We trusted each other, so that was easy. I could take my marching orders from Ruby Doris any day. Any day. 486. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized. Of the three, Cleve's job program secretary was in some ways the most challenging, and not only because it was new. Until a year before, no such position had existed in SNCC, so Cleve had to define the position as he went along. The program secretary was created to bring order to near chaos, to impose discipline and coherence to the way personnel and resources were managed across an organization that had grown much too rapidly. Naturally, some folks, even people who liked Cleve personally, opposed the position on principle. To them, the notion of structure was anathema, and especially when, as was inevitable, it conflicted with some part of their personal freedom. So conflict was built into the position, yet the organization had re-elected Cleve, so obviously most people felt a need for the position and a certain confidence in him. Cleve and I had been at Howard. Together we'd been through a lot. He was like a younger brother to me. I knew Cleve and would trust him with my life. But while I felt the utmost confidence in our team, I was under no illusion about the task we were facing. I knew that the changes we would have to implement were logical and inevitable: independent politics, independent organization, the emphasis on pride and culture, strong resistance to the war. They were also irreversible, so that people like John Lewis and others would probably leave the organization, but that a strong, if smaller, core would be left to soldier on to the next stage. I was clear on that. I also knew instinctively that those positions would, almost certainly, cause tensions inside the movement and in the society. I understood from experience that the press, never too nice to SNCC, would now denounce us. That the FBI would step up its harassment, and that draft boards would play a role in that. That funding the organization, which had never been easy, would now become even more difficult. I had begun to realize all this during the discussions in Tennessee even. Now, Thinking seriously about it, it seemed clear that we were likely or certain to become an exposed target. But honestly, I did not anticipate the intensity of the flak and the sniping that the organization would receive. When we got back to Atlanta, the new team had our first press conference to outline the organization's new direction. We decided to stress continuity and logic. It was a large press conference. The press had a lot of questions. But somehow I can't seem to remember a single question they asked. Not one. What I do remember clearly is how little they seemed to understand, as though they were stuck in 1960 with the student sit-ins and we were speaking in unknown tongues. An impression confirmed when we saw the stories they filed. Most lacked both context and logic. And missed that the new direction was simply a necessary response to current political realities. It was as though the unity and progress of the civil rights movement, 487, was under threat from young, black militants who had suddenly materialized inside SNCC apparently from outer space and speaking, as I said, no language known to the American media. And the efforts at clarification made by Julian Bond and SNCC's small, hard-working publicity staff seemed to fall on deaf ears. Portents of things to come. I saw then that the major part of my job projecting publicly a new role and identity for SNCC was not going to be so easy. But, of course, I never thought it would be impossible. I said, later for the press, I'll just concentrate first on the other part of the job. For that I needed to spend time with our staff and projects in the field. To evaluate conditions on the projects, the work being done, the morale of staff, the needs, the problems, etc., etc. Most important, to get a clear idea of exactly how folks wanted to be represented. So that's what we started with. So for the first month Cleve, Stanley Wise, another brother from Howard, and I visited every SNCC project across the South. We were in Little Rock, meeting with the Arkansas project staff, when someone ran into the meeting shouting that James Meredith had been assassinated on a Mississippi highway just outside Memphis. I heard someone moan, an unearthly, almost animal sound. Loud, anguished, hardly human. I know I felt cold, suddenly numb from the top of my head to the soles of my feet. Weary to the bone. Another man done gone. Then the room was filled with anger and frustration. Apparently Meredith, always a strange, almost eccentric brother, had embarked almost single-handedly on his own march against fear. He meant to march through Mississippi to demonstrate to the people that white violence was nothing they had any longer to fear. A noble intention and a bad idea. With predictable results. Now the brother was dead, uselessly and senselessly. Worse than useless, because the only message our people would get would be the one the assassin wanted them to get. Exactly the opposite of the message poor Meredith had intended. To survive the 01 Miss riots only to end up shot down from ambush along some Mississippi highway. We were still arguing about what action we could and should take when we learned that Meredith was alive in a Memphis hospital. Since Memphis was only a few hours' drive, we decided to go pay our respects. The three of us went. Our mood during the drive was grim, bordering on 488. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized. Desperation. We were angry and tired. Tired of folks being brutalized or killed with impunity. Tired of the indifference and complicity of the nation. Tired of mealy-mouthed politicians. Tired too especially of half-baked, knee-jerk ideas from our side. Particularly of these wretched, pointless marches, appealing to whom? Accomplishing what? What we felt in that car was an all-encompassing anger and frustration, as much with movement futility as with the racist violence. At the hospital we met Dr. I. Ing and attorney Floyd McKissick of CORE in Meredith's room. Remembering Bro Farmer's strange phone call, I couldn't help smiling when I saw Bro McKissick. Meredith was still weak. He seemed dazed and distracted, so ours wasn't a long visit. Outside, Dr. Ing told us that Meredith had agreed, more accurately, had been persuaded to allow the civil rights organizations to pick up the march from the place where he'd been shot. CORE and SCLC were committed. What was SNCC's position? I said SNCC didn't have one. After that mess in Selma, you know, I wasn't about to commit the organization to another march just because Meredith had gone and gotten himself shot. What sense did that make? The argument was familiar. Too familiar, in fact. The movement can't allow violence to stop us argument all over again. Yeah, well, that was getting real tired. Stop us? How us? Which us? SNCC hadn't agreed to any such march. What if the idea had been a dumb one to begin with? I told them we'd have to take the proposal back to the SNCC Executive Committee, and I wasn't at all certain what response was likely. Can you do that in 24 hours? Dr. King asked. Turns out Roy Wilkins and Whitney Young were flying into Memphis for a meeting the next evening. Could we have a SNCC answer by then? The three of us looked at each other. One thing is certain, we said, we sure can't have it before then. At first we were unanimous. Have nothing to do with the madness. But after a while that wasn't so clear. The march would be going through the Mississippi Delta. My old congressional district, where both Stanley and Cleve had worked in '64. Our turf. Our people were bound to be on the line. How could SNCC let the other organizations march through and we be absent? No way we could explain that to the local people we'd worked with, especially the youth. No way. That was obvious. Your rock and hard place 1 time. Because, on the other hand, what exactly was a march against fear anyway? I mean, in political terms. A symbolic act, a media event, a fundraising operation? It was all of those and nothing. Meredith had consulted nobody in the movement. Apparently he'd wanted neither help nor advice. Now we were to be stuck with his ill-conceived, almost stillborn infant? No way would SNCC fall for such off-the-wall okey-doke. And 489. They'd be right. Resources were scarce and getting scarcer. I could already hear Ruby Doris, another march? Is y'all crazy? Now I know for sure, Howard University really done ruined mo good Negroes than whiskey. But guess what? The more we talked, something else slowly began to emerge, slowly. None of us had had much sleep, maybe that was it. But maybe, just perhaps, the idea's very weakness, its vague, ill-defined, amorphous quality could be its greatest value. What if we could give it some serious political meaning? Hey, after all, it was going through our counties. MFDP country. Our folk would be doing the marching. SNCC projects would be doing the organizing. We could turn it into a moving Freedom Day. Doing voter registration at every courthouse we passed. Have a rally every night. We could involve the local communities. Address their needs. A very different proposition from the previous promenades of the prominent. The more we talked, the more excited we became. We called Atlanta and asked Ruby to set an executive committee meeting for the next morning, and at sunup caught the first thing flying south. I didn't sleep much that night, and not merely because Stanley was snoring like a big dog, but because I began to see that this could be my first real test as chairman. I wasn't interested simply in a media platform from which to proclaim SNCC's new direction. I'd already seen how that didn't work. Hey, telling them hadn't worked at the press conference. We'd need to show the media. I wanted this march to demonstrate the new SNCC approach in action. To incorporate it, in the planning, in the personnel, the organization, the decision-making, and especially in the orientation and message. In everything, the local communities and leadership would have to be centrally involved. Everything. That way we could showcase our approach. We wouldn't just talk about empowerment, about black communities controlling their political destiny, and overcoming fear. We would demonstrate it. The march would register voters by the hundreds. Local people would organize it, would help decide on objectives, and, to the extent they could, provide resources and generally take responsibility. Our base in the Delta was certainly capable of organizing that. The local community and their interests would be the constant focus. It could be their march, period. I didn't see how SCLC and CORE, the activist groups, could object. Or even the NAACP, for that matter, since so many of the strong local people were also NAACP members. The real problem figured to be the SNCC Executive Committee, at least so we thought. We knew they were fed up with marches. By the time we got off the plane in Atlanta, it was all surpassingly clear. 490. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized. To us. All this was definitely possible, but could we bring it off, and especially in the time we had? The executive committee meeting was just great. Though we didn't see it then, the meeting turned out to be exactly what we needed. Our presentation, so I thought, was a veritable model of clarity and vision. Naturally it was met with near total skepticism. Not necessarily at the goals, but at the feasibility, the implementation. Many of the objections were obviously valid. The questions pointed and practical. They forced us to back up and refine our thinking and polish our arguments. By the end of the meeting we had both concept and language down pat. We would be the best prepared voice in the Memphis meeting. What the SNCC Executive Committee finally said was, "Fine, do it if you bad enough. But, don't you be committing SNCC resources to no march now, here. Course Mississippi Project resources and people can be used, but don't be calling Atlanta for any more help. Understand?" Hardly a ringing endorsement, but it was all we wanted. But, they were in effect really saying what we were, let the local Mississippi communities carry the ball. We called down to our project directors in the Delta to start organizing a meeting and hit a flight back to Memphis. In Memphis, the next real test would be the summit meeting that night. Everything would hinge on how that went, whether the march even went forward. Whether it would be something politically useful in which SNCC could participate. The notion of taking over or even leading the march wasn't in our thinking. All we wanted was to give it direction. I honestly couldn't think of any valid objection to what we were proposing. Nor any reason why all the organizations couldn't participate amicably in it. While I wasn't exactly sure what to expect from the summit, I did think we were ready with a plan that made sense and that this would be obvious to all parties. "So, bro, you expect any problems?" Stanley asked. Stanley always was a worrier. 491. Can't think of any. Hard to say. Why? Well, it'll be your first summit. Representing SNCC among the big Negroes. I honestly hadn't thought of it in those terms. My concern was with the issues. Shoot, big Negroes. Hey, don't forget, they ain't never been to no SNCC staff meeting either, Jack. That's their problem. We'll just stay on the issues, period. If necessary, turn it into a SNCC staff meeting and see can they hang. We got the issues. I know that, Stanley said, but I'm more thinking of the politics and the personalities. As it turned out, we both were right. About 2 in the morning after the dust had settled, Cleve grinned at me. "So you really weren't kidding, huh? Damned if you didn't show enough turn it into a SNCC staff meeting." "Hey, don't knock it," I said. "It worked, didn't it?" "Yeah, I guess you'd have to say we did all right. But sometimes you can win the battle and lose the war. Still, I can't see how we could have done otherwise. One thing, though, it wasn't really a SNCC type meeting. Not at all. Know what it did remind me of? It was exactly like those meetings we used to have with the Howard administration. Exactly. How so? Remember how they'd walk in their suits, all paternalistic, self-important, overconfident. Figuring us for naive kids they could intimidate with the majesty of their authority. So utterly dismissive. And completely underestimating us so that they'd walk in completely unprepared. Then, come to find out we'd be the only ones present who'd done any homework at all. And we'd eat their lunch. I swear that was the dynamic in that motel that evening. Exactly, Jack. I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. I mean, ma man, we were the only ones there with anything resembling a coherent, defensible analysis. It was good old Howard all over again. What exactly happened? Well, going in I figured Dr. King would be key if it came down to a struggle, because I had no idea what Bro Young and Bro Wilkins's position was going to be. Figured they'd be together, whatever it was. I assumed correctly that they were coming mainly because they didn't want Dr. King to again have center stage all alone with the national media, the way he'd had it on the Selma March. That much was clear. Also, I figured that they would favor a public relations approach. The least controversial, most conventional, media compatible, acceptable to the establishment and administration approach possible. Now, we had no principled objection to any of all that, as long as the local political goals and activities were included prominently, and I didn't see that they were mutually exclusive. 4. I honestly couldn't see anything possibly offensive to anyone in what we were proposing. So I didn't see. 492. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized. That any ideological division of the movement needed to happen. Especially since I planned to present our proposals in the most moderate and reasonable language possible. Which I did, at first anyway. No problem, or so I hoped. But what if there were differences at the table? Well, Bro McKissick was a Southern brother and an activist. According to the press he like me had been elected by a militant faction in CORE. And CORE's experience in the South was close to ours. For that reason I was confident that he'd see the operational logic of our position. Besides which the brother had paid some large dues. For years, Jack. Hey, the brother had integrated and been the first African to graduate from the law school at the University of North Carolina. So I figured him for a fighter, a serious, honest brother and a natural ally. And I was right. So I figured that in any real division it'd most likely be CORE and SNCC on one side with the NAACP and the Urban League on the other, with the deciding vote possibly falling to Dr. King. So the plan was to avoid division at all cost, right? Well, the first person we ran into when we got to the motel before the big meeting was the brother from the Deacons. The brother seemed upset. As soon as he'd heard what had gone down with Meredith, he'd rushed up from Bogalusa, offering to provide security for the march. He felt he wasn't getting straight answers. He had been told that we would be taking up his offer at the meeting and he should wait. We knew the Deacons from over in Lowndes. We owed them. Besides, they were as brave, well-trained, and as disciplined a group of brothers as you could hope to find in the country. Businesslike, no posturing, no rhetoric. Plus, we needed them, not the other way around. So much for avoiding controversy. At least now we knew what the first tough issue was going to be. Negroes with guns. Hey, bro, I said. No sweat. I told him if Deacons don't patrol the road, SNCC don't march. If SNCC don't march, there ain't no march. We set out for the meeting. Man, I can't believe you just said that, Stanley blurted out. That's what you call sound negotiating tactics? Respecting the Deacons is one thing. But, man, jamming us into a corner with them before the meeting even starts? I mean, Dr. King - don't worry about Dr. King, Stanley. The Reverend may surprise you yet. Besides, everybody knows this is an issue the movement is going to have to face sooner rather than later. You're not saying you'll feel more secure with the Mississippi Highway Patrol out there all by themselves, are you? 493. We finally got to the meeting room. Big conference table. Dr. King was already there with Bernard Lee, his assistant, and Bro MCK. I told them that SNCC had sent us as a delegation with precise instructions. No problem. They said that the big two were on their way. Now, I'd heard many stories from Bayard about how impossibly difficult and prickly Roy Wilkins could be over questions as much of rank and status as of actual politics. From Bayard's stories, he sounded like a bad trip. Tell me again, Rustin, why should I even meet with you? Whom or what do you represent? You represent nobody. I'd also heard that he regularly tried to condescend even to Dr. King in these meetings and was downright dismissive of CORE, so how he felt about SNCC I could easily imagine. I decided I wasn't going to wait for him to patronize me. I'd beat him to it. At all cost, young man, avoid controversy. Wilkins and Young came in together, suitably attired and carrying official-looking briefcases. Whitney Young was smiling affably. He seemed a pleasant enough brother. Bro Roy, now he didn't even crack a smile. I met them at the door, Jack, just a beaming and a smiling, as Mr. Turnbow would say, just a beaming and a smiling. Cleve and Stanley were right behind me, all earnest, polite, and properly respectful. I grabbed Bro Wilkins's hand and started pumping away, giving him my broadest smile. Mr. Wilkins, Mr. Young. A pleasure, gentlemen. An honor to meet you. An honor, Mr. Wilkins. Just looking forward so much to working with you, such an honor. Later, Cleve said, damn, bro, I thought you was going ask for his damn autograph. For a moment, Bro Wilkins seemed disarmed, looking surprised and suspicious, giving me this tight, little smile. He was a taller man than I'd expected. I saw Dr. King, who was watching us, catch himself and quickly hide an amused grin behind a broad smile of welcome, but I could see he was cracking up inside. This spirit of goodwill lasted until we started to sit around the table. Brother Wilkins was steady, giving Cleve and Stanley a sour look. Martin, didn't you say this was to be a meeting of the leadership? The brother was still glowering at Stanley and Cleve, who refused to catch his eye. I said of the national organizations, Bro Wilkins. Each group has one vote. Martin, you know we talk with generals. Not with rank and file. Oh, I said. Generals. Well, Dr. King, that sure enough eliminates us. You know, SNCC doesn't even have colonels, much less generals. We all just bare-butt foot soldiers in SNCC. However, I didn't move. This time Dr. King didn't hide his grin. 494. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized. You know, Stokely's right, Roy. The young people are very democratic. Neither Floyd nor I had any problem with it. Bro Young was silent. Bro Wilkins turned the sour look on me. Well, John certainly never felt a need to surround himself with an entourage either, he snapped. That was his biggest problem, Stanley muttered. I figured that a quiet answer turneth away wrath, so I accepted the blame. Oh, Mr. Wilkins, you so right. Oh, dear, I believe this is really all my fault. I'm so new to all this, the SNCC executive probably figured I'd need help. Guess being my first time out and all, they didn't trust me alone up here with all y'all generals. So they sent a delegation. Not an entourage, sir, a delegation. It's just that I have so much to learn. I just drip diffidence, even humility. Even Whitney Young seemed to be suppressing a grin. Hell, let's get started. We got work to do, MCK. growled. As long as you all understand now. SNCC has one spokesman and one vote. That clear? I think Bro Wilkins considered that a gracious concession. I tried to look properly grateful. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Understood, yes, sir. Everyone could agree that, if possible, the Meredith March should go forward. That ideally it should be a joint project of the major organizations, equally represented. It should be a genuinely cooperative effort of equal participation, with each organization contributing according to its strengths. Agreed. After that it would merely be a matter of designing the march and the message. Everyone agreed, now the fine-tuning. Somehow Dr. King fell into the role of moderator. He looked around the table. I said SNCC had no money, but we knew the territory. And had infrastructure on the ground. We had the troops. We could deliver bodies, the rank and file. However, we did have a few ideas that we'd like to put to the meeting at the appropriate time. So far so good. Then came the NAACP's turn. Bro Wilkins said that the NAACP and Urban League had been in discussions. Serious, high-level discussions. Their presence was to ensure that the march was politically successful. That it was properly organized and conducted intelligently so as to be taken seriously. To that end they had identified potential sources of financial and political support. All at the highest national level. The very highest levels. They were prepared to deliver these important political allies and funding support. National figures now, powerful organizations. But, of course, there had to be conditions. Nothing problematic, but once these were met, the money and support would be there, guaranteed. 495. All that these important allies required was the right invitation from the organizations. We'd have to guarantee that our powerful supporters not be embarrassed in any way. That the march's tone would be respectable, its political message responsible. No criticism of the Johnson administration, for example. Bro Wilkins didn't anticipate any problems there. However, without firm assurances from all of us, the Urban League and NAACP were not about to risk this hard-earned political currency with LBJ and the Congress or their credibility with the supporters. That was the deal. Simple political realism. Surely we could understand that. As he spoke, Whitney Young kept nodding in vigorous agreement. Dr. King agreed in principle, but said some details needed to be clarified. But generally he saw no reason why we should not be able to reach a broad agreement among ourselves that would be acceptable to these potential supporters. I hadn't heard anything new or surprising. Business as usual, insider politics. A combination of the march on Washington and Selma to Montgomery all over again. As if we had learned nothing and nothing had changed in the last couple years. But still, I also hadn't heard anything that was necessarily incompatible with our goals/interests either, assuming good faith all round. So I was cautiously optimistic and careful to be scrupulously polite. But clear and systematic. Step by step. I was careful not to criticize the NAACP's position, much less attack it head-on. For instance, I never directly said that the old models failed to address present realities. I simply stuck to time, place, and context. This was the Mississippi Delta. A violent and primitive place. Why had Meredith been marching in the first place? Why was he shot down? Why even a march against fear? Who and what was he trying to address? How could those concerns be served by another national media production? Could some visiting dignitaries flying in from New York to walk the last 4 miles and then leave help a sharecropper family overcome years of intimidation and fear? Or, could a march be designed so as to give local communities the confidence to assert themselves? To help them organize, register, vote, and defy the forces trying to keep them intimidated? That was our interest. Could this be accomplished by a national media spectacle? Not likely, but the march could become a powerful organizing tool while remaining a joint effort of the movement. We could talk politics at mass rallies every night. SNCC staff and local people could organize those rallies. We should do voter registration in every town with a courthouse. Urge local leaders to run for office. The local communities should be the entire focus. Local leaders should speak on every platform. I was getting ammons from mck.isic. Dr. King was nodding. I don't know whether he'd been thinking in quite those terms exactly, but he was. 496. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized. An honest man. He had a real feel for the condition of our people in the South. He knew that what we were saying was true. Apparently all Wilkins managed to hear was that SNCC wanted to exclude whites from the march, perhaps even the movement. But others were saying, yes, why couldn't there be a local focus? Was a call for national leaders really the only or the most effective strategy at this time? The other major issue was, of course, security, more specifically the deacons. I said SNCC supported their participation, period. Bro Wilkins perked up. I knew he was hoping that this would be the wedge that would separate SNCC from CORE and SCLC. So I had to hit that one hard. Look, I said, if this were a parade in New York or a promenade around the reflecting pool, that'd be fine. But this here the Delta, y'all. Meredith had no security. And the only reason we not at the brother's wake tonight is because instead of buckshot, that racist pumped 4 blasts of number 4 bird shot into his head. The only reason. This movement doesn't need more martyrs, certainly not more white ones. And SNCC thinks it would be immoral and irresponsible to put people black or white out on those highways without all the security we could offer. Needed the deacons, not the other way around. We weren't doing them any favors. Those two were the sticking points. The argument went back and forth, over and over, round and round, and of course, the gloves came off. Some hard and stupid things were said, but, swear f*** God, I tried to remain polite long as I could. But it wasn't too easy. Both Dr. King and Attorney McKissick, who'd been deep in the mess in the South, understood where SNCC was coming from. I know Dr. King was still sore inside, grieving over the 2 people killed on the Selma March. McKissick said the deacons had come out of the violence that CORE workers and communities had been subject to in Louisiana. They were disciplined and law-abiding. He had no problems with their participation. Dr. King said that as long as it was clear that the march was thoroughly and fully committed to nonviolence and the deacons understood and pledged to respect that, their mere presence on the march wasn't necessarily a contradiction. It went back and forth. Finally, Bro mck.isic said, I'm nothing but a po country boy, y'all, and it's getting real late. I'm going on to my bed, but I'm with Stokely on both counts. Good night, y'all. So now it was a standoff. SNCC and CORE on one side, the NAACP and Urban League on the other. All night Dr. King had played a patient, conciliatory role, seeking, if at all possible, unity. He'd listened carefully and judiciously to both sides. He tried to steer a middle course, to reconcile differences and find common ground. Seeking at all times to be fair and practical. I think at first he really had favored sending out a national call as he had done in Selma. If his position changed in the discussion, it was certainly not because he caved to pressure from the young militants, but quite the opposite. He followed his conscience and saw the logic of emphasizing local initiative. THA's all. Hey, how could we, even had we wanted to, pressure Dr. King? Gimme a break. I personally have never known Dr. King to be other than honorable, a man of courage and conscience. He was always under a lot of pressure, but it wasn't from us. Any pressure, and there was considerable and crude pressure, came from the moderates. Loss of funds, of the support of powerful friends, of respectability, loss of credibility, etc., etc., etc. Yet finally Dr. King stood with us on both counts. Was Bro Wilkins mad? Jack, he was madder than Mose when the mule kicked his mama. Bro Young, as I recall, didn't say anything, but Uncle Roy went off. I mean he went off. Dr. King was being irresponsible and would regret it. He was irreparably damaging the movement, etc., etc. And as for me, I was impudent, inexperienced, arrogant, and ignorant of history. I didn't understand the movement or the delicate dynamics of coalition. Didn't even understand politics. A foolish young upstart, dangerous to himself and the movement. The two put on their coats, made an elaborate show of shuffling their papers and snapping their briefcases shut with dramatic finality. Then they sat there glowering. I almost laughed out loud. I mean, they were like little kids waiting for someone to implore. 498. Magnified, scrutinized, criticized them to stay. Then they got up. If Dr. King persisted in this folly, they would have no alternative but to wash their hands of this project. Yeah, Cleve muttered, like Pilate before you. I shushed him. No one asked them to stay. That was the meeting. None of that had to happen, none of it. But there was no give and take with Bro Wilkins. None. He clearly had no respect for the experience or contributions of mass activism, or the intelligence of any of us, not just SNCC. In his mind, whatever the movement had accomplished, the legislation was entirely because of the insider contacts and skillful influence of the NAACP. It never occurred to him that they had never been able to get any legislation, not as much as an anti-lynching law, until masses of black people had taken to the streets in nonviolent direct action. To him it seemed totally unacceptable that any of us would presume to suggest, no matter how tactfully, the slightest divergence from any program laid down by him. We were all of us, even Dr. King underlings. Not very political, I thought. I couldn't help wondering if he was equally imperious in the gatherings of the powerful and the wealthy he was so pleased to be invited to. Somehow I didn't think so. However, had they kept their word, we'd all have been grateful and movement history quite different. What do I mean? Well, I can't really prove that they ran to the press to denounce us. But had they washed their hands of the march in private and kept their mouths shut about what, after all, were principled disagreements within the movement, the sensation-seeking press may not have run hog wild the way it did in reporting the march. Because the tenor and language of the questioning at the press conferences Dr. King, attorney MCK. Isik, and I held to explain the goals and purposes of the march were quite unrelated to anything we were actually saying. There are reports of divisions in the movement. Any truth to the rumor that militants have captured? Dr. King, are you abandoning nonviolence? Is integration no longer a goal? Are whites to be excluded? Have your priorities changed? Now who told them all that? Some of this questioning, at least so it seemed to me, echoed rather suspiciously in tone and language the thrust of the brothers' denouncements as he'd left the meeting. Could be coincidence. Maybe he and the media just naturally saw the world the same way. Unfortunate. But I could not dismiss the thought that someone had found it necessary to rush to the press with their displeasure. If so, it's more than unfortunate, it's sad. Rule or ruin? In whose interest, finally? I really hope they didn't do that, because finally it would be no different really from some slave running to report their brothers to Ol Massa. 499. Sad also, because I wanted very much to be able to respect Bro Wilkins. We owed him that much. He had been in the trenches for our people for a long, long time. The NAACP, led by Dr. Dubois, had kindled and kept our struggle going through some very dismal times. Its judicial strategy had struggled doggedly against great odds and had succeeded in making important contributions. No question. None among us had the slightest interest in trying to deny that. So why was the brother so obsessively insecure, so narrow, and so rigid? Toward all of us, and especially Dr. King? I can only attribute it to a personality failure, because I'm convinced that he had to have understood the logic and spirit of our position way better than he let on during that meeting. How could he not have, long as he'd been a black man in America? Anyway, as I recall, that is what I thought at the time. I thought about it again many years later when someone sent a copy of his memoirs to me in Guinea. It all came back when, to my amazement, I found a number of places where a much younger Roy Wilkins had been taking positions quite similar to the ones he'd attacked so bitterly in that meeting at the Lorraine Motel. Odd. However, all being said, the brother did struggle for our people. Peace be unto his spirit. 500. Chapter XXII. We gotta make this our Mississippi. We gotta make this our Mississippi. Just as water seek the low places, power seek the weak places. Hartman Turnbow, MFDP leader. Chula, Mississippi. Once a reporter said to me, "You know, Mr. Ture, they say journalism is the first draft of history." Something about his self-important smirk annoyed me. "Yeah," I said, "Napoleon had something to say about that." "Oh, what did Napoleon say?" he asked. "You mean you don't know? Come on, I thought you guys knew everything." "He said history is nothing but lies commonly agreed upon." "You saying you the first draft of that? Mr. Ture, you calling me a liar?" "Oh, no, but I may be calling you a historian. I mean, it's passing strange how just about everything I've read about this march manages to completely miss the point. That reporter was right about one thing. It started with the press. Now, I'm not saying that they printed straight up lies, or that they outright made up stuff. No. 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 But they may as well have. It's more what they didn't report, what they couldn't see, didn't see, or more likely, didn't want to see. Or equally what they were looking for and what they wanted to see. A failure of communication on our part and of understanding and emphasis on theirs. Whatever. Hey, we read that the deacons were there with guns. But not that after Meredith, no one else got shot and nobody was killed on our march. We read that whites were excluded. Not true. The leaders weren't invited, but quite a few white supporters did march. We read that. 501. The numbers were down, meaning that support had waned, but not that thousands of black folk turned out along the way, and that almost 5,000 of them registered to vote in Mississippi for the first time. First draft of history, huh? What we miss in nearly all historical accounts is the most important aspect. The incredible spirit of self-reliance, of taking responsibility, of taking courage, which local people demonstrated. That it really had become for all those local people their real march against fear. Somehow that got missed. Gimme a break. What the press saw, or thought it saw and reported stridently, and what has subsequently been recycled in second and third drafts of history, is that young militants turned on a beleaguered Dr. King. That an ideological struggle took place between SCLC and SNCC, between Dr. King and the young firebrand Carmichael. Gimme a break. That's not how it went. No way. The only part even remotely true was that SNCC people and SCLC staff jostled considerably. I'll explain that later. I remember a great deal about that march with great satisfaction and pride. But the one thing that absolutely stands out about that campaign is the way our relationship with Dr. King deepened during the days we spent together on that march. In fact, the fondest memories I cherish of Dr. King come from that time. We'd always respected him, but this is when I, and a lot of other SNCC folk, came to really know him. I know Cleve, Ralph, Stanley, and others felt that way too. After that Lorraine Motel meeting, we set up a planning meeting with our Delta projects. We put together teams for specific tasks, divided up responsibilities for every community along the line of march. Our network of local contacts was activated to mobilize folk for voter registration, handle logistics, find sites to pitch the tents, feed the marchers, and set up the mass meetings. Folks swung into action, and in a matter of days we were ready to go. We had meetings with the deacons to clarify their responsibilities. No problem at all. They were just splendid. Young brothers, mostly veterans who had trained the others. They were very clear, very disciplined. They would patrol the perimeters of the march and at night guard the campsite. During the day they would also walk the ridges along the highway and investigate any possible ambush sites, beating the bushes and stands of trees along the road, and very politely check out anyone they found loitering there. In fact, the only violence our marchers did experience came at the hands of the so-called law, the Highway Safety Patrol. Within days we felt ready to set off. We gathered outside Hernando, the place where Meredith was taken down, and formed up. No more than 150 or so marchers met us there. Mostly SNCC staff and young local folk physically able to undertake the walk of nearly 150 miles. I'd say most of 502. We gotta make LMS your M1 SS1 SS1 PP1. Them had been students in our freedom schools 2 years earlier. Also a lot of the young people I'd worked with in Greenwood. It was good to see them again. There was also a contingent of highway patrol, about a dozen ostensibly there for our protection. First crisis. Man, no sooner had the march started, these men started shouting and bellowing orders at us. They were ordering us off the road surface. This one trooper was just shouting and turning redder. I guess his idea was that we should walk more than 100 miles over the tufts of grass and overgrown weeds on the roadside. When we didn't leave the roadbed, this big redneck policeman came charging at us. I saw him coming with his hands stretched to bull rush us. I was in the middle with Dr. King on my right, attorney MCK. Isaac on the left, our arms linked. Certain he was going to shove me, I tensed up, bracing myself to meet the charge. I was set to ram my chest forward and nonviolently, at the point of impact hopefully break his wrists. I stuck out my chest and almost fell. Nothing. Man, that cop went right by me to slam into Dr. King, knocked him down. I couldn't believe it. I yanked free to go after him, got one arm free, but Dr. King had my right hand and was not letting go. I was fighting to get to that cracker. But Dr. King hung onto my arm shouting, "Get Stokely, somebody, lay on him." People were screaming. A bunch of folks piled on top of me. After they cooled me out, we continued the march. We walked on the highway. All day SNCC people kept saying, "Man, you really messed up." I said, yeah, I know." That evening there would be a meeting to discuss the day's events and plan for the next day. I expected that folks, especially SCLC, would come after me at that meeting. But none of them did. Because, I think, they'd all seen the cop push Dr. King. So it was left to Dr. K. Ing to chastise me. "You know, Stokely, as we've discussed, you have greater responsibility now. You have to be very, very careful now that you represent SNCC. You can never forget you're now the head of an organization," etc. He corrected me firmly but gently. I apologized. "I am sorry, Dr. King. This is the first time I've broken discipline on a nonviolent demonstration. But you, Dr. King, look around this room. We all know each other. I've been in battle with everyone here. You all know me. You all know I've been on the front line and I've never broken nonviolent discipline, right? I've been beaten, knocked unconscious. I've been sent to the hospital. And until today, I've never broken discipline. I'm sorry, Dr. King." Folks were nodding support. When I saw that, I got bold. I said, "Dr. King, this is the first time. And the only reason I did was because that cracker charged into you. I know I kinda lost it then, but, Dr. King, you can tell those good white folk out there that, if they want nonviolence to stay alive, they had better not touch you. Bet. 503. Ture not lay a hand on you. Because, Dr. King, the moment they touch you is the moment nonviolence is finished, done. Dr. King understood. Everyone understood that that was true. Once they touched Dr. King, nonviolence was dead. Even with the presence of the deacons, the debate on self-defense was far from over, among us. Cause, by day and by night the harassment never stopped, ceaseless. And, of course, the state troopers were a joke. They intervened only when some of our people were about to retaliate. All day, man, passing pickup trucks and cars would veer over, speed up, and zoom by, inches from where our people were walking. Folks had to jump off the highway. Not once did the troopers issue a ticket or a warning, not once. So you know dudes were talking about bringing out their pieces. Then at night when we pitched the tents, crowds of armed whites would gather close as they could get and shout insults and threats. The leaders would ask the cops to disperse them or move them back. That never happened. Except once. If memory serves, in Beltzoni. 3-4 cars full of gunmen drove up, within feet of the tent. The deacons challenged them and there was a face down. Then the cops intervened and backed them off. So of course there would be folk saying, "What we waiting for, till they kill some of us?" Oh, yeah, the debate went on. Add to that, every night when the voter registration teams reported in, more harassment. In these little towns they were stoned with rocks, bottles, what have you. They be followed by groups with guns and clubs swearing to kill them. Cars veering over at them, chasing them down the highway. Those teams went through hell, man, yet they registered a lot of folks. But it was nerve-wracking and you'd have folks saying the teams should be allowed to carry weapons before someone got killed. But the leadership counseled restraint, nonviolent discipline. But the debate went on, inside the tents every night. What brought it out into the open was Philadelphia. After that, the debate boiled to the surface at a rally where the press was present. After that, national headlines, movement divided on nonviolence. Actually, there was no debate on nonviolence, that was clear. The debate was on self-defense. See, the march was approaching Yazoo City, near Jackson, on the anniversary of the Neshoba County murders. We had to pay our respects to the memory of the 3 martyrs, but it was too far for the entire march to go. So we decided that the march leaders would drive over with a group of marchers, hook up with the local folks, and have a public memorial service. Dr. King would conduct the service in front of the courthouse after we marched from the black section. Wow! We gets there and the local folk tell us that a mob has been gath. 504. We gotta make this our Mississippi. Airing at the courthouse from early morning. They said that Cecil Price and a few of the cops on duty at the court had been indicted for the murders. As were some others in the crowd. We discussed, but those local Neshoba County people were clear, ain't nothing to discuss, we going. So we set out. It wasn't a long march, but I wasn't sure we'd make it. Every block there'd be an attack. First came the rocks, bottles, and firecrackers. Followed by small gangs with fists and clubs. Cars swerving into the marchers. Only when a fight broke out would the cops do anything. Dr. King's presence and constant calls for discipline kept most marchers nonviolent. But even Dr. King was hit by a bottle. We get to the courthouse only to find a screaming mob, at least 1,000 white men. I really wasn't sure we'd even get to complete the service, much less make it out with everyone alive. But somehow we did. Dr. King was just steadfast. That night, after we left, the Klan drove into the black community shooting. The community fired back seriously. I hear they peppered those Night Rider cars. So they took off, only made one pass. That night at the usual rally the debate flared up. Dr. King was hot. He talked about the state of Mississippi and its vicious racism. Said that Philadelphia was the worst situation by far, the most violent that he had ever faced. But, he said, the only reason no one was killed was because the march had maintained order and discipline. MCK.ISIC supported that. But others took a different position. Willie Ricks said nobody was killed because we showed them that we could defend ourselves when attacked. I think this was the first rally where the brother from the Deacons shared the platform with the leaders. Among other things, he issued a warning to the white folks between here and Jackson. Anyone who messes with this march be putting their life on the line. The brother sounded serious too. That was what triggered the headlines. But I do seem to recall that we got to Jackson without further incident. But the Mississippi police were a constant provocation, all March. The next time they nearly caused a riot was in Greenwood. Early on there'd been a slight confrontation over the Deacons. But since it was legal to carry loaded weapons as long as they were not concealed, they had to back off. Not happily now, but they backed off and withdrew most of the troopers, leaving only 4. That was fine with us. But when we got to Greenwood, they were back in force. Greenwood was like a homecoming for me. Everyone in the community knew me. Even the whites. I'd been in jail so much even the police chief knew me. The African community really turned out. There was going to be a huge rally in the Brant Street Park in front of the black high school that June Johnson and her friends attended. We were to pitch the tent. 505. There. A lot of our people, hundreds, were gathering in the park. The march was gathering momentum. I could see it was going to be our largest rally. Local leaders were becoming really involved. Even Charles Evers had come to Greenwood for the rally. I guess he must not have heard or didn't care about the organizational hand-washing from on high. And there bro Evers was, talking loudly about his feelings on being in Greenwood, a place he'd vowed never to set foot in, because it was the hometown of Byron de la Beckwith, his brother Medgar's murderer. Medgar's killer, armed and deputized, was rumored to have been seen among the groups of armed whites and cops patrolling the area. Which, naturally, created some serious undercurrents of anger in the people. And I knew that some elements in the Greenwood community had been ripe for a confrontation with the vigilantes ever since Freedom Summer. SNCC had managed to avert that then, but now. About then, June Johnson, my little sister, came rushing up. She was visibly angry and agitated, and she'd been looking for me all over. "Stokely, I gotta talk to you. Now. In private." I'd never seen June so emotional. She had tears in her eyes. But she had reason. Turns out she'd recognized one of the state troopers. He was the white cop who had directed the beatings of June, Annelle, and Mrs. Hamer in the Winona jail the night Medgar Evers was murdered. The one who'd taken the black jack from the prisoner and brutalized Mrs. Hamer. Oi, trouble, blues, and trouble, Jack. June was one of the most popular and admired teenagers in the community. Once that news got out, nobody could stop some brothers from going home after their guns. And who could blame them? But the human and political consequences. All the anger I'd felt when the beating went down came rushing back. June was absolutely certain and offered to point the sick bastard out. I didn't trust myself to be in his presence. "I'll handle it, babe, be cool." I found the safety patrol commander, maybe it was Birdsong, I don't recall. But I told him, "You leave that sick, twisted, sadistic out here and it's going to be on you. On you. My people find out who that bastard is and what he did and this mess is over. You understand? You got about 10 minutes, if that." Of course the news got out to some of the brothers, but by that time that trooper was nowhere to be found. Birdsong got him out of there. Another crisis narrowly averted. After talking to the commander, I was called over to the school. The local Greenwood cops were trying to prevent the workers from raising the tent. The school board had given us permission and stood their ground. It was their school, so it was an issue of community control, black power. 506. We gotta make this our Mississippi. If you will. I told the workers to put up the tent unless the local community leaders stopped them. Words were exchanged and I was dragged off to jail. But the tent went up. By the time I got out of jail, I was in no mood to compromise with racist arrogance. The rally had started. It was huge. The spirit of self-assertion and defiance was palpable. I looked over that crowd, that valiant, embattled community of old friends and fellow strugglers. I told them what they knew, that they could depend only on themselves, their own organized collective strength. Register and vote. The only rights they were likely to get were the ones they took for themselves. I raised the call for Black Power again. It was nothing new, we'd been talking about nothing else in the Delta for years. The only difference was that this time the national media were there. And most of them had never experienced the passion and fervor of a mass meeting before. That was the only difference. As I passed Makaza, he said, "Drop it now. The people are ready. Drop it now." First draft again? According to the press, God bless M. Greenwood was when SNCC first issued the call for Black Power and changed the character and direction of the movement. Also, according to those accounts, this was when the ideological struggle between SCLC and SNCC, or between Dr. King and me, became public. A struggle expressed as a battle between shouted slogans, Black Power versus Freedom Now. Wrong. On both counts, wrong, 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 and worse, trivial, as though Dr. King and I were high school cheerleaders. They sure do have a habit of reducing the black community and our issues to absurdity. First of all, SNCC had been talking about political change and self-determination for years. The entire march was predicated on that. So nothing was new there. Given the history and the prevailing tension in Greenwood, the schoolyard confrontation, de la Beckwith's rumored presence, the sadistic cop, etc., etc., it may have been somewhat more emotional, that's all. But, as usual, the press saw what they could see and heard what they could hear. Now, as for the struggle between Dr. King and I on the march, utter nonsense. In fact, it was exactly the reverse. The fondest memories I have of Dr. King come from that march, and I'd say that, despite the very present danger, the happiest, or at least the most relaxed, I'd ever seen him was on those Delta highways. It was the first real time he'd spent with us or us with him. I know that a lot of us in SNCC ended 509 up seeing him in a very different light. During those sweltering Delta days, Dr. King became to many of us no longer a symbol or an icon, but a warm, funny, likable, unpretentious human being who shared many of our values. Dr. King had a great, mischievous sense of humor. Most people don't know that. Some of the march leaders have tried to keep the new chant from taking over. As the line was moving toward Beltzoni, Robert Greene, one of the SCLC's top men when the Rev. Martin Luther King, Jr. is absent, started shouting, "What do you want?" "Black Power," was the answer. After a few rounds of Black Power, Greene said, "Let's have a little freedom." Then there were a few rounds of freedom. That Black Power in practice would be Negroes taking over the government of the counties where Negroes have a majority. On the march, Carmichael has not said whether Negroes should hold every public office in these counties, but he has said they should hold the most important offices, at least. Some of the other SNCC members on the march say Black Power means every office for Negroes, and some say whites would be allowed a token representation, which is all they deserve where they are a minority. Carmichael says Black Power is not black nationalism or black racism, as many people, Negro and white, have charged. Every ethnic group in the country's history has taken over where they had a majority. Nobody called it anti-white. Now we're doing it too, and people call us anti-white. Why? Negroes must take over where they can, according to Carmichael, because this is the only way they will be able to stop intimidation and murder, to stop working for $3 a day, and to stop everything else which has kept them down. They must also do it, Carmichael says, because black power will make Negroes proud of being Negroes. In Greenwood, Carmichael said, you ought to get the nappiest-headed black man, with the broadest nose and the thickest lips, and make him sheriff. This isn't anti-white. It's just a way of saying we're not ashamed of being black. We need to be proud of being black. We need it bad. Many of the core members of the march, and most of the many people from Chicago here, agree generally with SNCC's position. Some SCLC leaders on the march have spoken indirectly against this position. 510. We gotta make this our Mississippi. News that Dr. King is coming always brings out a large cheering crowd. But King's speeches are beginning to show that he isn't counting on just his name to keep the people coming and listening. He always talks about nonviolence and about the Negro freeing the white man while freeing himself, and he has never used the phrase black power, except to criticize it. In Athens Monday, King said black power is too easily confused with black nationalism. But even though King does not like the phrase, he has started saying almost the same thing the SNCC leaders mean when they talk about black power. At the Greenwood tent site, after Carmichael and Ricks had talked about black power, King said, we've gotta organize ourselves into units of power. And at the courthouse in Greenwood, he pointed at some of the police and said, we're going to put black men in those uniforms. He also spoke strongly of putting black men in all the major local offices. Then he said, we need power to do these things. See, of all the adult leaders, Dr. King had always best understood and supported SNCC's work and approach. Back when we most needed support, he had praised the Summer Project as one of the most creative projects of the movement. Well, there were reasons for that. True, he'd never spent time in the field with us, but Dr. King understood and really loved our people's culture. Hey, he was deep down in one large part of himself a product of that culture. And Dr. King had undying love for our people, undying love. On the march, that side of him came out beautifully. Especially in those night meetings in those little churches. You could just see him respond to the people singing, to the eloquent little speeches, to the preaching, to their spirit. You could see how he enjoyed being among his people. Another thing people forget is that Dr. King was only about 10 years older than most of us. He used to remind me that he was just about my own age when he was first called to lead the Montgomery bus boycott. Remember, he was 39, same age as Malcolm when they killed him. So he really understood us better, more sympathetically, and was much closer to us in spirit than people think. Much closer. The main thing is that I got the strong impression that being out there on the road with us, and with his people, was almost like a holiday for Dr. King. That being away from the office, the phone calls from advisors, supporters, the internal politics of even his own staff, from the constant pressures, often from his own government, and the demands and constraints of leadership was a great relief to him. As if he were out of a 511 straitjacket. We sensed that this was the aspect of the movement that he liked best, where he was most free to be himself. And that out here, marching, talking, sleeping in the tent, he was relishing that freedom. Another thing people tend to forget about Dr. King is his courage. You hear some ignorant types talking that because Dr. King was nonviolent, he was somehow, wishy-washy. That's so stupid. Before I got to know him, when I'd see him in meetings, etc., when he wasn't speaking, he'd sometimes seem to me somehow strained, under pressure, vaguely distracted. Certainly not happy. Well, as we've since discovered, he was under tremendous pressure. Think about it. Since his late 20s, during his entire public life, that brother had lived in the awareness of his impending death. Dr. King knew he wasn't going to survive the movement. It began back in Montgomery when he received an average of 40 death threats per week. For the rest of his life, 14 years that never stopped. Never stopped. Never stopped. Every Klan and Nazi group had a bounty on his head. Martin Luther King was the #1 target for every racist with a rifle, shotgun, or stick of dynamite. Being the prime symbol of black aspirations meant being the prime target of white hatred. The brother lived with that. Now he never said it to me, but I've heard that he said he did not expect to live to see 40. And he didn't. That's the pressure Dr. King lived with all his public life, yet he never backed down and he never backed off. I mean, there he was with us, out on those exposed highways, with the only security he could trust being the deacons, looking more relaxed than I'd ever seen him. Appearing to enjoy himself. And then to see him with the people. Amazing, incredible, inspiring. Oh, man, there we'd be trudging along, mile after mile, discussing every blessed thing under the sun. Movement politics, national politics, nonviolence, integration, black culture, our people's condition, different approaches to struggle. Everything but everything, Jack. And the only differences we ever had were on strategy and tactics, never on goals or values. Never. Then we'd be approaching a crossing, a small settlement, even the outskirts of some plantation, and there they'd be. A small or large crowd, waiting, God knows how long in that sweltering heat, just to see Dr. King. Soon as they spotted him, a stampede. There he be. Martin Luther King. I see him. I see him. They'd stop the march. Folks just wanted to get close, to touch him, hear a word from him. I bet you go back into those communities today, there'll be folks to point exactly where he stood, tell you what he was wearing, and repeat every word he said to them. Who he hugged, whose hand he shook. He always responded with a few inspirational words, a new day's coming, we ain't what we want to be, and we ain't what we gonna be. 512. We gotta make this our Mississippi. But a new day's coming. Register and vote. How long, not long, a new day bright with the sunlight of freedom after the long dark night of segregation. Out of the deep, lonely valley of oppression to the high mountaintop of human dignity. We each have our role to play. You can begin by registering and voting. To some these may sound like cliches, but not to those people. Not in that time or those places. For most of them, especially those off the plantations for whom just standing there defiantly where their bosses could see them waiting for Dr. King, this was their first real act of self-affirmation. For me it was moving, the evident love of the people for Dr. King. And he for them. And I could see in his face and his eyes how deeply touched he was. One time I was really moved too. I mean literally moved, Jack. I was walking next to him and a small group was waiting, some old ladies. These old women, about 6 or 7, were under a tree lining a spot just to see Dr. King. They were looking, shading their eyes as we came up. All I heard was I see him, and boom, I'm flat on my back. I mean, those old women ran up, knocked me down, Jack, and stepped on over me, just to get next to Dr. King. I don't think they even saw me, until the last one running by. As she stepped on over, she looked down, surprised. Oh, my son, you all right? You ain't hurt, is you? No I ain't hurt. Entirely my fault. I should know better than standing between Dr. King and his people. You sure got that right, son, she said, and kept on moving. So where did all this talk of dissension and rivalry in the press come from? Well, after Greenwood there was some controversy. But that was entirely between organizational staff. What happened, as I recall, was that in the early stages of the march, Dr. King and Bernard Lee had been representing SCLC all amicably and brotherly while the other SCLC leaders were off on some kind of staff retreat. Now SCLC staff came rushing in, jostling for positions and cloaking it in political terms. Once the media hysteria about black power and racism started, these guys suddenly appear to rescue their leader, take over, and redirect the march. As did Charles Evers, who clearly had instructions from the NAACP National Office to repudiate SNCC and Black Power. Some of that did happen. But it wasn't really a response to anything that was actually happening but a knee-jerk response to the media's simplistic reports. Another case of the leadership allowing the media to bogart the movement and to dictate what the leadership's public position ought to be. Dr. King understood that clearly. He never repudiated Black Power. Never. Despite pressure, even from his own staff, he never yielded to the hysteria. You can check. That's a myth that he attacked us. He was careful about. 513. That. The most he ever said was that the language was unfortunate, being subject to misunderstanding by our white brothers and sisters. In fact, I got him good on that one. The first time I got invited to lunch after the march, the press was still having a field day with their black racism nonsense. So I walk in with this long face, the very picture of desolation. Stokely, I can see something's troubling you. Dr. King was immediately concerned. I just shook my head real pitiful. Are you sure you all right? Oh, Dr. King, Dr. King. I'm confused. I just don't know. Naturally he asked if he could help. Did I want to talk about it? He put on his best pastoral counseling face, all creased with concern. Well, Dr. King. I guess you can explain this. It sure beats me. I just can't see it. Well, what is it, Stokely? It's this Black Power thing, Dr. King. The press been killing me. Just killing me, Dr. King. Be calling me everything but a child, oh God. Seems like they love to hate me. But you, they just loves you. I don't get it. I'm not sure they love me, Stokely. But what's the issue? I knew I had him then. Well, Dr. King, I was in Ebenezer this morning. Great sermon, by the way. But, you know, I didn't see one white face in the congregation. Not a one. And your choir? How many blonde sopranos you got? And good white folk on your deacon board, how many? Or, come to think of it, on the SCLC staff? That's what I can't understand. So? I'm not sure I'm following you, Stokely. Well, Dr. King, here you head of a religious institution and a social organization, all black. Why, you the epitome of Black Power, not once but twice over. Yet the press, they love of you while they whoop in my poor nappy head fiat. Can you explain that? He cracked up. Well, Stokely, it's simple. Maybe I just don't talk about it. Besides, since when do you expect our media to be rational? I learned a lot from Dr. King just from observing him. In the struggle I've been lucky to meet or been close to some extraordinary human beings. 514. We gotta make this our Mississippi. All of whom instructed me. I've met famous revolutionaries, Dr. Fidel Castro Ruz, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, even, briefly, the great Ho Chi Minh. I've studied under Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, President Ahmed Sékou Touré, and Madame Shirley Graham Du Bois. I knew Bayard, Malcolm, Mrs. Hamer. But at my most important, potentially confusing, and formative stage, Dr. King was a true mentor, who instructed me by example. There was one particular occasion where I was able to observe Dr. King's truest self in his natural environment. I can never ever forget. It was a rare privilege. One Saturday night, I'd say about 8 months after the Meredith March, I was working in the Atlanta office. It was late, round about midnight, and the phone rang. Young man, what you doing in the office so late? The people's work, Dr. King. Workin' for the people. Well, as it happens, so am I, Stokely. So am I. Reverend, I'm surprised, Shouldn't you be doing the Lord's work? A distinction without a difference, Stokely. Haven't you learned yet they are one and the same thing? What are you doing tomorrow? Same thing. I'll be still working for the people, Reverend. It's the Lord's Day, Stokely, why don't you act like a good Christian and come to church? Oh, Dr. King. You should see the work I have. You know, we SNCC heathens. Stokely, this is one time I really want you to come. Something in his voice told me to stop talking. This was no casual invitation to church and lunch afterward. All right, church. Where? The Ebenezer. Something special happening, Reverend. Well, I'll be preaching. Hey, now, you know I'll always come hear you preach cause you always could make me tap my feet. He didn't laugh. I really do want you to be there tomorrow because, tomorrow, before my congregation, I'll be making my statement on the war. After a long silence, my voice came out sounding very quiet. I'll be there, Dr. King. I'ma be in the front row of that church. I recall starting to say, God bless you, Reverend. But I didn't. That was his line and it might have sounded strange coming from me. He might not have understood how much I really meant it. I now wish that I had said it. We hung up and I sat thinking. Then I called Cleve. Hey, bro, I got some news. Us is going to church tomorrow. 515. See, the war had been one of the hottest topics of discussion between us during the march. As it had continued to be every time I saw Dr. King afterward. Ever since we'd made our statement on the war, SNCC had been out there isolated from the other civil rights organizations. The press had beat up on us, vilified us really, and a lot of the brothers suddenly started to receive draft notices. Dr. King knew this because I'd made a point of telling him. Where were the other organizations on the question? I'd ask. Dr. King, as a Christian and a committed pacifist, believed all war to be immoral, the most terrible and destructive vestige of humanity's primitive past, made more horrific by modern technology. Something humanity should have long outgrown, and which we must continue to struggle to render obsolete. But he was also especially convinced that the immorality of this particular war was compounded by a political mistake of national arrogance and stupidity. Because it was unnecessary. America had no vital interest whatsoever in that country. Vietnam posed absolutely no threat to this nation. So that it was positively immoral for this government to be sending young Americans halfway round the world to kill and die there. Even worse, to be slaughtering hundreds of thousands of our fellow human beings who had done us no harm. Killing them in their own country and destroying the country to boot. He also felt that LBJ was fundamentally a decent president who really did want to use the power of the office and the federal government to address the serious social and economic problems of poor Americans. He felt, in this, the president was a potential ally who could be even better than FDR, except for his tragic weakness on the war. It is a real tragedy, he felt, as much for the country as for the innocent Vietnamese. We have to save LBJ from himself and his advisors. Naturally, we agreed. We said, Dr. King, why don't you help the president and us? Help the country. Help the Vietnamese. Say all of that publicly. Use your moral authority and the prestige of the Peace Prize. Hey, if we say it, they dismiss us. They can't dismiss you. I only wish it were so simple, he said almost sorrowfully. But I have to be careful so as to be effective when I do. I will, but when the time is right. As the peace movement, largely white, and students, grew, he became more uncomfortable with that position. I know they pestered him. I mean, here he was a Nobel Peace Prize laureate, the icon of domestic nonviolence, more or less standing aloof from the peace movement. I know that Dr. King found this a profound moral contradiction as well as a political problem. So why did Dr. King stand back? Two reasons really. One eye clearly. 516. We gotta make this our Mississippi. Understood, but the dimensions and intensity of the other I was not really aware of at the time. I understood that the struggle for black people's rights was at a critical stage. A delicate balance, the tantalizing prospect of unprecedented progress on the one hand, and the threat of a reactionary backlash on the other. Dr. King was publicly identified as the movement's leader and spokesman, and he felt that his primary responsibility was to his people's advancement and welfare. He felt the political reality was that the advancement of black people's legitimate rights was totally dependent on the goodwill of the administration and the white majority of our fellow citizens who supported the war. That being so, how could he, as our most visible public leader, acting out of a private and individual moral conviction, jeopardize the rights long overdue our people, and for which hundreds of thousands of us had made real sacrifices and were still struggling? His was, after all, a minority position of individual conscience. Indeed, according to the polls, the majority of older blacks the nation at risk reflex were unreflectively supporting the government in its war. So, of course, I could sympathize with Dr. King's ethical dilemma. What I was not sufficiently aware of was the truly enormous weight and intensity of unrelenting pressure to which Dr. King was daily being subjected at the time. As we now know, LBJ had his own well-founded doubts about the war. His administration was extremely nervous, paranoid even at the prospect of the peace movement spreading. So they deployed surrogates of every stripe to persuade, pressure, or threaten Dr. King in order to keep that Nobel Prize Negro in his place. Other civil rights leaders roy, "We will fight for this country no matter how many of us they lynch." Wilkins, the totalitarian liberals, the Atlantic City and Beltway insider crowd, all mouthing threats disguised as platitudes about the best interest of the Negro people. Apparently all Dr. King's advisors and most of his staff were dead set about his coming out against the war. They called themselves pragmatic, but fundamentally they were simply much more conservative than he. To them, the peace movement was not quite respectable. You gotta be responsible. Don't squander your position on these radical youth. You will only destroy this organization, hurt fundraising, alienate our white supporters, bring the press down on you, anger LBJ, the administration, and the FBI. Don't do it, it's political suicide. Now that's some pressure, Jack. I suspected some of this was going down, but could never in my worst nightmare have envisioned the extent. Evidently no one said to Dr. King, "I understand it's your moral duty." So it must have been a painfully lonely struggle indeed. Now I understand much better the source of the strain I often sensed in the brother, but 517, which he never shared with us. Now he was going to make his stand. That was when I called Cleve. Ebenezer was full with an air of expectancy, as it always was on those Sundays when Dr. King was to be in the pulpit. Cleve and I sat in the middle, a few rows back, where he could see us. Somehow, in the middle of that church, I felt very close to Dr. King that morning. But you know, Dr. King didn't really preach that morning. I've mentioned some courtesy calls from movement elders. Yet another came from a powerful elder somewhat outside the pale of the conventional movement. After the Black Power March, we were surprised and intrigued to receive overtures. Intermediaries suggested that the messenger, wherever he was found in the world. He referred to him as his fruit of Islam. EMT. Dr. King's judgment about the unfortunate choice of language proved to be prescient and, if anything, understated. Who could have thought it? I mean, two simple, clear, very commonly used English words. One an adjective, the other a noun. Basic. Nothing the least obscure or academically pretentious about them. Nothing mysterious or even slightly ambiguous either. Just two ordinary, unthreatening, everyday words in common usage, black and power. What could be simpler? 523. But in combination? He P us, Jesus. The conjunction of these individually harmless and inoffensive words became shocking. Apparently incomprehensible in combination, the phrase became a source of confusion to otherwise intelligent and sophisticated Americans. A concept, so it appeared, entirely beyond the cognitive reach of the white national media and public. Talk about inaccessible. Then, with the media's incomprehension combining with its global reach, the concept, invested with all kinds of fearsome implications, would reach across oceans into the Caribbean, Africa, and even Europe. Suddenly rendered menacing, sinister, and subversive of public order and stability, the two words would, in short order, have me denied entry into France and Britain, declared persona non grata, and banned in 30 territories of the former brutish empire, including even the country of my birth. They would make me the object of vilification and, on more than one occasion, put my life at risk. I know this all must sound crazy, but I'm not exaggerating one little bit. It's all true. Crazy, yes, but true. Before the dust settled, this verbal combination would inspire scholarly debate, learned dissertations, hysterical denouncements from press and pulpit, and require us to write a number of explanatory essays and a book. We would discuss them on college campuses, in churches, and from all manner of public platforms and media forums, on national network television as well as local channels. Yet even today, I keep reading that one major problem was that SNCC failed to define the term clearly. Ow! Now that do hurt, because it sure do seem to me that I, along with a lot of the folk in SNCC, spent my entire term as chairman doing little else but defining black power. I assume, therefore, that it wasn't that we failed to define it. No. Clearly, what we failed to do was to produce a definition that the opinion industry wanted to hear. Well, here we go again. But this be the last time, for sure. Yeah, the movement was changing. Had to change. Struggle is, after all, a dynamic, complicated, and organic process. And not all motion is progress. But, come on, gimme a break. We certainly did not change the entire direction of the black movement or the attitudes of Black America merely by combining two simple words at a rally in Greenwood, Mississippi. That's silly and absurd, even for the American media. As you've seen, the movement had been growing and changing. It had changed, was changing, needed to change, and would change, independent of any single thing SNCC or anyone else said or did. Period. That's inevitable. That's politics. And regardless also of anything the estab. 524. Black Power and its consequences. Lishment, much to their evident regret, said or did. Though, as has since been revealed, they sure did do a lot to confuse the issue. West Indian proverb, when you throw a stone into a pigsty, the one that balls is the one you lick. Well, let's take a look at who was doing the loudest bawling. The usual suspects, the New York Times, the national news magazines, many liberal journals, the Progressive, etc., and of course the establishment wing of the civil rights movement. With Black Power, even the conservatives, the William Buckleys of the world, who had bitterly opposed every aspect of the integration struggle and had denounced both civil rights bills, were heard to squeal indignantly, "What, now they don't want to integrate, what do these people want anyway?" To which I'd say, hey, make up your minds. What do you conservatives want anyway? To marry our sisters? But the language and tone of the liberal outrage was instructive. The usual hand-wringing and pious condescension, public distress that the black movement was about to irreparably damage itself and our long-suffering people's prospects of acceptance. For example, one famous public intellectual, James Wexler of the New York Post, worried that we were killing the dream, that the cause of civil rights was floundering. The visions of the freedom movement are imperiled. Some deeply dedicated men are setting the stage for the destruction of the noblest cause of our time. And so it went. As if, had it not been for those two misaligned, ill-chosen words, American society would have transformed itself into a thoroughly integrated, multiracial, colorblind utopia. Gimme a break. There is a term for this kind of nonsense, which I won't use here. After the NAACP convention that year, we knew we had to respond seriously. See, when these delegates from all their branches gather, you looking, for the most part, at the active local leadership in many of our communities across the country. The older generation, yes. Our parents, in some cases. But collectively, they were some of the people who kept the struggle going. One had to respect them, whatever the national office was or wasn't doing. So when Bro Secretary Wilkins led the attack, the effort was clearly to cut us off from an important part of the African community. The secretary called us racists. Black power, he said, meant anti-white power. It meant black separation. It meant the ranging of race against race on the irrelevant basis of skin color. Everything the NAACP had fought against for so long. We will have none of it. 525. When Bro Wilkins was followed by our old friend the Vice President, it became clear that Mrs. Hamer's prayers for Mr. Humphrey had gone unanswered. I assumed that the Vice President represented the Johnson administration line and he'd come loaded for bear. Racism is racism, the dogma of the oppressor. We must reject racism whether it comes from a throat which is white or a throat which is black. We must reject apartheid. Integration must be recognized as the means to the ends we are seeking. I can remember thinking as I listened to this dishonest claptrap. And it wasn't just ill-informed or out of touch, it was dishonest. Now tell me who is deluded and who are the real ideologues out here. Obviously this massive chorus of outrage and distortion was not really about anything we'd actually said, but about its implications. Because, remember now, at that point we'd not said anything revolutionary, unless electoral politics in the South, with black people voting racists out and seeking office themselves was revolutionary. After the NAACP convention, the SNCC Executive Committee decided that we had to make a clear statement to try to cut through the hysteria and inject some rationality into a discussion that was steadily getting crazier by the minute. The committee decided that SNCC needed a position paper and they mandated me to develop one. Mike Thelwell and I spent a few days poring over and analyzing the wave of attacks. Where they came from, which interests were involved, what they said, what they meant, why were all these different groups experiencing this sudden need to rush onto the record with gratuitous good advice for the Negro? As it were, to save us from ourselves one more time. Of course, not everything was an attack. A few conscious writers understood that a period of black self-determinism was both necessary and inevitable. And that it did not necessarily have to threaten whites. I recall, especially, I.F. Stone, an honest, decent little guy with big horn-rimmed glasses who wrote a political newsletter out of D.C. But such voices were a minority. Among black intellectuals, there was some division, not always along generational lines. As I recall, only 2 African intellectuals commanded any real attention among opinion makers in white liberal circles. 2. I don't remember any black faces among the conservatives. One was Dr. Kenneth Clark, a psychologist, and the other was Bro Jimmy Baldwin. Neither attacked us. Dr. Clark was distressed by the implications. He predictably came down strongly for integration, grieving in a kind of high. 526. Black power and its consequences. Minded way for a fading utopian dream of a raceless society. But Bro Clark didn't do any name-calling. Jimmy was always clear and stalwart. Strong. I remember he said the Negro has always been used to mark the bottom for this society. Now when the foundation begins to shift, the universe itself begins to tremble. Deal with it? I don't remember his exact words, but that was the idea. I can't recall any other black intellectuals of the time who commanded any serious respect, attention, or influence in circles of white opinion. So much for integration. We concentrated on the torrent of attacks. You always learn more from your enemies. Patterns emerged. A number of things became clear. For one thing, these attacks were not really about anything we'd actually said. They were about the implications of what we'd said. At Black Power might and could mean. And, of course, what they thought it might mean or do. Clearly, the combination of those two words had struck a nerve. What was even more evident was that tactically these attacks were preemptive strikes. Disinformation intended, collectively so it seemed to us, by its volume to drown out any free or open discussion of the idea, the strategy among our people. To impose their definition. So, what was the discussion they were so anxious to head off? What was it they didn't want us to be talking about? What interests of theirs could such a discussion among us threaten? Posing the questions in that way forced us to be clear. The issues were of two kinds, political and cultural. The political was obvious, the movements beginning to rethink the goals and the means of our struggle. To consciously begin to organize among ourselves and find the power to affirm and control our legitimate political rights and our full human dignity. Self-determination. No longer pretending to accept, with a grin and a shuffle, whatever grudging crumbs and concessions the white establishment might feel disposed to toss our way. Thanky, massa. Thanky, boss. No, no. To assert and demand everything that is ours by right, nothing less. That was the politics. But, of course, you can't divorce politics from culture. The underlying and fundamental notion was that black folks needed to begin openly, and had the right and the duty, to define for ourselves, in our own terms, our real circumstances, possibilities, and interests relative to white America. To determine what the relationship was. Simple as that. To consciously and publicly free ourselves from the heritage of demeaning definitions and limitations imposed on us, over centuries of colonial conditioning by a racist culture. Cultural and psychological self-determination, that's all. Hey, if this was the discussion that this torrent of disinformation and intimidation was intended to derail, then I had some real bad news for them. They were way too late, Jack. This discussion, however suppressed, had long been underway among our people. In fact, it had. 527. Never stopped, from the first African's arrival in chains, never stopped. Still hasn't. So even had we wanted to, SNCC could claim no credit for having started it. At best, the most I can say is that with the unwitting help of the media, we helped bring it out onto center stage. That's all. And one way or another, that was going to happen, would have happened anyway. These ideas and feelings had been building and percolating upward from the grassroots of our struggle for years, especially all during the 60s. So what Thelwell and I decided was that we needed to give the argument focus, to make it plain. To discuss both the politics and the culture. The essay we produced that weekend toward Black Liberation was generally accepted as SNCC's first position paper on Black Power. In that essay we set out to analyze and crystallize everything that SNCC had learned about our people, our culture, our struggle, and American society into a single argument. We also had to define the need for and possibilities of Black Power and to project a realistic program and a new approach for the next stage of the political and cultural struggle. It was already clear that the movement would have to move out of the South and into northern cities. What was that going to entail? Naturally there were things we missed. Most important, there was, for example, no detailed, realistic economic analysis in the essay, nor did we really anticipate the intensity and viciousness of the media's and the government's covert response. And who in 1966 could have imagined the way the lunatic right would capture the Republican Party, bogart the national political debate, and set the right-wing political agenda that white America would accept for the next 30 years? Hey, in 1966, Nixon was a political has-been and Ronald Reagan was a grade B movie actor. Who could have imagined? But even so, if you read our essay today, much of it, especially the discussion of our situation, was right on, accurate, logical, even prophetic. and we did give a clear new direction to the political discussion within the movement. A lot of folk, one could say an entire generation of black people, picked up on it. But as I said, we didn't start the discussion. I had hoped for the political response. But I must admit that the range and the intensity of the cultural aspect surprised me a little. I mean, the extent and the passion with which our artists and writers, and especially the musicians, just picked up the ball and ran with it. Ran with it, Jack. And two, there was the black arts movement, which just seemed to emerge in the North as the cultural expression of black power among young writers and artists. Young brothers like Gil Scott-Heron, Amory Baraka, Larry Neal, Sonia Sanchez, and them. As I said, these ideas and feelings had been percolating upward within all ELE. 528. Black power and its consequences. Ments of our community. Had been for a long time, now they broke into the open. I really dug the popular music aspect, soul, rhythm and blues, even funk, a little of this uprising of political and cultural consciousness, and not just because it reached millions of our people. As a young boy, it had been popular music and jazz that had been my first avenue into African life in America. We are an African people, so it was natural that from the beginning, from the spirituals right on up, music would be our weapon and our solace. Indeed, certain jazz musicians had always incorporated a high social and cultural consciousness into their work. And in the early 60s, artists like Sister Adetta, Oscar Brown Jr., Max Roach, and Abbey Lincoln with their Insist. Freedom Now Sweet, or Nina Simone's Mississippi Goddam, and Young, Gifted and Black had reflected the Southern struggle. But now something slightly different. Political consciousness moved into the popular arena. Soul, rhythm, and blues, stuff that had been purely commercial, dance music, entertainment. I think Bro Sam Cooke might have got in first with "A Change Is Gonna Come." After that we talking about people like Marvin Gaye, What's Going On, Brother Curtis Mayfield, We're a Winner, Keep on Pushing, People Get Ready, Sister Aretha Franklin's Respect, and of course, the King of Soul, Brother James Brown Say It Loud. This music reached people we couldn't otherwise reach. How effectively, I can't say. But from it, one sensed an exuberant mood in the community. We began by analyzing the thrust of the attacks. A number of threads ran through them all. For one thing, the language of political abuse, racists, Klansmen in blackface, demagogues, hate-mongers, adventurists, etc., etc. But the single recurring constant was the sanctification of integration. The funny thing is that we'd not yet even discussed, much less attacked, that concept in any systematic way. Yet out of nowhere, all these suddenly devout integrationists, many of whom had been dragging their feet on civil rights, popped up to defend the true faith and attack us. Yet in practical terms, integration was nowhere to be found in the land. Clearly, like communism in Marxist dogma, integration was pure ideal, not a reality but the highest value devoutly to be wished and to which the faithful should aspire. So we decided to start with this suddenly very sacred cow. What we discovered was that apparently no one in the movement had taken the time to seriously analyze the unexamined assumptions underlying the concept of integration or its practical feasibility as a strategy. It was weird. A generation of us had simply come along, found it enshrined. 529. In movement rhetoric, and accepted it without serious examination. A good in itself. Hey, if the racists and the Klan were in it, then we were automatically for it. Knee-jerk, no critical thought. Now, because of the attacks, we began to really ask some serious questions. From the beginning, fundamental contradictions had been present but pretty much ignored. One example, this incident in Aberdeen, Maryland, still rankles. This was during the Route 40 campaign. The one and only time I ever set foot in that town. A restaurant sit-in. An integrated group of students have occupied every seat and are not being served. So we sit there, Then in storms this heavy-set blonde woman, face flushed, obviously upset, and shaking with rage or something. She's got the attention of everyone in the place. "I want to know," she demands loudly, "what's wrong with y'all?" She's talking to the group but she's looking dead at me. Our eyes lock. The woman is obviously enjoying her little drama. "Why don't you people want to stay with your own kind?" she shrills. "Why you all want to come around folks where you not wanted?" Huh. The nonviolent rule was that you never responded in kind to hecklers, but this woman's tone got to me. It must have been her smugness. Her self-satisfaction and easy assumption that we were there to associate with people like her. "Well," she demands, "why don't you want to stay with your own kind?" "Lady, since you asked, I'm going to tell you. But you listen now, 'cause I'm only going say this once, okay?" I guess she must not have intended it as a real question 'cause she shut up and seemed quite shocked to be getting an answer. "Lady, believe me, we aren't here 'cause we think the food is good, or because your company is attractive, okay? We here for one simple reason and one reason only. Lou, collectively, do not have the right, none of you, to tell us where we can go or cannot go. Simple as that. I refuse to allow you or anyone else to dictate and define my rights. That's all. It's a matter of principle. Once we establish that principle, I guarantee you'll never see my face in this place again. You better believe it ain't about white folks' company. You can believe that." I don't remember that the woman said anything. I'm not sure she even understood. But hers was a common enough misconception, very common. We even heard it from some Negroes at Howard, as if the only reason to resist segregation had to be because you wanted to be amongst white folk. Nonsense. Certainly not for the people I was working with. We simply refused to accept any arbitrary limits imposed on us by American apartheid. That's all. Simple as that. Let's move on. So, what did integration really mean? In cultural terms. In Psycho. 530. Black power and its consequences. Logical terms. As a practical goal not for individuals but entire communities. For the formation, preservation, and development of black institutions. Was integration really the opposite of segregation? Was it an end in itself? Was it really an honorable or practical goal for our people? The solution to our problems? Finally, was it feasible and what would an integrated American society really look like? The answers we came up with surprised us. Not only by their unassailable clarity, but by how very obvious they were, once you stripped away the pious rhetoric and mystification, and also by the extent to which we'd always known and suppressed certain truths that should have been obvious and upfront. The unspoken, unexamined, and unacceptable assumption of the integration being preached was that nothing of value or permanence could be created by black people in association with ourselves. Simple as that. The American melting pot meant us as a people assimilating, despite racist resistance, the culture and values of the mainstream, hoping to pass over into and be accepted by the white community on their terms. To blend in, call no attention to differences in effect, to sneak into white acceptance. Clearly a form of cultural suicide. So that is what we said. Then we said that the solution to our problems had nothing to do with our acceptance by white America and less with universal brotherhood. Our struggle had to be about power. And since SNCC was neither crazy nor stupid, it had to be clear that we weren't talking about overthrowing the system and black folk taking over the country, so why all this weeping and gnashing of liberal teeth? This was simply about the power to affirm our black humanity, to defend the dignity, integrity, and institutions of our culture, and to collectively organize the political and economic power to begin to control and develop our communities. It was patently not about abandoning our black communities and rejecting our black culture, but about developing the one and embracing the other. Simply put, our goal and direction could not be about deserting our communities as refugees to white suburbia, but toward liberating, controlling, and developing our own communities. Not about abandoning our culture and rich heritage in order to integrate into an American mainstream, then, as now, self-consciously defined as culturally white and Eurocentric. This was about pride, self-respect, and autonomy, in fact, part of the universal human struggle of all people everywhere for self-determination, pure and simple. The devil, however, was in the details. How to develop the unity and the strategies to make this possible in a strange land? And in the face of the pervasive white-controlled media manipulation? It was patently not about either hating or loving white people. That 531. Quite simply was not the issue. That it really had nothing to do with them was something they could not seem to grasp. Being pro-black didn't mean you're anti-white. As I used to say, just because you're building your own house doesn't mean you have to tear down the house across the street. Indeed, we explicitly talked about trying to build the political basis from which at the appropriate time we could enter into coalitions with whites as respected partners and allies rather than as patronized beggars and clients. That essentially is what we wrote in that first SNCC statement on the question of black power, back in 1966. Was it just a jive black rap by dashiki-wearing demagogues? Hate-mongering and whitey bashing? I'll let you judge for yourselves 35 years later. Here are a few brief passages. On the white media. Our experience with the national press has been that where they have managed to escape a meretricious special interest in get-whitey sensationalism and race warmongering, individual reporters and commentators have been conditioned by the enveloping racism of the society to the point where they are incapable even of objective observation and reporting of racial incidents, much less the analysis of ideas. But this limitation of vision and perceptions is an inevitable consequence of the dictatorship of definition, interpretation, and consciousness, along with the censorship of history that the society has inflicted upon the Negro and upon itself. On the basic necessity of self-definition as a means toward liberation. Our concern for black power addresses itself directly to this problem, the necessity to reclaim our history and our identity from the cultural terrorism and depredation of self-justifying white guilt. To do this we shall have to struggle for the right to create our own terms through which to define ourselves and our relationship to the society, and to have these terms recognized. This is the first necessity of a free people, and the first right that any oppressor must suspend. The white fathers of American racism knew this instinctively, it seems, as is indicated by the continuous record of the distortion and omission in their dealings with red and black men. In trying to clarify the real effect of power and race in the society, we came up with a concept we called institutional racism. Thelwell is always saying we should take credit for coining the term. Maybe, but who needs it? 532. Black power and its consequences. There have been traditionally two communities in America. The white community, which controlled and defined the forms that all institutions within the society would take, and the Negro community, which has been excluded from participation in the power decisions that shape the society, and has traditionally been dependent upon, and subservient to, the white community. This has not been accidental. The history of every institution of this society indicates that a major concern in the ordering and structuring of the society has been the maintaining of the Negro community in its condition of dependence and oppression. This has not been on the level of individual acts of discrimination between individual whites against individual Negroes, but as total acts by the white community against the Negro community. Institutional racism. For example, when unknown racists bomb a church and kill 4 children, that is an act of individual racism, widely deplored by most segments of the society. But when in that same city, Birmingham, Alabama, not 5 but 500 Negro babies die each year because of a lack of proper food, shelter, and medical facilities, and thousands more are destroyed and maimed physically, emotionally, and intellectually because of conditions of poverty and deprivation in the ghetto, that is a function of institutionalized racism. But the society either pretends it doesn't know of this situation, or is incapable of doing anything meaningful about it. And this resistance to doing anything meaningful about conditions in that ghetto comes from the fact that the ghetto is itself a product of a combination of forces and special interests in the white community. We also discussed forthrightly the nature of the colonial relationship between the ghetto and American power. How much has changed today? You decide. It is more than a figure of speech to say that the Negro community in America is the victim of white imperialism and colonial exploitation. This is in practical economic and political terms true. There are over 20 million black people comprising 10% of this nation. They for the most part live in well-defined areas of the country in the shanty towns and rural black belt areas of the South, and increasingly in the slums of northern and western industrial cities. If one goes into any Negro community, whether it be in Jackson, Mississippi, Cambridge, Maryland, or Harlem, New York, one will find that the same combination of political, economic, and social forces are at work. The people in the Negro community do not control the resources of that community, its political decisions, its law enforcement, its housing standards, and even the physical ownership of the land, houses, and stores lie outside that community. 533. It is white power that makes the laws, and it is violent white power in the form of armed white cops that enforce those laws with guns and nightsticks. The vast majority of Negroes in this country live in these captive communities and must endure these conditions of oppression because, and only because, they are black and powerless. We tried to bring some clarity to the discussion of the concrete circumstances facing our people in communities across the land. And to the evolution of American apartheid, North and South, is this rhetoric or demagoguery? What progress has 35 years achieved? I do not suppose that at any point the men who control the power and resources of this country ever sat down and designed these black enclaves and formally articulated the terms of their colonial and dependent status, as was done, for example, by the apartheid government of South Africa. Yet, one cannot distinguish between one ghetto and another. As one moves from city to city, it is as though some malignant racist planning unit had done precisely this, designed each one from the same master blueprint. And indeed, if the ghetto had been formally and deliberately planned, instead of growing spontaneously and inevitably from the racist functioning of the various institutions that combine to make the society, it would be somehow less frightening. The situation would be less frightening because, if these ghettos were the result of design and conspiracy, one could understand their similarity as being artificial and consciously imposed, rather than the result of identical patterns of white racism which repeat themselves in cities as distant as Boston and Birmingham. Without bothering to list the historic factors which contribute to this pattern: economic exploitation, political impotence, discrimination in employment and education, one can see that to correct this pattern will require far-reaching changes in the basic power relationships and the ingrained social patterns within the society. The question is, of course, what kinds of changes are necessary, and how is it possible to bring them about? Then the inevitable, long-delayed examination, in objective terms, of the implications of the concept of integration, its desirability as a goal, as well as its practical value as a social strategy. You tell me, what has been the achievement of this strategy after nearly 40 years? According to the advocates of integration, social justice will be accomplished by integrating the Negro into the mainstream institutions of the society from which he has been traditionally excluded. It is very significant that each time I have heard this formulation, it has been in terms of the Negro, the individual Negro, rather than in terms of the community. 534. Black power and its consequences. This concept of integration had to be based on the assumption that there was nothing of value in the Negro community and that little of value could be created among Negroes, so the thing to do was to siphon off the acceptable Negroes into the surrounding middle-class white community. Thus the goal of the movement for integration was simply to loosen up the restrictions barring the entry of certain Negroes into the white community, only a small select group of Negroes. Its goal was to make the white community accessible to qualified Negroes, and presumably each year a few more Negroes armed with their passports, a couple of university degrees, would escape into middle-class America and adopt the attitudes and lifestyles of that group, and one day the Harlems and the Wutses would stand empty, a tribute to the success of integration. This is simply neither realistic nor particularly desirable. You can integrate communities, but you assimilate individuals. Even if such a program were possible, its result would be, not to develop the black community as a functional and honorable segment of the total society, with its own cultural identity, life patterns, and institutions, but to abolish it, the final solution to the Negro problem. Marx said that the working class is the first class in history that ever wanted to abolish itself. If one listens to some of our moderate Negro leaders, it appears that the American Negro is the first race that ever wished to abolish itself. The fact is that what must be abolished is not the black community, but the dependent colonial status that has been inflicted upon it. Naturally, we had to engage the vexed question of independent organization as one of the means toward the liberation of our communities. I still can't see what was so controversial about this concept. The single aspect of the Black Power program that has encountered most criticism is this concept of independent organization. This is presented as third-partyism, which has never worked, or a withdrawal into black nationalism and isolationism. If such a program is developed, it will not have the effect of isolating the Negro community but the reverse. When the Negro community is able to control local office and negotiate with other groups from a position of organized strength, the possibility of meaningful political alliances on specific issues will be increased. I won't describe my emotions now on rereading these next sections. The passage was our attempt to evaluate the movement's accomplishments as of 1966. All I'll say is that it gives me no satisfaction to have been accurate then and apparently prophetic now. I'm most saddened that, for reasons I'll discuss, we were never able to devote the kind of energy and resources to the organizing project. 535. In the northern urban areas that I had hoped we would do. On the brain drain. What has the movement for integration accomplished to date? The Negro graduating from MIT with a doctorate will have better job opportunities available to him than to Linda Burr Johnson. But the rate of unemployment in the Negro community is steadily increasing, while that in the white community decreases. More educated Negroes hold executive jobs in major corporations and federal agencies than ever before, but the gap between white income and Negro income has almost doubled in the last 20 years. More suburban housing is available to Negroes, but housing conditions in the ghetto are steadily declining. While the infant mortality rate of New York City is at its lowest rate ever in the city's history, the infant mortality rate of Harlem is steadily climbing. There has been an organized national resistance to the Supreme Court's order to integrate the schools, and the federal government has not acted to enforce that order. Less than 15% of black children in the South attend integrated schools, and Negro schools, which the vast majority of black children still attend, are increasingly decrepit, overcrowded, understaffed, inadequately equipped and funded. This explains why the rate of school dropouts is increasing among Negro teenagers, who then express their bitterness, hopelessness, and alienation by the only means they have: rebellion. As long as people in the ghettos of our large cities feel that they are victims of the misuse of white power without any way to have their needs represented, and these are frequently simple needs, to get the welfare inspectors to stop kicking down your doors in the middle of the night, the cops from beating your children, the landlord to exterminate the vermin in your home, the city to collect your garbage, we will continue to have riots. These are not the products of black power, but of the absence of any organization capable of giving the community the power, the black power, to deal with its problems. SNCC proposes that it is now time for the Black Freedom Movement to stop pandering to the fears and anxieties of the white middle class in the attempt to earn its goodwill, and to return to the ghetto to organize these communities to control themselves. That essentially was the analysis. We concluded with a political/demographic projection and posed a choice to the nation. Ironically enough, a projection over the next 3 decades, which would bring us roughly to this moment then, with the Black Power and the urban uprisings, and especially with SNCC beginning to address the problems of our people in northern cities, our northern base of support really began to shrink. Hey, we weren't naive, after all, We'd experienced some of that after Atlantic City when the totalitarian liberals turned against us. But that was a joke compared to what we were now seeing. We'd anticipated a backlash, but perhaps not the extent or the suddenness of the liberals' alienation. No. 540. Black power and its consequences. Question: the media misrepresentation and attacks contributed greatly to this alienation, but the necessary growth in our politics made it inevitable anyway. Let's be real. For example, for some time the staff had been contracting. Some of this was just natural attrition. Old organizers, white and black, were burning out and falling away to try to get themselves together. Or to go back to school. But more than that, a lot of it was expected right on schedule. Remember now, the huge, sudden expansion had come after the summer project when unexpectedly large numbers of volunteers had signed on. Most of these good white folk had planned at most to give the movement a year and then return to their lives and careers. Most had done that. Perfectly natural and expected. However, the perception, widely circulated in the media, and pushed by our political critics, was that black power was running whites out of the movement. As I said, we'd have been fools not to expect the white backlash that the media had been threatening us with ever since the sit-ins in 1960. But from the progressives and allies? Gimme a break. But we were clear about this in our discussions. Very clear. The organization would be foolish to think that it could represent the interests of the black masses honestly and without compromise while expecting to receive the major part of its funding from white benefactors. We knew that. No way. This had long been a potential contradiction, now it surfaced seriously. We knew we had four choices. 1. Allow ourselves to become a puppet organization completely subservient to the attitudes of the contributors. No thanks. 2. Since many supporters were progressives, we could try to engage them in serious discussions, to bring them along, educate them about the real political positions of the organization and try to hold at least some of that base. A chancy proposition. Yet it is important to say that a core of loyal and fair-minded white supporters did stand firm with us. Not the majority by any means, but quite a few strong, honest folk. Chuck McDew called them the righteous among the nations. Give thanks. 3. Maintain our integrity and independence of mind and action as long as possible, then simply go out of business as an organization. Just pack it in. Why not? SNCC had a proud history of accomplishment and struggle. It had never envisioned itself as a self-perpetuating institution anyway. If SNCC no longer existed as an organization, our people would just have to find other arenas of struggle. Which many did and are still doing, many people. 4. Fight hard to preserve the organization as the logical vehicle for black power. This meant adapting to the next level of struggle while trying. 541. To develop an independent fundraising base within the black community. Even if this meant cutting back on the scope of operations, but surviving as an independent black organization free to follow the logic of the struggle. That was my first commitment. I still believe that the last was possible, and not just theoretically, even back then. Hey, the NAACP did get its basic operating funds from its membership. But of course that base had taken 50 years to develop and the organization still needed significant outside funding. SCLC got significant funding from its base in the black church, and even they needed outside funding. We had no such natural base, but SNCC was always a guerrilla operation with relatively modest needs. To develop a similar base would require a total, full-time effort on our part, and much more time than we would have. But we were accustomed to operating on a shoestring. A fraction of the other group's operating costs. So we could perhaps survive. Naturally, as you might expect, we ended up doing a little bit of all, except, of course, the first, craven submission. But those were the realities that dictated how my time as chairman was spent. Once black power became the hot media topic of the moment, I instantly found myself in great demand as a speaker. We tried to use that for two purposes: to clarify and spread the political message while raising sorely needed organizational funds. And even this wasn't really new. Almost everyone in SNCC was sent out on fundraising speeches. That was normal. A lot of different folk usually did that. But now, thanks to the media, mine was the name and face associated with Black Power in the public mind. That, and the title chairman, i.e., official spokesman, along with the fact that suddenly my name on a poster could fill a hall, meant that I commanded higher fees than other staff people. So that quite apart from the politics, I was rapidly becoming marketable property, show business capitalism. This was real sudden, a kind of instant media celebrity. Of course, it was unreal and much about it I did not at all like. But it came with the job. And SNCC sure needed the money. Contradictions again. Here one thing stands, something else. Even so, we made sure that for every public relations type fundraising appearance we accepted, we scheduled a political one in the community. A speech at a black college or a community rally in the inner city. Especially cities where there had been insurrections, like Watts, Detroit, places like that. So there I was making a great many speeches. Mean a lot, Jack. Sometimes traveling all day and speaking every night. Often 2, 3 speeches the same day. Yeah, so folks say I love to talk. Maybe so, but certainly not like this, bro. This was unreal, hectic, ironic. I'd estimate that I had to have spoken in person, now, not. 542. Black Power and its consequences. Counting the expanded media audience to over 200,000 black folk over that year. Easy. At the same time, I met some strong people, all over the country. Real strong. Folks who would continue to struggle with me my entire life. For example, that's when I met Brother David Light the Fire Brothers. And, everything I saw of our people's condition across the country convinced me even more that we were doing the right thing. Contradictions. Okay, I'll show you contradictions. Somehow I'd become this media attraction, right? Now the cameras and writers are following me everywhere. Suddenly anything I say is news. I'd even appear on a TV program and newspapers would report that as if it were news. Unreal. You think, well, good. Use the media to spread the message. Where's the contradiction? Come on, get serious. It doesn't work that way. For one thing, I was being consistent. Saying more or less the same thing over and over. What they call staying on message, huh? But where's the story in that? The press doesn't like repeating itself. They looking for something new, exciting every night. Anything to spice up the story. So what kept getting reported was whatever they thought they could sensationalize. Usually out of context. Whatever was or could be made to sound confrontational or controversial got featured, usually to the exclusion of serious supporting arguments or context. Of course, I take some responsibility in this. While I didn't set out to offend anyone, I certainly wasn't about to bend over backward merely to avoid giving offense either. I was going to tell the plain truth. If someone wanted to take offense, tough. So the message, as reported, was sometimes garbled, sometimes distorted in the reporting. Especially in the headlines. Sometimes even if the reporting was reasonably accurate and fair, you'd get these lurid scare headlines that didn't reflect anything in the story underneath. Accidental, general incompetence, or deliberate sabotage, your call. But, hey, I saw entirely too much of a pattern for it to be entirely accidental. In fact, so much of a pattern that when occasionally we did find an accurate account that was fair and intelligent, that was what looked like the accident. Usually these would come from some reporter who shortly thereafter would somehow always seem to get reassigned to some other story, and pretty quick. 543. What became absolutely clear was that no serious radical movement can afford to get too cozy with the corporate media, much less depend on trying to use it to spread the message. But neither could they be avoided. That's one reason we wrote the book Black Power, to make the argument directly, free of media interpretation and distortion. Of course, one temptation pressure really was towards self-censorship. Sanitizing everything you said, tone, language, message, everything so as not to give offense. Qualifying every statement so that the media could find little to sensationalize. Of course one could play that game, but then you end up saying nothing, or talking code, like just every other mealy-mouthed American politician. Hey, I remembered only too well those Negro leaders who used to come on TV when we were in the dorms at Howard. We'd sit there and watch them talk right over and across us, addressing the white establishment. Saying only what was permissible, expected, and inoffensive to white folk. Keeping themselves, and us, firmly in our place. No way, Jack, that one was clear. That I refused to do. What's the point of saying anything if you ain't going tell the truth? I know most black people appreciated that. And not only the youth either. We heard that from a lot of people in the older generation too, those who hadn't been worn down to the point of being unconscious. A lot of folks. But you know what was interesting? How often, after some TV program, people in the media would feel free to offer professional advice. Look, you are a media personality now. Don't waste it. You're convinced you have a message, then don't blow it. You gotta cultivate a different image. Polish your image, protect it. TV is a cool medium, be cooler, less confrontational, less angry, cultivate the right image, be more effective. Stuff like that, all the time. I thought that was mighty kind of them, protecting us from ourselves. Image. Come on. Hey, this wasn't about image. Was I up there trying to sell sneakers or move product? First of all, I wasn't trying to be either angry or confrontational. In fact, 90% of the time I was real sweet, calm, logical, polite. You can check the film. But I could be provoked. I sure wasn't gonna be patronized or sit still for silliness or insults to my people either. No way. And certainly, Lord, I wasn't about cultivating some image to make whites more comfortable. Hell, no. I took the same position on speaking that Malcolm took on nonviolence. We are calm and non-confrontational with those who are calm and non-confrontational with us. But we are not. Etc. So, of course, the image from that time, young firebrand, angry militant, fiery radical, etc. Hey, I can live with that, they tell more about the press than about me. Like give 'em hell Harry Truman, I told them the truth and they thought it was hell. So image was no problem. The real problem I saw was somewhat different. It was how anyone in that media limelight could easily become confused. And indeed, later I would see it happen to a lot of folk. People start to get all this media attention and they begin to think they important. People recognize you anywhere you go. Autograph seekers be approaching you. So if you so inclined, and if you not careful, you begin to feel show enough like you the celebrity. As if you personally have become important. Be personally, quite independent of any job, title, role, independent even of the movement. It's this media culture. It is insidious, and if you allow it, can be seductive. I've seen leaders created by the media become addicted to the attention and make themselves pathetic trying at all costs to stay in the limelight. That's not the only reason or even the main. 545. Reason I decided to step down from the chairmanship when I did. But it certainly contributed. You cannot conduct serious political organizing in the media. The revolution will not be televised. One thing I can say absolutely though is that I never compromised the political message. and that I always tried to represent the struggle and our people with the dignity they deserved. That's why you won't find any vulgarity or obscene language of any kind in any speech I made. At about this time, some militants got into the filthy speech mode started by a group of radical white students in the Bay Area. SNCC never did. I mean, what would I look like getting up before serious black people cussing and swearing? Be the surest and quickest way to turn them off. That stuff may have seemed cool and hardcore to middle-class white youth, but I considered myself to be representing the best of our people and a serious struggle. After that, what would I say to Ms. Baker, Mrs. Hamer, Professor Brown, Dr. King, or most important, May Charles? I always felt I had to represent, even when we didn't always fully agree with them, the people who had formed me, as much as I did the younger generation. That's why you won't find me resorting to any of that off-the-wall, filthy speech okey-doke at any time. Check it out. However, I did find myself developing different styles depending on the audience and situation. I had a standard English speech reserved for the merely affluent and curious. Many times these people would say or write that they had expected an anti-white diatribe or a raving militant rap, only to be so pleasantly surprised to get a reasoned argument that even if they didn't agree with it was thought-provoking. Pleasantly surprised, gimme a break. What did they expect, flagellation therapy? That wasn't my thing. Then too I had a harder, more analytic, and ideological argument for more serious political and intellectual forums. These would be the speeches collected in the book Stokely Speaks, Black Power Back to Pan-Africanism. Then there was a down-home, nitty-gritty idiom in a style I mostly borrowed from the Harlem street corner nationalists and the Southern black preachers. This I saved for the brothers and sisters on the block. But the political message stayed the same, whatever the audience, language, or occasion. Only the style changed. I stayed heavy on black pride and self-determination, black unity and self-confidence, undying love for our people, undying love for our blackness. Also, more and more against the obscenity, the naked arrogance of sending young black men to be cannon fodder in the Vietnam atrocity. That was the crowning insult, given everything we were going through right here in this country at the time. 546. Black Power and its Consequences. This Vietnam War ain't nothing but white men sending black men to kill brown men to defend, so they claim, a country they stole from red men. How can McNamara deny the racism when proportionately more black boys are dying in his stinking war? Well, I got news for Mr. Mac. No Viet Cong ever called me nigger. Hell no, we won't go. So any fighting I do, I'm gonna do right here. Ain't gonna fight in Vietnam and run in Georgia. Our grandfathers and great-grandfathers had to run and run. This generation is plumb out of breath. We ain't running no more. Ain't going fight in Hanoi and run in Harlem. We ain't running no more. No more. No more. Period. No question, bro, this was some interesting times. No question. I mean interesting as in the Chinese curse. Even if I wasn't organizing on a project, all that traveling and talking was indeed organizing. Of a different kind maybe, but organizing nonetheless. SNCC's financial survival and our struggles with the media were by no means the only challenges. Politically, so much was going on so quickly that everything seemed to be just rushing up in your face all at the same time. Piling on and piling up, jack. Zap. Zap. One new crisis after another. Not to suggest that everything was a crisis, though. Far from it. Some things were just plain fun. As I would travel around, all kinds of people would show up, old friends from the past, from Howard, from Bronx Science, would show up. Usually this would merely be pleasant, touching base, re-establishing contact. But sometimes such a meeting would be quite consequential, the one with my freshman English instructor, for 547. Example. I won't swear, but I think it was after a debate I had with Bayard in New York on Black Power, and who should be in the audience but Miss Toni Morrison. Now an editor with a big publisher, she wondered whether it wouldn't be valuable to expand the Black Power paper into a full-length book. A full discussion of the concept, free from media distortion. Hey, the sister was preaching to the converted. She didn't have to convince me. Only problem, my schedule was brutal. But we hooked up with an excellent brother, Professor Charles Hamilton, a political scientist at Lincoln University. We produced the book Black Power. More than a collaboration between Brother Hamilton and me, that book was in many ways a collective SNCC project. A lot of folk, Elizabeth Sutherland Martinez, Ivanhoe Donaldson, Cortland Cox, Jim Foreman, all contributed to different sections. I remember there was considerable public interest when the book came out, but I couldn't really tell you anything about sales or earnings. All my royalties went to SNCC. I think for a while that book might have paid all our salaries. But certainly it must have done all right, because 2 years later the publisher and Sister Morrison brought out a collection of my political speeches. By then I was back and forth between Guinea and here. Stokely Speaks was collected and edited by Ethel Minor, a very dedicated, conscious SNCC sister. The sister used to work with Malcolm, and later she would do a lot of work with us in Guinea. A strong, capable sister, Ethel did an excellent job on that book. Enough respect. Traveling and organizing as I was doing, I could see firsthand the extent to which the society was in ferment. I mean serious ferment, Jack. People forget, but there really was this growing sense of impending crisis across the country. Particularly with us in the inner cities. The urban scene was rough, and particularly among our youth. That was one noticeable difference, a big one. See, in the old days we would come out of the south to relax in the relative calm and safety of the north. Not anymore, bro. Hey, now the tension and sense of danger was as heavy and pervasive in Chicago or Los Angeles as it ever had been in Mississippi or Alabama. In one sense, worse, in fact. The difference was that this was random, kinda chaotic. You couldn't always identify who might be an enemy or where immediate danger might come from. Everywhere I went, social conditions at the grassroots, employment, housing, healthcare, education were deplorable. I mean, bad. Look, for so many young brothers leaving high school, and I don't mean dropouts, I mean graduates, the only choice was the military now or jail later. I'll never forget what some young brothers from Brooklyn told me one evening. They just graduated. They said at their 548. Black Power and its consequences. High school graduation from Boys High. The last speakers, after the graduation was over, were a captain from the local precinct and a Marine recruiting sergeant. The cop said, "Gentlemen, no point fooling ourselves. We all know how it is out there. Either you go with him now or you come to me later. Your choice." Now, when I'd come into a city to speak, the police presence would be everywhere. Intentionally visible and oppressive. Seems most cities had a tactical police force. Paramilitary cowboys is what they were. SWAT teams. And following or anticipating urban insurrections, real aggressive and tense, nervous. And a nervous cop is nothing to joke with, makes me nervous. The feeling of encirclement and pressure on the community was suffocating. As though our communities were under siege. Suffocating. So, at the grassroots the mood was volatile, simmering like something about to erupt. Brothers were saying, "Hey, this is war, bro, and we ain't gonna be messed over just like that no more. No emo." What made it feel dangerous was that, unlike the South, here there was too many times no clear, solid center. I mean no single accepted community of leadership and resistance you could identify. Instead, all kinds and varieties of militant groups, frequently armed and competing, were popping up like mushrooms. Full of sound and fury, bro, and recognizing no single, respected figure of authority. Seeing this, I first began to fully understand exactly how much the struggle of the black nation had lost when they'd murdered Brother Malcolm. Those open rivalries and ideological differences were just hanging out there to be exploited by our enemies. Which, indeed, they would be, ruthlessly. Like with US and the Panthers later. But, you know, having said all of that, I got to say something more. Because there also was this powerful spirit of audacity, of self-confidence, of resistance, get it on, sucker, in yo face determination that was exciting to see. The problem was to channel it in a positive direction in an effective, disciplined organization. The problem was always organization. I've said the media was following me everywhere. My error. What I should have said was the media, the police, and the FBI. This was when the heavy surveillance and the dirty tricks began in earnest. Especially from the FBI. At no pains to even try to conceal their presence, they became like my second shadow. Nor was there any longer the pretense of neutrality, or that they were there to observe or discourage racist terror. They had chosen their side and we were now the target. And those were only the obvious ones, the ones we saw. It has since been revealed that most groups were heavily infiltrated by undercover plans. Naturally, I found myself spending time, I do mean a lot of time, reasoning with these young, urban northern brothers where I went to speak. As often as not trying to mediate unnecessary rivalries, which some of them anyhow seemed on the verge of open warfare. Much of this looked to me like nothing but a new version complicated now by ideology-0f, the same old turf wars I remembered from my teenage days. But, of course, I recognized this clearly as a function not of black power, but of powerlessness and desperation in communities under relentless pressure. Vicious and unrelenting pressure. I was able to reason with them because the activists accorded me a certain respect and a degree of authority. I suppose because I was SNCC chairman, a veteran of the Southern struggle, and as the media-designated spokesman for Black Power. It was strange, all of a sudden I was at the age of 25 like an elder statesman to militant youth. I counseled unity above all. Avoid tribalism, avoid sectarianism, warlordism. I stressed the need for a united front, for clarity, i.e., the need for serious study and above all the enduring need for organization. The need to put together a clear, disciplined, coherent, democratic, mass-based, grassroots organization of our entire community. The tight organization of our people. None of this vanguard party nonsense. I would observe all of this carefully and of course report everything back to SNCC. By then, we all knew that the movement would have to turn northward. But on the basis of everything I was seeing, it was going to be an entirely different proposition from organizing black folk in Mississippi or Southwest Georgia. Entirely different. What worked in the rural South was not going to be effective in a large urban area. No way. The concrete conditions and the culture were too different. We would as an organization have to be prepared to go in a very different way. Exactly how was the challenge? In Chicago, Dr. King had been finding out, to his great sorrow, that the Northern movement would need to have a different character requiring new approaches. So it became clear to me that what I was doing moving from city to city, spreading the message was not, long-term, the most effective use of my time and experience. As soon as possible, I would need to demonstrate the message practically. To settle on a major city and organize the kind of unified, purposeful, accountable power base I was talking about. My mind was still set on colonial DC, and some months later that's where I would go to begin that process. 550. Black Power and its consequences. It was more than ironic, actually, had it not been so potentially lethal, at times even funny. Between the overt hostility of the local city cops, the constant machinations of the FBI, and armed rivalries in the community, the simple act of coming to give a speech became an adventure. Lines, which in the South were always real clear, became blurred or non-existent. How so? Well, More than once I had to ask myself, man, did you survive 5 years of clan threats and terror only to come to be blown away by tribalism amongst your own? Or more likely, by some government agent ratcheting up and manipulating the tribalism? Which did in fact happen. Yes, it did. Quite often. I mean, more times than I care to remember, I'd arrive in some city and be met by a delegation of serious brothers, all of them obviously heavy asterisk greetings, brother chairman. Welcome. We the security detail for your visit, my brother. Everything be cool, brother. We got your back. I wouldn't be finished thanking them before another group in military formation would come stepping in. Jaws all tight, gritting on the first crew while at the same time conspicuously ignoring their presence. Armed front for community defense, bro Stokely. The front be the group taking responsibility for all security matters, my brother. What now, cut down in a crossfire between elements of my own security. I developed a calm manner, a soothing touch, and a diplomatic sixth sense to defuse and disarm these situations. And it always worked, as long as it stayed among ourselves. Because at heart these brothers genuinely wanted only to fight for our people and be respected. Usually only when the cops or the government provocateurs got involved did situations become deadly. There were so many strange and bizarre stories, I can't even remember most of them. It's hard to believe the weird stuff that went down during that time just from traveling around speaking. Odd. Weird. The Nashville story, the riot, is kinda typical. All the elements combined in that one. Seems funny now, but it sure wasn't then. SNCC had planned a region-wide student conference on Black Power over a weekend in Nashville. The conference for Black college students involved speeches, workshops, and of course recruitment. The focus was on the local political situation and heavy on political organizing. So, a SNCC team goes in to organize the conference. Good organizers. A member of this team was a dedicated, hard-working sister named Kathleen Neal. This sister was militant and had this immense afro, blazing red hair. Asterisk heavy equals armed, carrying, packing heat. 551. Our organizers must have done too good a job publicizing the conference because about a week before it was scheduled, all hell breaks loose in the Nashville media. All kinds of politicians and civic leaders are all over the press denouncing SNCC, black militants, Black Power, the conference, even me, who is hundreds of miles away. They demand all kinds of strong actions to prevent the conference from taking place. The police are called up on highest alert. The citizenry is aroused and frightened. Thousands of black militant students are going to converge on the city, etc., etc. Okay. All of which, naturally, only served to publicize the conference and ensure standing room only attendance. I was scheduled to deliver the conference keynote. But I also had a long-standing and lucrative speaking engagement at a white university, Vanderbilt. More official hysteria and attempts to cancel that. But the student government there stands firm. A clear academic freedom issue. I also had another speech at a school about 100 miles away the next day. A West Coast New Left magazine. The scene in town, particularly among the students, is vibrant with political excitement. The first night, I speak at Vanderbilt. The auditorium is huge and packed, Jack. A largely white student audience. But, so the organizers say, there are more Afro-Americans in the hall than they can remember. A lot of highly visible security and, of course, the cameras. I can feel the tension in the hall. But it's all anticlimactic. I speak forthrightly. The brothers and sisters cheer. The whites are attentive, respectful. The talk generates spirited discussion. There are some sharp questions, but no hostility. In fact, everyone is real polite. The sponsors are delighted. For them, it's a great evening. I takes SNCC's check and split. No problem. I have no idea what, if anything, the press reported. The next morning, Saturday, I give the opening address at the SNCC conference and leave in the afternoon for the other speaking engagement out of town. That night, there is an incident in a nightclub in the black community. Nothing to do with our conference. As I understand it, some drunks were thrown out. They return later, mad, armed, and looking for trouble, and a fight breaks out. So far, nothing that doesn't happen in 100 Amer. 552. Black Power and its consequences. Icon cities every Saturday night. Alcohol, testosterone, and hooliganism, usually nothing to do with race. Not good, but it do happen. Except that this time, when the Nashville cops, having been primed for a riot for the last week, come in ostensibly to restore order, they storm into the community. In large numbers and with unnecessary force. Flashing lights, shouting orders, whooping heads, and taking names. Stupid. Counterproductive. The blacks who were fighting each other unite against the cops. As one witness told me later, they call theyself clearing the streets. But the way they come in, man, it weren't nothing but brute force and ignorance. Brute force and ignorance, my brother. As I say, I was not there, nor was there anyone from SNCC. But the people were angered. Brothers decide to defend themselves. Bricks and bottles fly. Tear gas and gunfire come back from the cops. At some point there is return fire. According to the police, they came under sniper fire first. According to black eyewitnesses, the police opened fire first. However, some Africans apparently did exchange fire with the police, who were forced to withdraw and regroup in the face of unexpected resistance. They were not pleased. Hey, I was over 100 miles away, so I really can't say what did happen. My recollection is that it was all over in a few hours, and I can't even now recall if there were casualties on either side. How many or how serious? However, the next day the community is occupied and the media are calling it a major riot. The sniper fire is attributed to black militants. I arrive back the next night to discover a warrant is out for my arrest. Incitement to riot, criminal anarchy, something like that. I also discover that I'm the object of a citywide manhunt and an all-points bulletin. Which surprises me more than a little since, in my ignorance, I've just driven right through the city, into the community, past any number of patrol cars, without even being stopped. So it was hard to take it seriously at first. Hey, this ain't no joke, bro. Stop laughing. These cops out there seriously searching, following and harassing black folks going home from the conference. Expect them to start busting into folks' apartments any minute now. So, why don't I just split? I ask. Because they got the bus stations and the airport under surveillance, that's why. So I can drive out. Hey, they patrolling every highway out. Stopping cars. Every young African with an afro. So, I'll take my chances. No, you won't, my brother. These crackers stop you on the highway. 553. What's the odds they bring you in breathing? You weren't here, so you don't know what went down, okay. Black folk plain ran their butts out the community and they holding you responsible. Get serious. I got right serious, Jack. Especially when I remembered my first time in a Nashville jail with Dion and that cop outside the cell with his shotgun. I became very cooperative, quick, soon, and in a hurry. Then the everlasting SNCC discussions. The first step is to stash me someplace secure until we can devise a plan to get me out. Turning myself in was not an option we discussed. Every suggestion had something wrong. I remember there was talk of calling respectable older folk where the cops might not think to look. Rejected. Bad idea. Phones may be tapped. Besides, those folk probably be too scared to be harboring no fugitive anyway. but we got to get the brother out of here fast. Every car that drove by, people froze. There was one very light-skinned sister in the meeting. She seemed nervous and unsure of herself. She kept raising her hand tentatively trying to say something. But she wasn't very assertive and people kept talking over her. Turns out she was new to the movement. I noticed and said that people needed to show more respect and let everyone speak. That sister over there been trying to say something. The sister said shyly that she'd just moved into a white apartment building that week. A lily-white neighborhood, and since the cops were only tearing up the black community, why don't they sneak the brother in there? Pandemonium. A lot of objections. Impractical, dangerous, etc. But that ultimately was what we did. Stashed me in the white community. The white-looking sister drove me over and smuggled me up the back steps. After that, the question was getting me out. According to the radio, the cops were confident I was still in Nashville and would soon be flushed out. As if I were a quail in thick brush, a game bird. Now the question was getting me out. People started calling on the elders. Professional and respectable types. Ministers, progressive professors over at Fisk, anyone who they thought might be able to help. No dice. Nobody would touch that one. Some people started muttering against respectable Negroes. One brother was just cussing out one of his professors, a leftist novelist over at Fisk. Man, that jive, handkerchief head Negro just scared. Man, wouldn't even talk to me. I told the brother to cool that. First of all, what do you expect them to do, all the propaganda that's been in the media? Besides, do you have any idea what that brother may have gone through during McCarthyism? Hey, the brother probably thinks his phone's still tapped. Someone else suggested they try one of her professors, an African. The same brother grumbled, that old African, what he gon' do? I'll call him, I said. All the professor said was let me give this some. 554. Black Power and its Consequences. Thought. Call me back in an hour. When? I did, he said, so where do you want to go, my brother? I said Atlanta. Done, he said. You got it? Don't tell me where you are. Have someone bring me the address. I'll come get you. Next morning. The professor sounded buoyant. All set, my brother, you have a reservation. I'll be there in a half hour. I got the impression the brother was enjoying himself immensely. Hey, I'm not sure you can come where I am, I said. Why? Race. You'll stand out. He laughed. But that's precisely the point. I want to stand out. Don't worry. You'll see. But truthfully, I was beginning to wonder if this African were not some kind of flake. The bell rings. I open the door. There stands a beaming African born on the continent in full traditional dress, with a gleeful twinkle in his eye, wearing a wide smile and carrying a small suitcase. He was enjoying himself. The brother has a brisk manner. You're a little tall for these robes but no problem. You have a reservation in my name so you'll be traveling as Chike Onaiki of Nigeria. You are my elder brother and you don't speak much English. I'll escort you in, speaking loudly in Lugbo. All you have to do is nod and mumble. Okay. Leave the talking to me. He reaches into the suitcase and produces robes and a red hat. Put these on. He dusts some white spray on my temples and eyebrows. Look at yourself. He laughs. You look just like an old ease. Now you'll walk into the airport leaning heavily on this stick. I'll take your other arm. So, that's what we did, walked through with Brother Chike keeping up a running conversation with himself in Lugbo. A lot of cops are in the airport and not many young black men. I saw cops nudge each other and grin at the two old Africans in their bright robes, chattering away in their strange language. When I got to Atlanta, I went straight to our lawyer's office. Howard Moore, who was married to Julian Bond's sister, was SNCC's lawyer in Atlanta. At some point, Howard defended all of us. He was an audacious brother, fearless. Also funny. As your lawyer, I should talk to the Nashville authorities, shouldn't I? Let's mess with their heads, shall we? I'm calling about my client. I understand you looking for him. May I speak with your chief? My client? Stokely Carmichael. Can I speak with the chief? How ya doing, chief? Yes, I represent him. Oh, yes. He's with me now, right here in my office. He tells me he just found out you want to see him. 555. Oh, really? Advise him to turn himself in, huh? Well, now, what are the charges? I see. Sounds mighty serious, chief, mighty serious. Oh, very serious. I see. I see. Feelings runnin' high among your men, chief. I see. I think you absolutely right, chief. Something unfortunate could happen. Of course, I'll tell my client the chief says you should turn yourself in now before his men find you. Yes, chief. Certainly I should accompany him in. Yes, I see. Certainly. Wall now, I suppose I could, but, tell you what, chief. We got us a little problem right here. Well, there's me, my 2 assistants, and the client. That'll be, ESC, 4 return tickets. Are you going spring for those? Oh, chief, I'm sorry. Didn't I tell you? I practice law in Atlanta. Yes, Sue, that's where we are. Oh, I'm so sorry, chief, I thought you knew that. I guess the Nashville police wouldn't spring for the tickets. Must not have really wanted to get me. Over the years I've been attacked from many different quarters for various political stands I've taken. That's to be expected. Welcomed, in fact, when you stand up for justice and try to tell the truth. Madame Dubois and I had many conversations about Dr. Dubois. One thing she said has stayed with me: Dubois lived a good life, he fought all the right fights. He made all the right enemies. Making the right enemies. A pretty good way to judge a life, right? There's been one issue in particular, the question of justice for the Palestinian people, on which I seem to have made my most implacable enemies. So be it. I'm proud of my support over many years for the human rights of the Palestinians. This issue first surfaced publicly in 1967, just as I was stepping down from the SNCC chairmanship, but the roots were planted much earlier. A lot of nonsense, misinformation and disinformation has been written about this. At Bronx Science, I attended study camps with the young socialists and young communist groups. We sang folk songs at these sessions. Here I learned to sing Havana Gila and to dance the Ora. During the 50s, these young left groups were unquestioningly pro-Zionist. Stalin had given arms to Zionist factions in 1948, and Israel was said to be progressive and socialist. End of story. There was no discussion at all of the rights of the Palestinian people. None. Not in those circles. So it never occurred to me then, that there might be another side to the story. It was the early 60s before I encountered in the pages of Muhammad Speaks any discussion of Palestinian rights and resistance. This was before there was any mention on the American left of the injustices being done to the people. And as for the corporate media, forget it. Unless it was to characterize the Palestinian resistance as terrorists. But, of course, issues of justice do not disappear. The US media may try to sweep them under the rug, but they will eventually surface. Yes, they do. But even back then, it didn't take a genius to sense that something 557 important was missing from the media coverage of the Middle East. That was clear. Later, the movement presented us in SNCC with many urgent and immediate problems that focused our attention locally. This would begin to change after the 1965 assassination of Malcolm X. In SNCC, this change was due almost entirely to the work of one courageous activist sister. I can truly say that my commitment to the disciplined study of Zionism in a systematic way can be attributed to the sister's influence. Our sister had studied Latin American affairs and Middle Eastern history in college, after which she took a job in South America. There she met Palestinians who had been expelled from their homeland by the Zionist military. She began to investigate the issue. Upon returning to the States, influenced by Malcolm, she worked with the Nation of Islam. Upon his expulsion from the Nation, she followed Malcolm into the Organization of Afro-American Unity. After his assassination, the sister joined SNCC, where she organized a study group on the question of Palestine. I was working in Lowndes County and was part of the group. It was at first a small group, but serious. Rap Brown, known today as Jamil Al-Amin, was a member, as was Ralph Featherstone, a capable and committed brother from D.C. A few years later, Bro Ralph would be blown to bits by covert forces, most likely connected to the FBI. The group read a book a month and met for discussion. We read everything we could find, not just pro-Palestinian or anti-Zionist materials. We found, to my surprise, that a great deal of the most incisive and persuasive critical writing was by Jewish writers who, from the perspective of the moral traditions of Jewish thought, opposed the militaristic expansionism underlying Zionist policies. We also read the principal Zionists Herzl, Ben-Gurion, Begin, documents from the Stern Gang, etc., etc. As a matter of fact, these Zionist ideologues provided the strongest evidence against Israeli policies by openly revealing the naked colonialist intention at the heart of the Zionist enterprise. That was my second surprise. The third, and this was the shocker, was discovering the close military, economic, and political alliance between the Israeli government and the racist apartheid regime in South Africa. Now this was a real shock, since I knew that during World War II, the Afrikaner nationalists had fervently supported the Third Reich and had cultivated close associations with and had even organized themselves along the lines of the German Nazi Party. The brutal racist system that Afrikaner nationalists imposed on our 558. Black Power and its consequences. People in South Africa was an adaptation of the master race ideology of Adolf Hitler and German fascism. Pure and simple, the worst state-sponsored racism the world had seen since the Third Reich. All decent humanity condemned it rightly. Of course, we knew that while piously condemning apartheid verbally, America and her European capitalist allies were quietly profiting from it in economic and military terms. That was shameful. But, I have to say, discovering that the government of Israel was maintaining such a long, cozy, and warm relationship with the worst enemies of black people came as a real shock. A kind of betrayal. And, hey, we weren't supposed to even talk about this? Come on. From all accounts, the basis of this unsavory alliance proved even stranger. In the racist, fundamentalist theology of the Boer, Afrikaners and Zionists were both chosen people, thus authorized by divine covenant to occupy and possess the homelands of other people not similarly favored by God. Divine covenants in the modern world? Gimme a break. In any event, however fanciful the basis, the results of the military cooperation were real and concrete enough, chief among them the arsenals of tactical nuclear weapons stockpiled by Israel with South African assistance. Our group was no secret cabal within SNCC. One of SNCC's mantras was "knowledge is power." So, as we learned, we shared our political education with other field secretaries. We discovered that many SNCC people already harbored serious doubts about the media's official version of events in that region of the world. I even had discussions with Jewish supporters of SNCC who were conflicted and morally troubled by aspects of the geopolitical behavior of the State of Israel. By the time I became chairman, A caucus in SNCC had been reading a book a month for 2 years on the Zionist question, entirely due to the honest, persistent, humble, and unassuming work of our sister. But there had been no organization-wide discussion of the issue. Therefore no official organizational position on the issue existed. I intended, during my chairmanship, to bring the issue before the staff to determine the will of the group, whether we should take a public position and exactly what that position should be. But many urgent battles, Black Power, Vietnam, resistance to the draft intervened. Then that orderly process was short-circuited, and did not take place in the correct sequence. What happened was this: my last act as chairman was to work with our sister in drafting a position paper, possibly for distribution in the SNCC newsletter, intended as the basis for internal discussion. This was a hard-hitting position paper, much of it in the form of sharp questions against a background of incontestable historical facts. This is what later came to be known in the press as SNCC's anti-Israel position. 559. I've often said, looking back, that it was all inevitable, SNCC being what it was. Look, when we took on white supremacy and the Klan, we were attacked. But we survived. We took on the president and the National Democratic Party and survived that. When we opposed the war and the draft, we were really attacked, but survived even that. But dare to open our mouths on Zionism. That one, you don't mess with and survive. That was the lesson the Zionist thought police meant for us to learn in 1967. But we are still here. On this one, history will certainly be the judge. That, you can depend on. Since those events, I am proud to say that I have never ceased to speak out and work for justice for the Palestinian people. Consequently, the attacks on me personally and increasingly on my people have been incessant. Here I mean scurrilous accusations of anti-Semitism, by which you are meant to understand a primitive and bigoted hatred of all things Jewish. The Jews as a people and Judaism as a religion and culture. Gimme a break. That old dog just won't hunt. It is the height of intellectual dishonesty and more of an insult to your intelligence than it is to me or my people. However, it is one thing to try to discredit me, it is quite another to besmirch my people. Now that I do not play. 561. Everyone knows my people to be deeply spiritual, loving their God and respecting all religions. There is no way any anti-religious speaker can get a hearing from these folk. No way, Jack. Besides which, especially in the United States, my people recognize a deep religious bond with Judaism, one that springs from the Hebrew scriptures of the Old Testament. Of course there is a strain of ugly anti-Jewish religious bigotry in the United States. But have you known a single African ever to burn or bomb a synagogue, desecrate a Jewish tombstone, print swastikas on a Jewish door, or establish any restrictive quotas? Come on, stop the nonsense. For myself, I feel absolutely no need to respond to transparently politically motivated charges of personal anti-Semitism. I am content to let my life and public record speak for itself. My party, the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, and I continue and will continue to struggle in support of the just cause of the Palestinians. In this process I've worked and corresponded with a great many observant Jews, some of whom were Israelis, with even a few rabbis among them. Decent and honorable people who refuse to dehumanize their Palestinian neighbors, deplore the military occupation of Palestinian lands, and are heartsick at the spiraling and unnecessary cycle of violence that has resulted from these policies. These decent and honorable Jews resist the militaristic policies of the state as much for the harm they do to Palestinians as for the mortal threat they see them representing to the highest moral values of traditional Judaism. It was at an international conference in Libya in 1976 that I first heard G. Neuberger say, "If one is a good Jew, one cannot be a Zionist. If one is a Zionist, one cannot be a Jew." I myself would not presume to originate such a judgment, though I have quoted it. What I will say, however, is that clearly one can be a good Jew without being a Zionist, and that being anti-Zionist does not make one necessarily anti-Semitic. For I have seen with my own eyes the terrible human cost to both Jew and Palestinian in the Holy Land resulting from the militaristic posture of the cabal of right-wing Zionist extremists there. I've seen pain in the faces of displaced old people and children in the refugee camps. I've heard anguish in the voice of a Jewish mother contemplating the actions of her government. How can they do these things? Did we learn nothing from history? In my formative teenage years I read voraciously. One of my favorite authors was Isaac B. Singer. What I was most impressed by was the love for his people and their culture his work revealed. A number of close friends were Jewish. We visited each other's homes. I experienced Jewish religious culture at the Seder table of a friend whose father was a rabbi. Many of these friendships endure to this very day, as has my respect for the culture. Take the question of anti-Semitism, hatred of Jews. First sign of any. 562. Black power and its consequences. Criticism, and apologists for the Zionist state throw the charge around like small change from a drunken sailor's pockets. That's unwise and counterproductive for two main reasons. 1. Something happens. Say Israeli armed forces commit, as all occupying armies tend to do from time to time, an excessively violent act against unarmed civilians. World opinion is outraged. See, you shout, they hate us because we are Jews. Come on. You know that is denial and evasion. At least admit that decent, right-thinking people may legitimately be turned off by some very questionable actions done by the state in your name. That is something that should certainly concern you. As indeed it does concern many Israelis and Jews of conscience. The other danger, we all know that a pathological hatred of Jews does exist and has been mobilized to truly malevolent ends in our lifetime. Pogroms in Eastern Europe, attempted genocide, the slaughter of millions of innocent human beings by Nazi Germany. But that is precisely why, like racism, the term must not be trivialized and cheapened by being thrown around too loosely. Such misuse diminishes the power of the term, robbing it of the true horror of its historical meaning. I don't believe that can be what you intend. You know, media labels anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian are silly and simplistic. Intended, I'm convinced, to obscure the issues more than anything else. In my own case, I'm not pro-Palestinian. I'm pro-international law, human rights, and simple justice. Am I anti-Jewish? No, I'm strongly anti-colonial occupation, population displacement, military aggression, and injustice everywhere. So I can tell the world, I am not now, have never been, nor can ever be anti-Semitic or anti-Judaic. However, I am, and will be unto death, anti-Zionist. 563. Chapter XXIV. Around the World in 80 Days. All the world's a stage? A couple weeks before SNCC's next General Staff meeting in Atlanta, I told the executive committee that I'd be stepping down. I told the brothers and sisters that I wanted to go back to what I did best, grassroots organizing. I thought I'd pretty much done the job I'd been elected to do. I also felt that I'd become something of a media lightning rod, attracting too much unnecessary negative fire to the organization. I acknowledged that some of the positions that had become publicly associated with me had been beyond official organizational policy. I accepted responsibility for that. These positions were mostly on U.S. foreign policy and international revolutionary liberation struggles, and it wasn't that SNCC people necessarily disagreed with what I had said, but that SNCC didn't have an official policy on some of these issues. And many thought it wisest that we didn't. Where is it written that SNCC got to have a public position on everything in the world? But I had opinions, and the media was quick to attribute them to the organization. Proof of Dr. King's warning, everything you say, Stokely, will be taken down and used as evidence against us. Course being SNCC, not everyone agreed and there was a long discussion. But I was certain it was the right decision for me, and for the organization. I felt I'd used up all my political capital pushing black power. Then, the discussion focused on exactly what role the chairman should have in the future. Everyone agreed it should be less visible, less public, less controversial. After all, SNCC's pride was that we had no leaders. I felt that since we'd succeeded in establishing the concept of black self-determination in the political debate, the new chair should be able to operate beneath the radar of constant media scrutiny and challenge. Should, because that wouldn't necessarily be automatic. SNCC had become too much of a target and any chairman was likely to continue to. 564. Around the world in 80 days. Be one as well. But I felt that the organization could help the leadership by establishing clear guidelines and expectations for them. At the meeting I explained my reasons to the full staff and supported H. Rap Brown for the chairmanship. Rap was Ed Brown's brother. I knew him from Howard. He'd been NAG chairman, had worked in Cambridge and with us in Mississippi. Later in Alabama he'd done an excellent job in Greene County, where he'd earned the respect of the staff and local people. Rap had a reputation as a serious, strong brother. He had a calm, deliberate manner and a presence that inspired confidence. He was elected. I sensed that in Rap's chairmanship people wanted a calm, solid presence. Someone strong and committed enough to represent the staff and who, without the political baggage that I carried, could step back from the media spotlight and tone down the decibel level with the press. I know that this was Rap's intention when he took the office, and I thought, given any kind of a fair chance, Rap might just be able to bring it off. What we would discover, however, is that neither the media nor the government had the slightest intention of allowing him or the organization any space at all. Rap and SNCC would walk straight into the illegal government conspiracy known as COINTELPRO. That's another thing that's deliberately overinflated and misrepresented. People at least used to ask what about SNCC's expulsion of white folks? I don't know about the word expulsion, but what about it? Do you have second thoughts, personal regrets? I mean, come on. Personal regrets? Hell, no, because there was nothing personal about it. It was political, that's all. We move on. That's all. By 1967, and not just in SNCC, the direction, the political direction, of the movement had changed. In politics you adjust to change and keep moving. No one understood that better than the people in the movement. It was again the white media and the totalitarian liberals who blew it out of proportion. They had their axes to grind. Looking for something, any stick they could use to beat SNCC down with. This, the role of whites, was just another one. But by then it was really a non-issue. If you look at it correctly, SNCC had always been a black-led organization. And there had never been many whites on the field staff. Before the summer project you could count them on one hand. Of necessity, it was flat out too dangerous. There was Bill Hansen, project director in Arkansas. A friend and ally. All my years in Africa we corresponded regularly. Still do. Mendy Samstein in Macomb. Mendy was one in a million. Sam Shira, a real Alabama boy, you know George Wallace had been his Sunday school. 565. Teacher. Sam I hear was later murdered. Jack Minnis, a very good struggler, wasn't in the field. He was in the Atlanta office. And there was Bob Zellner, we've talked about Bob. A real soldier. Came early, stayed late. In fact, Bob and Dottie Zellner were the last white organizers in SNCC. I used to tell him, you always turning things around. Used to be us Africans who were the last hired and first fired. In SNCC you were the first white, hired and the last fired. Let's be clear. For me, integration was never a goal, a principle, or an absolute value. It was never our reason for existing. It was for a while a consequence of the work, an at times pleasant, at times problematic byproduct of struggle, but never a goal. The goal always was liberation, the ending of our people's oppression, period. And everyone in SNCC understood that clearly. Well, in some places it was a little different, Southwest Georgia, for instance. There Charles Sherrod, the project director, took the position that on principle all projects should be integrated. But that was never my position. In some situations it worked fine. In the Atlanta office, especially early on, a core of smart, committed white allies could and did make valuable contributions. No question. To the work and even to the culture of the organization at that time. Also in the northern offices. But in the field? The negatives always outweighed the positives. The presence of white women, for instance. That drove white Southerners plumb crazy. Killing crazy. Which is why in Mississippi and Alabama, the women field organizers and the women project directors had to be all sisters. I'm talking about some extraordinary young African women, mostly local, but some strong sisters from the north too. So for me the major question with whites in the field was security, tactical. As a practical matter whites in rural black communities simply stood out too much. No way they could blend in or be disguised. The local racists see somebody white in our communities and immediately, boom, civil rights worker. Target and focus for hostility and violence on everyone. On the summer project. Of course, some brave young whites did extremely valuable work. More power to them. But at what price? 3 lives. Same thing on the Selma March. 2 murders. In Lowndes County we established a policy, no white workers on the project. The first and only time we relaxed that and you saw the result. A very, very good man dead. After that, my position was clear. Whites should organize in white communities. Especially in poor white communities, where a lot of work was needed and almost none was being done. That's why I had always supported the Southern Students Organizing Committee as strongly as I did. Patterned on SNCC, this was a group of progressive Southern youth attempting to generate a movement among poor whites. EMT 566. Around the world in 80 days. This was my position when I moved into the chairmanship and it was my position at the Peg Leg Bates meeting. By then, no new white workers were coming into the organization, and if memory serves, only about 7 or so were left on the staff. This was the result of the changed political climate nationally and natural attrition. So the role of whites in the organization was not really a pressing issue. In fact, hardly an issue of any kind. However, an organized faction came into the Peg Leg Bates meeting determined to make the question of the role and presence of whites an ideological one. That was not just silly. It was diversionary and destructive because it was unnecessary. It prevented the meeting from getting to the host of urgent programmatic questions the organization needed to deal with. Instead, it generated anger, confusion, frustration. If the foregoing has an episodic, incomplete quality, that is because it is not a discrete statement. It is cobbled together out of passing references, culled from various of our conversations on other matters. So that while it is an accurate representation of what the brother said on the subject at various times, it is not the thoroughgoing analytic account he gave to other issues. For example, we do not have his detailed impressions and account of the meeting at which whites were expelled. In this I didn't sense a reluctance so much as impatience, even boredom. Why even belabor that dead horse now? I got the impression that he felt that, given the time we had, he wished to put more important questions on the record. Compared to which this was a distraction, an artificially inflated, media-manufactured issue. I would have been content to leave it that way except for one thing. After his death a student brought to my attention a document I had never previously seen. Taken from a I%B site on the 60s, this document was presented as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee Position Paper, Basis of Black Power by Stokely Carmichael. Absolutely wrong on all 3 counts. Just as the alleged Holy Roman Empire was neither holy, Roman, nor an empire, this travesty was not a SNCC organizational position, nor was it really about black power, and it patently was not the work of Carmichael. It was not his style, not his language, and the positions it expresses were contrary to his attitudes. Over the years one becomes accustomed to encountering all manner of reimaginings, some silly, some malignant, of SNCC's history. But this was so perverse that I concluded it needed to be addressed and corrected in this book. Rather than addressing black power in any meaningful way, this document was a crudely argued tract assailing the presence of whites in the movement generally and in SNCC in particular. While it does attempt to appropriate the language of black power to those ends, it does so in terms so ill-informed. 567. Absurd, and vulgar as to suggest a parody of an attitude we used to call derisively bone-in-nose nationalism. I felt that Carmichael would not have been other than deeply angered to see his thoughts and attitudes so misrepresented to this generation of students, and distressed to see his name associated with either the attitudes or vocabulary of this tract. And far from being a SNCC position, this document, in its insulting pop psychological stereotyping not only of whites, but ironically, however unintentionally, of blacks also, manifested a near complete ignorance of SNCC history, culture, and experience. The level of its political discourse can be gleaned from the opening. The myth that the Negro is somehow incapable of liberating himself, is lazy, etc., came out of the American experience. In the books that children read, whites are always good, blacks are evil or seen as savages in movies, their language is referred to as a dialect, and black people in this country are supposedly descended from savages. Any white person who comes into the movement has these concepts in his mind about black people, if only subconsciously. He cannot escape them because the whole society has geared his subconscious in that direction. Thus the white people coming into the movement cannot relate to the black experience, cannot relate to the word black, cannot relate to the nitty-gritty, cannot relate to the experience that brought such a word into existence, cannot relate to chitlins, hogshead cheese, pig feet, ham hocks, and cannot relate to slavery, because these things are not part of their experience. They also cannot relate to the black religious experience, nor to the black church, unless, of course, this church has taken on white manifestations. Nor could I believe that the extraordinarily strong-minded black people I knew in SNCC would recognize themselves in the following. Negroes in this country have never been allowed to organize themselves because of white interference. Blacks, in fact, feel intimidated by the presence of whites, because of their knowledge of the power that whites have over their lives. One white person can come into a meeting of black people and change the complexion of that meeting. Nor is it possible to imagine a more perverse and complete inversion of the psychological and cultural dynamic that prevailed in SNCC than the following. Whites can only subvert our true search and struggles for self-determination, self-identification, and liberation in this country. Re-evaluation of the white and black roles must now take place so that whites no longer designate roles that black people play, but rather black people define white people's roles. 568. Around the world in 80 days. It must be pointed out that on whatever level of contact blacks and whites come together, that meeting or confrontation is not on the level of the blacks but always on the level of the whites. This only means that our everyday contact with whites is a reinforcement of the myth of white supremacy. And so it went. Whatever its political or intellectual failings, the document did achieve a certain historical effect after it was leaked to the New York Times and prominently reported as representing the style and thought of the new leadership. In fact, the document was the issue of a militant team sent into SNCC by a small, clandestine formation of nationalist revolutionary intentions based in Philadelphia. Many years later I would listen with slack-jawed amazement as that mission was blithely described by someone claiming to be a founder of the group. Oh, we respected SNCC for the way they lived and worked among the masses, as Chairman Mao said. However, we concluded that they lacked the correct ideological orientation. So we sent in a group, 1 intellectual and 3 gunmen. Their mission was to purge whites and establish a correct revolutionary ideology. The folly of the times, I thought, arrogance and ignorance in the guise of ideology. I assume the position paper to have been the work of the intellectual rather than the gunman, but then, one never knows. Cleve Sellers, Stokely was just furious. Once we learned what was going on, I'd never seen him so angry. See, he knew Max personally from the Lowndes County elections. His was one of the groups that had sent fighters to defend the community against the Klan terrorists. Stokely had respected that, considered him a brother. But to find out that he'd sent agents into SNCC to promote this narrow nationalism that was causing these problems, he took that as a personal betrayal. Considered that a hostile act. But by the time we had grounds to remove them, a lot of confusion and division had already been generated. Carmichael's reported anger would not have been hard to understand. Although its headquarters had always been in Atlanta, SNCC had never established an organizing project in that city. This changed right after Julian Bond's election and repeated ejections from the Georgia legislature, and amidst the ongoing discussion of the necessity for urban organizing that attended the call for Black Power. It seemed doubly appropriate therefore that the group's first excursion into urban organizing should be in its own backyard. An area called Vine City, Atlanta's most neglected and depressed slum, was in Julian's district. That seemed the logical place to start. With Carmichael's strong approval, the contingent of infiltrators had been put on staff to establish an urban pilot project there. 569. The ideological militants on the Atlanta project staff seemed to have been singularly ineffective in organizing the community for a number of reasons. Chief amongst which may have been that their energies and priorities were directed inward, toward correcting the ideology of SNCC itself. Hence, the position paper on the internet so erroneously attributed to Carmichael. Matters would come to a head at the staff meeting of December 1966, at Peg Leg Bates's estate in upstate New York. This was intended to be a staff retreat for a much-needed general review of the organization's overall situation, prospects, and programs. Which never happened. Over 3 days the organization was able to discuss none of these pressing questions. How was this possible? This is, in my experience, the only SNCC meeting that most participants seem to have difficulty remembering clearly in any detail. A kind of collective exhaustion or blocking out appears to have taken place. The racial question was placed first on the agenda, so the leadership intended, to be quickly disposed of so as to get to the substantive programmatic issues facing the organization. Their sense was that this need not be a long discussion. The position that was to be articulated by Carmichael to open proceedings was felt to be the sentiment of the overwhelming majority of the staff, black and white. In his opening remarks, Carmichael saw no need political or strategic to sunder time-honored relationships with sincerely progressive whites. Operationally, he proposed a strategic division of labor within the organization, with the remaining white allies organizing in white communities, as practical, logical, and consistent with SNCC's experience and current direction. Apparently someone had miscalculated badly or failed to recognize the driven ideological fervor and hard-edged determination of the minority. Because what then happened, the human and political dynamics of it, that is, defies rational explanation. At least in a more conventionally structured, authoritarian political arena. Or even in the freewheeling but purposeful organization I remember so fondly. After almost 3 full days of a discussion variously described as wearing, exhausting, painful, pitiful, and horrendous, the agenda had not moved beyond the first item and at least 40 people had abandoned the meeting in anger and frustration. Quite evidently the separatist minority had succeeded in holding the proceedings hostage to their position that nothing could be discussed until their fundamental question was decided. Why this should have been allowed to happen remains for me an abiding mystery on which it is tempting to speculate. But I shan't. What is beyond dispute are the facts. By the time the question was called, only 61 folks were still participating. Of the vote itself, the numbers are eloquent and perplexing. 19 voted for the motion to expel. 18 voted against, with 24, including the 7 remaining whites, opting to abstain. So 42 did not vote for the motion. 570. Around the world in 80 days. 19 of 61 is hardly a ringing endorsement. If we consider that before the attrition set in, the meeting had begun with better than 100, the percentage carrying that vote approaches that of George W. Bush's percentage of the national vote in the 2000 election. U7 high. So inconclusive and ambivalent a result, especially on so sensitive a subject, could have been allowed to stand defies explanation. It bespeaks a level of exhaustion, psychic demoralization, alienation, and a species of personal and political confusion that even at many years' remove is saddening to contemplate in an organization once so vigorous, bold, and clear. This meeting must truly have been painful to endure. EMT. D.C., the capital of the free world. Yet, a city with a black majority administered by congressional committees mostly of white Southerners. A classic internal colony. With no representation in Congress, no local government worthy of the name, the population was as effectively disenfranchised as black people in Mississippi. I couldn't wait to take it on. But I wasn't gonna rush in hollering slogans. As Mr. Turnbow once said, y'all gone hot to sneak in, slow, slow. Jess slide on in, Jess a watching and beholding. I moved back and quickly started studying and analyzing the situation. SNCC researcher Jack Minnis gave me a file on D.C.'s local government, federal preserve, congressional relationships, employment, everything, and I began speaking to everyone I could. Met with all groups, grassroots on up, youth gangs, church, civic, my old professors, whatever, talked, reasoned, studied, discussed, kept far from any media. Sure, there were a lot of groups, but no real program. Local community organizations had different programs, different emphases, connections, commitments, capabilities, and leadership. Nothing that collectively addressed the overall interests and issues of black folk. There was some kind of national party apparatus, Republican and Democrat, but truthfully, I couldn't see what they did besides eat patronage and try to deliver votes to the national ticket every 4 years. The black organizations, far as I could see, never got together to discuss their common interests as black people or to explore where joint actions and strategies might be possible and useful. To see where we could agree and find common ground, and where we'd simply have to agree to disagree. But privately, among ourselves, and with respect. That just never happened. Black people in D.C. were fragmented and unfortunately still are. And of course, there was no unified, community-wide discussion of the district's colonial status. I knew I couldn't just rush in and call for these discussions. SNCC had an office in D.C. run by an able brother, Lester McKimmey, now Baba Zulu, who was Southern and had come up through the struggle. Brole. 571. Was shrewd and committed, so we worked well together. Quietly we began initiatives toward more regular consultation and cooperation among the groups. Low-key. Nothing binding, just general fraternal discussions among black folk, something that looked like an informal leadership council. A forum where people could touch base, see what, if anything, might emerge. A way to avoid misunderstandings and cross-purposes and, at best, to have the community speak in a unified voice, at least on some issues. And, you know, we were making real progress, slow but good enough. Then an unexpected invitation came that, in more ways than one, changed the direction of my life. In May, I accepted an invitation to London to speak about Black Power during the month of July. It didn't seem like an opportunity we could afford to pass up, and I would be gone at most 2 weeks. The London conference was called the Dialectics of Liberation. I understood it to be an international gathering of leading revolutionary thinkers and activists, discussing issues and approaches pertaining to struggles for liberation across the globe. Actually, things in DC were moving along so well that my initial impulse was to decline in favor of the SNCC leadership. but by then rap was already locked in struggle with the government. We talked about it. We were moving so carefully and deliberately in DC that I figured I could afford to take a couple or more weeks without ill effect. I decided to go for 3 reasons. First, so much disinformation had been flung around the concept of black power that I thought somebody ought to be at this conference to make necessary clarifications. Also, SNCC was eager to make contact with revolutionary brothers and sisters, especially the freedom fighters from Africa. We considered ourselves part of that same generation of the same struggle. Then again, black power formations had begun to emerge in the African/Caribbean immigrant communities in Britain. This seemed a perfect opportunity to establish contact and exchange ideas with these emerging forces. The visit proved interesting and productive, but the conference itself was not at all what I'd expected. Some black and brown faces were in the audience, but I'd come expecting and eager to meet revolutionary activists, especially Africans, from the front lines of the Third World struggle. But the speakers list was European leftists, literally, to a man, heavily theoretical, and seemed weighted toward intellectuals and academics. George. 572. Around the World in 80 Days. Where and I discussed it? I said, bro, this be a waste of time. I've come here to waste my time. We concluded that the conference was not going to be worth much. Here I was really eager to meet fighters, only to find armchair theoreticians. But it was more than that. I found that, as usual, the discussions tended simply to exclude black people's concerns and perspectives. Nor can I recall women or women's perspectives. Not only was I a minority on the program, but I began to feel like a footnote, a token representative of black struggle. And this at a time when the only real struggle was not in Europe but in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. In no way did the program adequately reflect this. And once the presentations began, the speeches, at least those I heard, tended toward abstract psychology. About alienation and the individual, the psychological dialectic of individual liberation. Very Eurocentric. Business as usual among white bourgeois intellectuals even when they call themselves revolutionary. Not necessarily even deliberately excluding us as much as being oblivious, not even recognizing the existence and relevance of our perspectives, concerns, or analyses. Or even that the black world could have valid perspectives they needed to respect. Same ol', same ol'. The casual assumption that they defined and owned the terms of the discussion. But I did meet a lot of the activist brothers and sisters in the African/Caribbean community in London. For instance, I did a long interview for the BBC with an excellent brother named Andrew Salke. An African born in Jamaica, Brother Salke signed 2 excellent anthologies of Caribbean short stories he'd edited, which I still have in my library in Conakry. It was always a great relief to work with conscious black journalists. Such a difference, a pleasure. In London, students, community activists, and intellectuals gathered at Africa House. I spoke and spent time there, meeting young people, mostly students from all over the Caribbean and Africa. There were also some Asians and progressive whites, an exciting mix. At that time this Carmichael was famous for his generous impulses. He was perfectly capable of bestowing handsome presents only to show up a year or 2 later innocently inquiring, "When are you going to return those books from your countrymen that I loaned you?" EMT 573 was the center for Pan-African political discussion in London. I gathered that any African head of state, or liberation movement leader, coming through London would stop in here to report to and reason with his own people. Over the years, I'd usually stop in at the Africa House whenever I was back in London. If memory serves, I first met there the brother who made himself my guide into the African Caribbean enclaves around London, Brixton, Notting Hill, etc. Bro Michael X was from Trinidad. He was a black consciousness militant, quick-witted with a real mastery of that sharp, in-your-face, verbal comeback that in Trinidad they call pecan. and the brother always had a sly, biting political edge to his wit. I was there, talking with some students, when I noticed this short, muscular, red-bone-looking brother coming toward us. You couldn't help noticing him. Something about him set him apart from the students. Something a bit too flashy in his clothes or his style. Or his walk, not exactly a swagger or a strut, but vaguely and unmistakably street. Oh, there's that Michael X, a Jamaican sister said, not entirely approvingly, adding with a grimace, the press calls him the British Malcolm X. I'd heard about the brother. I began to really check him out. By some accounts he was of unsavory character and something of a player. And, as I quickly learned, a performer. When our eyes met, he broke out this beaming, wide smile and threw his arms wide. Oh, God, Brother Carmichael, is you? You the very man I come to see, boy. The very man, oh God, boy, oh God, boy. There was nothing British, much less Oxford, in the brother's accent. It was pure San Fernando, back o' bridge. I felt it might have been deliberately exaggerated to mark not only our common Trinidad origins, but his own class distance from the bourgeois students standing around. Yeah, boy, I does need your advice for true. I believe I Jews mess up bad, man. Oh, God, boy, listen this. By which time he had, as intended, commanded the attention of everybody and launched into a story about a meeting he'd just attended with some decent, very respectable people, boy, on solutions to the growing racial problem in Britain. These respectable people included an Anglican bishop, assorted vicars, an Oxford don, some retired colonial civil servants, and a sprinkling of highly respectable and accomplished colored folk, even a black baronet. The latter being Sir Larry Constantine, a great West Indian cricketer who'd been knighted. These good people, deeply distressed by the increasing racism being directed at the growing immigrant community by the British public, had been meeting over tea to explore initiatives to try to counter this. So now they come up with this plan which they think is good. But see. 574. Around the world in 80 days. They doesn't want to go forward with it before, and unless, checking it with the masses, we common folk, So they does invite me to tea. I guess I the street militant, yes. The bishop's wife, she asked the name of my organization. I say, RAAS. She looked shocked. That's the name of the organization, ma'am. RAAS. Oh, she say. They all now looking at me right strange. So I say, well, yes. I certainly agree that this racism is deplorable. Quite unworthy of the British people, yes. But I glad such distinguished people taking an interest, gives one hope, what? I real honored to be there. I cock my little finger, sip my tea, and try to look serious and respectful. Well, they say. After much thought and discussion they arrive at a proposal which had possibility. They had concluded that the situation was sufficiently grave, that the sovereign herself should intervene. Oh, God, I thinking, the Queen? What that old bat go and do? You ever hear she talk, boy? Give a speech, But I just sip my tea and look interested. Yes, we believe that it is incumbent on Her Majesty to set the tone. An example to the nation. A gesture simple yet direct. Dramatic and unmistakable yet appropriate. But what form should this take? Well, yes, I say. Is a brilliant idea for true. But in truth, boy, I now wondering the same thing. What form? They all smile and nod agreement. Well, the bishop wife say. As you know, Mr. X, the very best ideas are sometimes the simplest. They pretty sure they have such an idea, but they want to run it by me, so, as it were, to benefit from my unique and valuable perspective. Okay, I say. Be happy to help if I can. What we were thinking, are thinking, say the bishop, is that perhaps, we here acting as a body, might, privately of course, prevail on Her Majesty to adopt a black child. Would that not be salutary? A splendid example, what? They all looking at me now. I now looking pensive, boy. I sip my tea, screw up my face, and grunt, yeah. I mutter. A black child, uh-huh. Finally they say, well, Mr. X, what do you think? Oh, is brilliant, I say. Absolutely inspired, they begin to beam and smile. Only one thing, I say. It could be better. They all stop smiling and look puzzled. How so, they ask. Well, I thinking now. The Queen, she's still quite a young woman, yes. Yes, relatively speaking. Perhaps, but why? Well, instead of advising Her Majesty to adopt a black child, why don't we just go ahead and ask her to go on and have a black baby, at 575. Talk about a long silence, boy. Then. Good heavens, man. You can't mean actually, giving birth. I say yes, THA's exactly what I saying. And you looking a striking example of racial tolerance. This'll be an example not just to the nation, but to the world. Boy, the meeting break up just so. I doubt they go ask me back. But tell me, bro Stokely, you think I wrong? Then he cracked up, enjoying himself shamelessly. That was our first meeting. I'd figured the story was a tall tale in the Sterling Brown tradition, but later other people would assure me that such a meeting had indeed taken place. The brother was born Michael de Freitas in Trinidad. He'd been influenced by the struggle in the States and particularly by the visit of two Muslim brothers from the United States. He said that after meeting Malcolm X when he'd come to debate and defeat William Buckley at Oxford University, he'd changed his name to X and formed the first Black Power organization in Britain, the one he called RAAS. He also said he'd hung with Ali, when the champ had come over to fight the previous year. He swore Ali had given him the trunks he had worn the night he'd put a serious whooping on a brave but hapless British heavyweight named Henry Cooper. Which could have been true, because when he wanted to be, Michael X was a likable, charming guy. And he could talk a hungry dog off a meat wagon. Yes, he could. And he was perceptive, always swift in picking up and deflating racist assumptions and postures. He was especially good at putting on or putting down the white press. He said he'd taken Ali into the immigrant communities around London, and he invited me to tour with him and his boys. Boy, come see how Black Power be ripping like brush fire through we communities, yes. You have no idea what you boys started, mate, no idea. I show you something I know going surprise you, yes. He was right. I wasn't at all surprised to see militant African/Caribbean youth embracing the call. These youth were second generation and weren't about to accept the condescension and abuse their parents had endured. No surprise there. What did surprise me was to hear Black Power resonating and to see the raised fists in the Asian communities, especially among Pakistani youth. But when Michael explained it, it made perfect sense. British racism was at no pains to distinguish between different immigrant groups. Since World War II, the subject peoples of their empire had started to stream back into the mother country. Colonialism in reverse, Michael X called it. And, boy, the natives are restless, you hear. First it was Malcolm, he explained. Being Muslim, he'd had a big effect. 576. Around the world in 80 days. With his call for self-defense by any means necessary. This especially because white racist skinhead youth gangs and thugs from a neo-fascist formation called the National Front had taken to ganging up on Asians. Paki bashing, they called it. Then when Ali came through, he also made a point of reaching out into the Muslim communities. Hey, but God is great. The Asian youth couldn't believe he'd come to greet them. Here comes the heavyweight champion of all the world, black, sassy, and lo and behold, a Muslim, like them, and royally kicking white butt all over the place. So Pakistani youth were inspired by Ali's presence and deportment. They organized to defend their communities and started yelling Black Power. Made sense. Good for Brother Ali. Back to the dialectics conference. The hall was full. But the audience was noticeably different from the earlier session, with a heavy representation of our people, black and brown faces, mostly activists, students and intellectuals. I knew they'd come expecting me to represent our perspectives, which had been so casually ignored. Looking at the program, Michael X had made that irrepressibly clear. Look at this, oh, look at this. We and here, boy. And you see that, and here. You lone see is going be up to you to represent all of we, boy. You better be up to it, hey. Of course I was clear. I knew that our people had turned out expecting me to change the focus and perspective of the discussion. To interject the issues around colonialism and its consequences, which is to say of race and power in the world. To talk about the arrogance of European assumption of intellectual and cultural hegemony, which was the basis of their political imperialism and economic exploitation of most of the world's people. I'd have to show how all the issues involved in the Black Power debates in the states' cultural autonomy, self-determination, self-definition, and political empowerment applied equally to the anti-colonial liberation struggles being waged around the world. Obviously that required going dead up against the entire weight and momentum of the Eurocentric bourgeois intellectual, individualistic direction of the conference. Intimidating prospect? Be serious. I mean, I had two things going for me. Not only was I accustomed to fighting from a minority position at such intellectual events, but more important, I was right. I was on the side of history, Jack. At its root, the world's struggle was not being waged over issues of individual alienation nor even narrowly defined questions of class struggle or solidarity, but about national independence, cultural integrity, and racial respect. So that's what I talked about. The news of John Coltrane's death had reached 577 me the night before. That could not be ignored. So I began with that announcement and asked the room to rise and observe a period of silence for this great black artist and cultural warrior. A few people seemed surprised, vaguely discomfited. But in truth, I really wasn't asking them. It was a matter of respect. They stood. That established, I went to work. Now since I've been at the Congress, I've been very confused, because I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, I'm a political activist. I don't deal with the individual, I think it's a cop-out when people talk about the individual. What we're talking about around the United States today, and I believe around the Third World, is the system of international white supremacy coupled with international capitalism. We're out to smash that system. People who see themselves as part of that system are going to be smashed with it, or we're going to be smashed. I'm always amazed when I pick up a newspaper and read that England today decided to give the West Indies their independence. That's totally absurd. You cannot give independence to anyone. You cannot grant anyone their independence. If it's independence, they just take it, and that is what white America is going to learn. No white liberal can give me anything. The only thing a white liberal can do for me is help civilize the other whites, because they need to be civilized. 578. Around the world in 80 days. I just went, as systematically as time permitted, into the history of the confrontation, political, cultural, moral, between the West and the rest of us. It was a long presentation, and afterward the questions flew hot and heavy. Of course then the brothers and sisters jumped in. I thought it an absolutely necessary and healthy discussion, the first since the conference had started. But of course I'd later read how Carmichael and his troops had succeeded in dividing the conference along racialist lines. Absurd. Hey, Shoot the messenger? If anything, I'd broaden the scope. Internationalized the frame of reference. You might even say, the brothers and sisters had liberated the dialectic with a healthy dose of reality. After that talk, the Cuban High Commissioner came, congratulated me, and asked whether I'd be interested in attending an international conference in Cuba. I said of course I would, I'd be honored. He said I should think about the politics before being so quick to accept. What politics? I was eager to learn as much as I could and really wanted to see the progress of the Cuban Revolution. The U.S. passport was not valid for travel to Cuba, but he explained that was no problem. If I gave him a paper with my particulars and a photograph, those would be acceptable as travel documents by his government. There would be no need to stamp my passport. I thanked him for his consideration. I said it was an honor to accept the invitation. But I had too much respect for the accomplishments and idealism of the Cuban Revolution to think of insulting the people of Cuba by sneaking into their country. I'd be honored to have a Cuban stamp in my passport. He said that was gallant and honorable, but maybe not politically too smart. Perhaps I should think about it further. I thanked him. But, come on, get serious. I had been under surveillance for a while. You think the CIA didn't know where I went, whom I spoke to, and presumably what I said, anyway. And that being so, I wasn't about to sneak around like some kid, or better, a runaway slave. The next day, I believe, CLR James addressed the conference. My memory is vague as to whether he had originally been scheduled to speak or was a last-minute addition. It is hard to imagine that a group of radical intellectuals could have scheduled such an event in London and omitted so major a black revolutionary thinker and literary intellectual. But given everything else, maybe they had. Strange are the ways. Again the hall was full. And again we were well represented in the audience. There was an air of expectancy, because the revolutionary elder statesman was also to talk on black power. I was sitting next to Michael when this slender, erect, almost frail figure with a startling shock of snow-white hair made his way to the microphone with a stately dignity. The room erupted, Jack. Spontaneously the entire room was on its feet. 579. Applauding the venerable old brother. It was the single most moving moment of the whole trip. Michael was beside me, applauding as fervently as I was. As we're clapping, he growls out the corner of his mouth, "We mad, I tell you. Here we applauding the very man they bring to cut we throat, yes. To bring the correct revolutionary line to put we nationalists in we place, yes. You just paranoid," I said. "And you call yourself a black militant? How any black militant can paranoid, that impossible." We stood and applauded anyway. Of course CLR was most generous to us. Very gracious and went out of his way to say some kind things about me. Of course, the old man understood everything. His talk on black power was elegant. It was clear, forthright, erudite, closely reasoned, and anchored in history. Had there been any basis to Michael's suspicions, then the scheme, if there had been one, had sadly backfired. Totally. I turned to Michael. "See, I told you, just plain paranoid, brother." A couple of days later, when the order from the Labor government arrived, was a trade union and black power leader there. One North American organization that had a small observer delegation there was SNCC. I was not officially a member of the delegation, but I remember we all depended on Elizabeth Sutherland Martinez, director of the New York office and a good friend who was fluent in Spanish. It was an incredible moment, more than just exciting. It was eye-opening, inspiring, and mind-blowing. I mean, here were brothers and sisters from around the whole world, Jack, especially the Third World, who were struggling to liberate humanity from colonialism, economic exploitation, and the absurd and pernicious principle that corporate profit, individual selfishness, and greed can be an effective basis for social organization and decent human interaction. We felt, We were among friends and allies of shared commitment, many of whom expected to be arrested when they returned home. So many different groups and faces, all in some way struggling against injustice and inequality, and to improve humanity. Hey, I knew there had to be among them contradictions and ideological and tactical differences, but the general shared purpose and direction was clear. These were SNCC's kind of people. The SNCC group was surprised at the general awareness and respect among the delegates for the African struggle in the United States, and for SNCC in particular. 583. And, of course, Havana was a beehive of activity. What with all these delegations arriving, it seemed by the minute, our hosts were extremely busy. Nonetheless, we were impressed by their efficiency as well as the warmth and graciousness of their hospitality at all levels. All levels. And even more so by their enthusiasm and high spirits. A people excited and united about something important to them, from school children to the highest officials to the ordinary citizen, the man and woman in the street. No one was too busy or too important to welcome and receive us. Bienvenidos a nuestros hermanos y hermanas negro de los Estados Unidos. Ceremos. Nowhere did I see signs of racism or of extreme poverty. Be clear now, I did see signs of the lingering effects of racism and poverty. Those couldn't be eliminated in 8 years, but no signs of present racism. Okay. And no beggars or hungry-looking people in the streets. And you know I looked, Jack. What I did see was a society in motion. A people with energy, confidence, idealism, and hope. And of course, pride. Hey, they'd soundly defeated the invasion sent by Los Asesinos Yanquis, reclaimed their country, and were turning their society toward justice. But they were clear. The real work and struggle was still ahead. There are still very many grave problems, Campiro. But we invite you. Come back in 10, 15 years and you will see what we have done. I had many such discussions. People were confident. They could and would engage the entrenched problems, poverty, racism, economic injustice, literacy, poor health care. The same problems that beset, and still beset, my people in the richest country in the world. I wondered why the United States with all its wealth and resources could not summon up a similar enthusiasm and commitment to social justice at home. My heart and respect went out to the Cuban people at a truly hopeful, exciting, and dangerous time. So, yes, I was deeply impressed. More than that, I was inspired by the humanistic idealism of their revolution. Yes, indeed. My support for which has never wavered over the years. Never wavered. I was also deeply affected by the physical, tangible presence of all these cadres, warriors for change from all over the world. For me, the international struggle became tangible, a human reality, names, faces, stories, no longer an abstraction. And our struggle in Mississippi or Harlem was part and parcel of this great international and historical motion. It was both humbling and inspiring. I felt recommitted, energized. Naturally, amid all the bustle and excitement, the international media was all over the place. 167 representatives of the international media were accredited to the conference EMT, the Yanquis being, as usual, especially visible and vocally aggressive. Many recognized me and wanted interviews or had questions, many of them offensive. Why was I there? Why? 584. Around the world in 80 days. Was SNCC? As though we had no right to be. My impressions of Cuba? Of Castro? Of the conference? How did we expect our presence to be understood back home? I refused to be provoked. I was there as an individual. The SNCC members were there as observers with nothing of importance to say to the media. Period. Thank you. What about you? I asked them. What do you make of the CIA infiltrators? the Cuban government had made two groups of recently captured U.S. agents available to the press and the delegates at press conferences, much to the evident embarrassment of the Yankee media. Apart from observing the Cuban social revolution, I had another strong interest in making this trip. I wanted to see Dr. Fidel Castro Ruz in action and, if possible, even to meet him. In high school, we'd followed his long-odds campaign against the corrupt and brutal military dictatorship. Remember the famous story when a reporter called the dictator Batista a son of a bitch and the American Secretary of State said, "Yes, but he's our son of a bitch." Says it all, doesn't it? Or was that Somoza in Nicaragua? Same difference. Everyone in Harlem remembered Fidel Castro's first victorious trip as a head of state to the United Nations in New York when, provoked and insulted in a midtown hotel, he'd moved his entire delegation uptown to the Teresa Hotel. Harlem loved Fidel. After that, the U.S. government rebuffed his further overtures, causing his subsequent alliance of necessity with the Soviet Union. The U.S. government, in its arrogance, acting one assumes on behalf of mafia interests, handed the Soviets the Cuban Revolution on a platter. Smart politics? So during my youth Castro was the most controversial, admired as well as demonized political figure on the world stage. And clearly the boldest and most charismatic. Course, I did not really expect to have the honor and opportunity to meet him to talk to. When I first heard him speak at a public meeting, I saw immediately where the confidence and energy I had been noticing in every Cuban I met came from. This first Castro speech was at a collective farm, and the leader of the revolution was talking to the campesinos about agricultural production. I recall, if memory serves, that his subject was cattle breeding and meat production and that he was not speaking from notes or reading a teleprompter. You would never have guessed the subject from the passion and intensity in his voice or the audience's response. Or from his enthusiasm and humor, for he had those country folk cracking up, Jack. Something, I believe, about a great bull the government was importing to improve the bloodlines of Cuban cattle. Much laughing and cheering. His confidence in the people was obvious. You didn't have to understand Spanish to see and feel the real affection and respect he had for those 585 country people. Or the love and loyalty they returned. I mean, without understanding two words, I could see the communication flowing between the leader and the people. You could sense that he was in turn challenging and inspiring, teaching and cajoling, teasing and educating them. And they responded, hanging on every word, shouting answers to his questions. I'd never seen any political leader with that kind of identification and empathy with the masses. Well, check that, maybe Dr. King and Malcolm. But then, they weren't heads of state, were they? For some reason I found myself thinking of a Mississippi Delta plantation and tried to imagine an American president talking to the workers there. I honestly couldn't. What would he have to say to them about their lives, and in what language? Once I had the opportunity of talking to Dr. Castro, something else was unmistakable, a formidable intelligence. He was just on top of everything, Jack. Every aspect affecting the revolution. I mean, on top. Every aspect, facts and figures, clear, detailed analysis. I mean, from world affairs, which you'd expect, to healthcare, education, preschool to university, nutrition, housing, even to African culture in Cuba. Encyclopedic knowledge, easy recall, facts, figures, details, at his fingertips. That alone was amazing. I saw it as an indication of more than intelligence, of a fierce, passionate, personal dedication to the new society he and his countrymen intended to create. He obviously had a clear, complete vision of the new and humane society he wished to bring about. Coupled with a practical, realistic understanding of the obstacles, exactly what, in human and material terms, would be required in every area to achieve these goals. As though, he, Castro, would will it into existence. That was most impressive. My first impressions of him personally. Well, the first thing you going to notice, he's a big dude. I mean, physically imposing. But, there was nothing overbearing in his presence. Yeah, of course, he was in charge, El Comandante. You could see that, what with the aides and all. But this was a natural authority. An easy authority. He never raised his voice. Always calm, serious, attentive, even humble. But you could somehow sense his determination, his will, and you could feel his energy. I recall a sister whispering, "Why, he has such kind eyes." Then I noticed. Yeah, it was true, he did have compassionate eyes. What impressed me was his simplicity. He was always modest and candid. No bombast or claiming cheap or inflated victories. He frankly admitted problems and shortcomings, even failures, the limitations of the government and society. I have to say that at present that does not go well. We shall have to improve. We do not as yet have the capacity, but we are working at it. And he had the confidence that nothing was beyond the people's capacity and will to overcome. He had faith in his 586. Around the world in 80 days. People. That too really impressed me. But what I tend to remember best, of course, is always the political. So this I clearly remember. The right-wing US press was calling him a dictator and yelping constantly about elections, free elections. That was a joke, Jack. Just from his people's response to him, a cotton-picking joke. No question at all, he'd win any election in the high 90%, easy. Then, I guess, they'd say, it was rigged, a communist show election. Gimme a cotton-picking, ever-loving break, Jack. Here's a dictator who moves around his country and people freely, without visible security. I mean, no platoons of black suits wearing shades with wires coming out their ears, hey. He seemed quite secure in his people's loyalty. And check, this was when the CIA was sending wannabe assassins regularly. Remember the exploding cigars? Last time I looked the brother was still on the case. Remember now, when I first got to Cuba, I'd been hoping, but not expecting, to have the honor of meeting Castro, however briefly. To my great surprise, with everything that was going on, he made time for us. He even took a group of us into the Sierra Maestra, the mountains from which he, Che, and his gallant little band of Barbudos had fought their way to power. He put the SNCC folk in his jeep to ride with him. He pointed out battle scenes and described the battles that had taken place. Strategies, numbers, weapons, casualties, etc., etc. Victories as well as defeats, lessons learned. He remembered where and when brave comrades gave their lives and seemed to mourn them as he called their names. A brave boy, a patriot. He freely admitted mistakes, including his own. In fact, he may have talked more about those than about the triumphs. Because of course you learn from victories. But those tend to confirm the correctness of your thinking. You can become arrogant, overconfident. You'd better learn more from those mistakes you are lucky enough to survive. In revolution, if you don't study and learn from your mistakes, you and your compañeros won't be around very long. His ultimate explanation of his improbable victory, so few against so many. Better intelligence from the people. And, remember, we were fighting for our country's future. They were only fighting for their miserable pay and a dictator they hated. One thing I remember asking him about was a legend among Harlem nationalists. All Harlem had been moved by his coming there, as a new head of state. He'd granted an interview with a group of militants. The brothers, so it is said, came in woofing. After giving the brother proper revolutionary greetings, they launched into a lengthy description of some rather ambitious revolutionary military intentions. After listening patiently to their plans to wage armed struggle in the belly of the beast, he crossed to the window and peered out. The brothers sat awaiting his response, no doubt hoping for approval. He kept looking. Finally they 587. Asked what he was looking for so intently in New Jersey. The Sierra Maestra, the mountains. I don't see any mountains out there. When I asked, he merely laughed. Dad, there were no mountains to be seen. The conference was another education. Just in the array of countries present, Vietnam, Algeria, Egypt, and of course, a whole different vision of human possibility. I was humbled to learn that I'd been made an honorary delegate and given a place on the program to address a plenary session. Why? I assumed the suggestion came from the ambassador, the comrade who had come to my speech in London and invited me down. Of course, they probably wished to mess with the US government, but that was secondary and I had no problem with it. What else could it have been? Of course, I understood clearly that this wasn't about Stokely Carmichael, or even SNCC. I understood that I was there for one primary reason, the Cubans' respect for the historic struggle of our people. That I was standing on the shoulders of Dr. Dubois, Paul Robeson, Dr. King, Malcolm, Mrs. Hamer. That's what I tried to represent. Naturally, I developed the obvious similarities between the experience and situation of the people of Latin America and that of the African American people. You know, oppressed by the same forces, capitalism and gringo imperialism, and thus sharing the same struggle. I described the Black American community as an internal colony within the United States. I called for unity of the oppressed and the victory of the world revolution. And, of course, I expressed my respect, solidarity, and undying support for the courageous Cuban people and their revolution. True then, true now. Now, I was not representing SNCC, of which, remember, I was no longer an officer nor even a member of the delegation. Nor was I representing Black America or any America. It was a personal analysis and a call to struggle. I considered it a carefully reasoned speech, moderate in tone, careful in language, that said nothing that wasn't demonstrably true. And certainly, nothing that I hadn't said before many times. Hey, but of course the American media went off and the government wasn't far behind. Oh, man, stupid, blustering speeches in Congress, all kinds of posturing with all manner and kinds of ridiculous legislation entered to much fanfare, purely for effect, never to see the light of day. After the speech I met with the press. Watching the behavior of the US media, I remembered Bayard's unwritten law, the one thing you cannot do is criticize America from a foreign country. Foreign country, hey, try revolutionary Cuba. 588. Around the world in 80 days. The Yankee press didn't trouble to hide their hostility. As though it was their duty to bully me back into my proper, nappy-headed place. I think I can say they did not succeed. But I was polite and answered all their questions. I made it clear that I was there as an individual. That the SNCC delegation, which had not spoken, were there as observers. Speaking for myself, I had nothing but admiration for what I'd seen in Cuba. Did I support the communist regime? I supported the goals of the revolution and its accomplishments. Why? I will always support the closing of casinos, the ending of the prostitution of Cuban women and children, the running out of the mafiosi, the building of schools and hospitals, don't you? On the conference? Of course I support its goals. Why? Because I support all the international liberation struggles for national independence and against colonialism, cultural imposition, and multinational capitalist exploitation. I've always said that, so what's new? Well, you can imagine the headlines. In fact, you don't have to imagine, you can go check for yourself. We share with you a common struggle, it becomes increasingly clear, we have a common enemy. Our enemy is white Western imperialist society. Our struggle is to overthrow the system that feeds itself and expands itself through the economic and cultural exploitation of non-white, non-Western peoples of the Third World. We share with you also a common vision of the establishment of humanistic societies in the place of those now existing. We seek, with you, To change the power bases of the world, mankind will share the resources of their nations instead of having to give them up to foreign plunderers. Civilizations will be able to retain their cultural sovereignty instead of being forced to submit to foreign rulers, who impose their own corrupt cultures in those civilizations they would dominate. 589. Our people are a colony within the United States, and you are colonies outside the United States. It is more than a figure of speech to say that the black communities in America are the victims of white imperialism and colonial exploitation in practical economic and political terms. It is true. We are moving to control our African American communities as you are moving to wrest control of your countries, of the entire Latin continent, from the hands of foreign imperialist powers. There is only one course open to us. We must change North America so that the economy and politics of the country will be in the hands of the people, and our particular concern is our people, African Americans. But it is clear that a community based on the community ownership of all resources could not exist within the present capitalist framework. Black power is more than a slogan, it is a way of looking at our problems and the beginning of a solution to them. It attacks racism and exploitation, the two horns of the bull that seeks to gore us. Because our color has been used as a weapon to oppress us, we must use our color as a weapon of liberation, just as others use their nationalism as a weapon for their liberation. The true potential revolutionaries in this country are the people of color in the ghettos, those who have developed insurgents in the African American and Latin communities, where past rebellions have taught important lessons in dealing with the government's armed reaction to our uprisings in the internal colonies of the United States. No doubt these are reported to you as minor disturbances initiated by a few malcontents, but these are major rebellions with numbers of participants who are developing a consciousness of resistance. These rebellions should not be taken lightly. Who knows or even cares what the US media reported of the speech? But the next day, the very next day, Jack, the Cubans brought me a wire service report. See here, the Yankees fixing to take your passport. They showed it to me. Sure enough, some State Department higher up, I think his name was McCloskey, something like that, was saying that my passport would be seized once I returned. I said, so they going take my passport for coming to Cuba, huh? Hey, let's really give them something to take it for. He said, what you mean? 590. Around the world in 80 days. So I got out the passport and showed him where it said something like not valid for travel to the following countries. I said, see all these prohibited countries here? Well, you have representatives from everyone except China here. If these gringos going take my passport for coming here, let them take it for all of them. Please explain, though, that I have no money. But that if they invite me, I'm certainly willing to come. He said okay and left. When he came back that evening, he said nothing. I asked whether any countries had invited me. He just blinks his eyes. You were serious? He blinks his eyes some more. I could see you were angry, but I didn't think you were serious. I asked. You didn't think I was serious? Let me explain something, Jack. When my people were slaves, they had to get a pass from some white man to go anywhere. Anywhere. Even to go visit their family on another plantation. A white man's written permission to go anywhere. That's over, Jack. I will never again allow any white man to dictate to me where I can or cannot go. Never. He blinked again. The next time he came back, he said, you were invited by everyone. Where do you want to go first? Vietnam, of course. I must start there because they are at war. Oh, man, the Cubans. We have a lot to thank them for. Especially us Africans. Africans born in America and Africans born all over the world. We have a lot to thank the Cubans for. You know that Cuba had more medical personnel working in Africa and the Caribbean than the World Health Organization? Every time Africa has sent out a call, Cuba has answered, and as I always tell my people, you can never be ungrateful in politics. That day was the final plenary session of the conference, and Comandante Castro was to close the conference. He made a magnificent speech, just magnificent. He had a good time exposing the idiocy and incompetence of U.S. foreign policy and the CIA's bungling. Then, quite unexpectedly and humblingly, he asked me to stand before these revolutionaries of the world and ask them to pledge to protect me. And they did. I was overwhelmed. They are absolutely incapable of judging anything. That news agency is always serving imperialist interests, always concealing something, always defending something which is not good, even if by mistake, distorting everything. We Latin Americans know these facts only too well. All the representatives present here know them well. These facts are known, above all, to those who have to suffer these lies, this reporting, which while serving the worst imperialist causes, is the only information available to whole nations on this continent. And that is part of the imperialist mechanism, because those lying, truculent, fraudulent news agencies are part and parcel, oft imperialist machinery. They are part and parcel of the instruments used by imperialism to carry out its policies. Courtesy compels us to treat individuals with politeness, but courtesy does not compel us to refrain from stating some truths which are only too well known. But here is a case which expresses the essence of imperialist thinking. It is an article from the New York Daily News entitled "Stokely, Stay There." We would indeed be honored if he wished to remain here. But he himself doesn't want to stay here because he believes that the struggle is his fundamental duty. But he must know that whatever the circumstances, this country will always be his home. The article states, Stokely Carmichael, the Negro firebrand, is in Havana, capital of Red Cuba, after having stopped off at London and Prague, and we suggest that he remain in Havana, his spiritual home. As pointed out, we urge Stokely to remain in Red Cuba until this miserable island is rescued from communism, and then he can head for some other red country. If Carmichael returns to the United States, we think that the Department of Justice should throw the book at him. And in conclusion, after more of the same sort of thing, it states, while we are busy in Vietnam, we can hardly crush Castro, although the 592 around the world in 80 days. Government could, and should, stop discouraging Cuban refugees who plan Castro's destruction. Stop discouraging? Stop discouraging Cuban exiles who plan Castro's destruction? Discouragement indeed. Discouragement indeed. But let's stick a reminder in Uncle Sam's hat to trample Castro underfoot with all the force necessary to destroy his communist regime just as soon as we win the war in Vietnam. You ears and boos observe how they express themselves, with what unbelievable exasperation, with what contempt, they speak of a Negro firebrand, of the miserable island, of trampling underfoot. Because it must be said that the imperialists are annoyed by many things, but most of all they are annoyed by the visit here of a Negro leader of the most exploited and most oppressed sector of the United States, by the strengthening of relations between the revolutionary movement of Latin America and the revolutionary movement inside the United States. In the past few days, innumerable articles about Stokely's trip have been published in the U.S. press, some very insulting, others more subtle. They have elaborated a whole series of theories. Some say, Stokely is fooling Castro, Castro is fooling Stokely. And they have gone still further. Some theorists have stated, how strange that this country is not racist, and Stokely is a racist. How strange. How strange. Their aim is to create the impression that the Negro movement in the United States is a racist movement. It is logical that the exploiters, who for centuries practiced racism against the Negro population, now label as racists all those who struggle against racism. That is what we must reject as injurious and slanderous, the attempt to present the Negro movement of the United States as a problem of racism. We hope they will give up the illusion that anyone has deceived anyone. The drawing together of the revolutionaries of the United States and those of Latin America is the most natural thing in the world, and the most spontaneous. and our people have been very receptive to and very capable of admiring Stokely for the courageous statements he has made in the OLIS conference, because we know that this requires valor, because we know what it means to make such statements within a society that applies the most cruel and brutal procedures of repression, that constantly practices the worst crimes against the Negro sector of its population, and we know how much hatred his statements will arouse among the oppressors. And, for this reason, we believe that the revolutionary movements all over the world must give Stokely their utmost support as protection. 593. Against the repression of imperialists, so that it will be very clear that any crime committed against this leader will have serious repercussions throughout the world. And our solidarity can help to protect Stokely's life. A couple of days after the conference, the Cubans put George Ware and me on a Cuban Airlines flight. George was stopping in Europe, I was continuing on to Vietnam with a connection in Madrid. 40 minutes into the flight, the captain announced, "Compañeros y compañeras, we have been called back to Havana briefly. We regret the delay." Now what? We thought the CIA counter-revolutionaries might have been planning to blow up the plane. But back in Havana, George and I were taken off the flight, which then continued. Cuban intelligence had reported an American reception committee waiting in Madrid to seize me and my passport and presumably escort me in chains and under guard back to God's country. Give praise and thanks for the excellence of Cuban intelligence. We were transferred to an Aeroflot plane, which was carrying the Soviet delegation back home. This was my first time flying 17 hours non-stop, from Havana to Minsk and then on to Moscow. The delegation included many brothers and sisters from Central Asia, and we had some interesting discussions about relative colonialism. I had no time to form any impressions of Moscow. We spent 2 days there before continuing on to the Chinese border and a Chinese flight to Beijing, where I would meet a person who would become very influential in my political and personal life. See, I was traveling with Cubans and we were coming from Russia. At this time, the Sino-Soviet dispute was hot and Cuba was seen by the Chinese to be solidly in the Soviet camp. In fact, the one conspicuous absence at the OLIS conference had been that of the Chinese. Also, the Chinese Cultural Revolution Red Guards and all was in full swing in Beijing. And remember Robert Williams, who'd been so valiant in Monroe, North Carolina. Well, after being framed by the FBI, the brother had been given political asylum in Cuba. When the Cubans restricted his political activities, Bro Williams had moved to China, where he'd made ideological criticisms of his former hosts. Consequently, the political climate was not easy to navigate, and various factions tried to pull me in. Fortunately, Madame Shirley Graham Dubois, who was much loved and appreciated by the Chinese, was in Beijing at the same time and proved a great help to me while I was there. And afterward too. Bro, the morning I arrived, there was a knock on my door. I wasn't expecting anyone. A Chinese man bowed and handed me an envelope. I almost fell out. It was an invitation to dinner from Madame Dubois. 594. Around the world in 80 days. Course, I immediately accepted, Jack. I knew who she was, had read some of her books, but I'd had no idea she was in China. She was everything I'd expected and much, much more. Not a tall woman, actually about May Charles's size and coloration, she was an elegant lady with a real presence. Very serious. She was charming, brilliant, alert, very disciplined, and political. But, you know, although she was very serious, she wasn't somber. She had a delightful, irreverent sense of humor and an African-American sensibility and perspective. Over the years, we would become very, very close. I called her my political mother. She called me her son. That evening we just talked. We talked about so many things, about everything. She briefed me on the Cultural Revolution, Chinese politics, the Sino-Soviet dispute, and the activities of our countryman Robert Williams. She wanted to know my impressions of the state of the movement in America, the London Conference, and of course, Ola's and my impressions of Comandante Castro. What would I do after Vietnam? I told her about the US government and my passport. I'd decided to try to join one of the African liberation organizations and, like her husband, just let the Yankees keep the wretched passport. Please, please don't do that, she said. Just put it deep in your back pocket and sit on it. She said that her husband, she called him Dubois, had never relinquished his passport, that the US government had refused to renew it. Then Mrs. Dubois said, "Do you know Nkrumah?" I said, "Of course, who doesn't know Nkrumah? I've read all dash I meant, have you met him? Would you like to?" Would I like to? To meet Kwame Nkrumah? Madame Dubois, I'd give my right arm. Well, then, you shall. You need to. You should. I'll see that you do. You'll hear from me. I was humbled by your students' papers. As you know, changing lifelong attitudes in a 2-hour discussion is not easy. At this time it has to be a major task for all revolutionaries. In a word, we are forced to try to out-soundbite the capitalist media. If, after all, they can give you the world in 22 minutes, plus commercials, we are compelled to scream Black Power, to scream Pan-Africanism, and let that mean all. But we were humbled to see the honesty of your students in facing contradictions which challenge lifelong opinions. That made Martin Luther King come alive with his oft-repeated truth, crushed to earth shall rise again. Or as 595. The Egyptians say, struggle is like a rubber ball, the harder it is smashed into the dirt, the higher it rebounds into the sky. My brother, I have ever to be grateful to your mother. And you need not worry about the present, your mother has etched her life's work into history, leaving an indelible mark. Centuries from now, she will be remembered and researched. A great woman becomes even greater after her death, and the longer she is dead, the greater she becomes. Your mother is already assured of this. When one speaks of Pan-Africanism, she is there. Of Nkrumah's early model in Ghana, she is there. Of our struggle in the States, she will be there. Of authors who wrote for history, she is already in all this. She will be a cross-reference of struggle. Excuse the bad penmanship. My right hand is injured. I'm in Honduras at an alternative clinic for cancer. My health improves. I will be in Ghana in 2 weeks, July 11th to 1st STH. Again, thank you. I actually thought we would not make it to Vietnam. At times during that flight I was convinced that my bones would lie, never to be found, somewhere in the jungles of Southeast Asia. Then I consoled myself that I was doing revolutionary work, so what difference did it make where I died? As Che said, wherever death might surprise us. After that, I didn't really think about the plane crashing anymore. When I'd said goodbye to Madame Dubois, she'd said, "Not goodbye, my son. Farewell, for we shall certainly meet again." The plane was a Chinese cargo plane allegedly bringing medical, though some could have been military supplies, from Beijing to Hanoi. There were no passenger seats, nor seat belts, and this was the heart of the monsoon season. Oh, man, the plane bucked and pitched, lumbered and rolled. Sometimes it fell straight down in air pockets or was tossed, spinning, in what felt like a hurricane. I sat on this little fold-down seat between the cockpit and the stacked cargo and reflected on everything that had happened since I'd left DC, London, Havana, Moscow, Beijing. CLR, Fidel, Madame Dubois. A host of activists and revolutionaries. Now I was en route to Vietnam. That incredibly valiant little country that had defeated the French and was now fighting America's military power to a standstill, Jack. I knew that Uncle Ho had lived in Harlem, washed dishes in a New York restaurant, and written an essay on lynching, which I'd read. A lifelong patriot, a dedicated revolutionary and organizer, he'd done time in jail, been exiled, and never once wavered, never once become discouraged, never taken a backward step. I wondered what it would be like to talk to such a man. Among the European expatriate professors at Howard had been a Frenchman named Bernard Fall. Before most people in the States even. 596. Around the World in 80 Days. Knew where Vietnam was back in the Kennedy administration. This Frenchman was writing about the Vietnamese's 25-year struggle for independence from France. I'll never forget a lecture he gave on the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. The arrogant French generals trained at Saint-Cyr, the French equivalent of West Point, were contemptuous of the primitive and backward peasant army. It was poorly trained and ill-equipped. They always referred to the Vietnamese commander as schoolteacher Jip, because that had been the general's profession before he studied war and took up arms to liberate his people. The French strategy was to concede control of the countryside to the Patriot army. At a place called Dien Bien Phu, 100 miles deep in the jungle, they built a massive, impregnable base. A technological fortress, a monument to modern communications and state-of-the-art military equipment. It would be supplied entirely by air. There were no roads in, the place was entirely surrounded by jungle. They amassed squadrons of jet fighters, bombers, American helicopter gunships, and cargo planes that could airlift artillery and arms into battle. They massed elite forces, paratroopers, commandos, the Foreign Legion, the cream of the French army. They had the full panoply of Western military technology, much of which was supplied by good old Uncle Sam. What was their plan? From this impregnable, inaccessible fortress, they would defeat the peasants from the air. Bombing raids, artillery bombardments, followed by the rapid deployment of airborne troops in their helicopter gunships. What could these primitives do in the face of all this? The ragtag, upstart People's Army and their schoolteacher didn't stand a chance. Well, the schoolteacher had something for them. Without an air force or the kind of long-range artillery that would allow him to even think of attacking the impregnable, remote fortress, what could he do? What did he have? His people and the jungle, that's what. Those people made 100-mile jongfoot trails on the jungle floor. Hidden under the canopy of leaves, they transported ammunition, supplies, and mortars on their backs, by foot. They dismantled huge artillery pieces, and teams of porters carried and dragged them through the jungle. Relay teams, many of them women, pushed bicycles, each loaded with 4 artillery shells, weighing as much as those pushing them, 100 miles over these jungle tracks. They transported and stockpiled ammunition, rice, and dried fish around the French fortress to supply and feed thousands of fighters. They stealthily lifted the artillery parts and ammunition to the hills surrounding the fortress and reassembled them. The French, in their arrogance and overconfidence, had not a clue that they were surrounded. Not a clue, Jack. So much for French military intelligence. I have no idea how many months or even years this must have taken. 597. Or the will and determination, the sheer physical effort, the raw manpower it must have required. But schoolteacher Jip and his people did it. The rest is history. By the time these generals and what was left of their troops surrendered to the village schoolteacher, the Battle of Dien Bien Phu had shocked and humiliated the entire West. Of course we can say the French were ignorant and arrogant. But one could almost excuse them, because what the Vietnamese People's Army did was humanly impossible. At least to the Western mind. But once they had done it, what in God's green earth was America's excuse? And especially when you consider that the United States had absolutely no justification, no national interest at all, in invading those people's country. Instead of learning from the military humiliation of the French, Uncle Sam is going to avenge it? Why? Gimme a break. During that perilous flight, I prayed for the plane to stay in the air just so I could meet these extraordinary people and the leaders who so inspired and organized them. We were scheduled to arrive in Hanoi at about midnight. I assumed this was to ensure that we entered North Vietnamese airspace at night so as to avoid American jet fighters. I'm not entirely sure of this, because I didn't think the Americans would be criminal enough to attack an unarmed civilian plane from a neutral country. but we did come in under cover of darkness. Because of the storm we were hours late. It was 4 a.m. When we landed at Hanoi, the airport was in total darkness. No lights at all to be seen at the airport, because of the American bombing. So we landed in what looked like total darkness. But the plane hadn't come to a halt when out of nowhere all these people just materialized. I mean, out of nowhere, Jack. A troop of the most beautiful little girls, about 8 years old, beautifully dressed, smiling radiantly, shyly but proudly presented us with flowers. Had they been up all night or had they been awakened and dressed up to come give us flowers? I didn't know, but they didn't look sleepy, they looked proud, happy, robust. Then a spokesman welcomed us and explained how sorry they were to be receiving us in such conditions. That really shamed me. I mean, the Vietnamese apologizing to me for the war conditions under which they were forced to live. Could you imagine that? I mean, which government had imposed these conditions on them? An incredible people. That already showed me something. But even on the ride into the city I saw things that told me that America was never going to defeat these people. No way. We were approaching a river. A really wide expanse of open water. Then by the time we got to the water's edge, a bridge that had not been there would suddenly appear. And once we'd driven over, you looked back and the bridge was gone. The US bombing. 598. Around the world in 80 days. Had forced them to improvise a system of mobile pontoon bridges, made in sections. Oh, man, they were just so efficient and resourceful. As I would go around, I'd see many little things like that. Even the youth. I'd meet 14-year-olds. In America, they'd be kids. But these kids would give me the entire history of Vietnam. The entire history of the struggle they were involved in. The aims, the objectives of the socialist revolution, the problems the revolution would have to overcome. They blew my mind. Another example, I knew that the Vietnamese patriots made effective use of the strategy of united fronts. This was one of the key ways they were able to come together. That's what we need as a people in the United States, even now. So I asked the Vietnamese about their experience with united fronts. They were beautiful. They brought out all their people who'd done that work and made them available. They brought a brother who spoke English and who'd written up a report for us, about 15 pages. I was staying on the second floor of a little building in the center of Hanoi. This cotter was reading and explaining his report when we heard sirens. "We are sorry, comrade," he said. "They are coming to bomb. We must go to the shelters." I could hear the sound of approaching planes, so off we went. Now, the Vietnamese are small in physical stature, so among them I towered like a giant, an African giant. Also they can sit on their haunches, almost like they're sitting on their own 2 feet, for hours. So getting into the shelters, essentially tunnels leading underground, was no problem for them. They just stooped real low. I had to crawl in on my hands and knees. Meanwhile the sound of planes is getting louder. So we get to an underground room where people are sitting. They ask, "Am I comfortable?" I say yes. They keep asking again and again, "Are you comfortable, comrade?" I assure them. Then the brother moves the lantern next to him, produces the report that he'd stuck under his shirt, and continues the briefing from the place he'd stopped, unperturbed. Blew my mind, Jack. Outside, I can hear bombs. But that's not even it. He's continuing to read, which is cool with me. I'm rolling with the action. The explosions sound even closer. He reads and explains. Then there is a deafening blast. It sounds right on top of us, as though it were a direct hit on top of us. The earth shakes. Dirt from the roof streams down on us. Some trickles into the pad. The brother calmly leans over and blows the dirt off and continues his report. Whoa, bro. After that, I'll never forget that long as I live. That bomb hadn't hit the shelter. It had, in fact, destroyed a hospital. 599. A block away. When the bombing stopped, the Vietnamese took me to see the wreckage. During our discussions I had one slight, recurrent problem with the Cotters. The leadership was clinging to Marxism-Leninism as the only path to socialism. As I explained in an earlier chapter, I had serious questions with the Marxists over nationalism, and I knew my people would always have a problem with Marxism and religion. But the Vietnamese leadership was receiving me as a representative of the African struggle in America and assuming that I shared their ideology. So I had to be honest. I explained that, yes, I came from a people who came out of a long history of struggle recognized around the world, and whose struggle was intensifying daily. But that my people had not adopted that ideology, so that even if I felt that Marxism-Leninism was the correct approach, I would not be representing my people's struggle honestly if I pretended that this was their position. They thanked me for my honesty, but said they could see, regrettably, that I still had a lot of growing to do. But I held my position firmly, especially, on the nationalism question. Then something happened that blew me away. On that question in particular. Quite unexpectedly one day I was invited to lunch with Prime Minister Pham Van Dong. They took me to his residence, and he met me at the gate with a warm embrace. A gracious host, he was a worldly, sophisticated man who spoke perfect English. Unlike Ho Chi Minh, he'd never been to America, but he knew the struggle there clearly and had a serious understanding of the contradictions. Then, just as we got to an unpretentious but elegant little room where we were to have lunch, I heard a sound approaching, the clatter of wooden sandals against tiles. I knew. I couldn't yet see anyone, but immediately I knew. I just became uncontrollable. I could see a slight figure coming down a dim hallway, and before I could see enough to recognize him, I just ran. I embraced, hugged, and kissed him before catching myself and releasing him. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. It's just such a great honor. I forgot myself." But he was cool. I was overwhelmed, couldn't really believe that Ho Chi Minh was inviting me to lunch. He sat next to me with Pham Van Dong across the table from us. That's one lunch I'll never forget. My mind was racing. I mean, here I am, 26 years old, what am I going to say to the venerable Ho Chi Minh? I knew I'd have to remember every word for posterity. Luckily, both leaders spoke excellent English. "I spent time in Harlem?" he asked. "Yes, sir. I know you did. I'm familiar with your writing on lynching. 600. Around the world in 80 days. He seemed surprised. I also wanted him to know that I wasn't unprepared, and that we knew and appreciated his role. "Yes, sir. Africans in America know of your struggles here in Vietnam and also your work in Harlem. That's why we feel a responsibility to support your just struggles here." That's when he told me that he'd been in Harlem during the time of the young Garvey. That he had thought Garvey to be a great man. That he'd heard Garvey speak and had even once made a modest financial contribution to the Garvey movement. Hey, that blew me away. I mean, here I'd been getting from the other leaders just the opposite of what I was now hearing from Ho Chi Minh himself. So we went on to discuss other matters, then he suddenly leaned closer and asked, "When are you African Americans going to repatriate to Africa?" I froze completely. Never forgot it. 'Cause I'd been hearing the completely opposite line from the other Vietnamese. I said, "Well, sir, we are not there yet, but that remains the ultimate goal. But it will surely be in the future, as the contradictions continue to develop." Then we discussed the role of nationalism and culture in the struggle. Ho Chi Minh was a great man. He clarified many things for me. He had a real appreciation of our struggle in America. We discussed, of course, the role of African American troops in Vietnam. He then said something that only really hit me in the next country I visited. He said that they recognized clearly the contradictions within the U.S. Army and explained their tactics toward the African soldiers. He said that their policy was to try, as far as possible, to avoid killing Africans, preferring to try to show them the contradictions and win them over to the side of justice and history. When we were about to part, he asked me, was I married? I said, only to the struggle. Then he asked me if my mother was still living. I said, yes, sir, very much so. Then he gave me a silk scarf to bring to her. Hey, whatever else I might lose in travel, that I knew I was going to bring back to May Charles. I didn't care how, but you know I was going to bring that back. May Charles still has that scarf today. I was extremely honored. Extremely honored at the opportunity to represent our people's struggle in Vietnam. The Vietnamese showed us every consideration and respect. I realized then there was no other honorable choice. My duty was to remain faithful to them in their just struggle, and to encourage my people to do so. I vowed never to waver or compromise in my efforts to expose American imperialism's criminal war against those people. So I was walking on air leaving Vietnam. It was all so clear. The bombing was going on while I was there. They had shown me the aimer. 601 Icon planes they'd shot down. I saw the wreckage, the fuselage, they weren't lying. I saw their patriotism on every level. I saw also their courage, determination, and their conviction of the inevitability of victory. And they weren't deluding themselves about that either. That impressed me the most. I mean, look at all the forces arrayed against this little country, yet they remained convinced they could and would win. And they did it. So you just knew that whatever struggle you were in, so long as it was just, no matter what the odds, victory was possible. So when I left Vietnam I was on a cloud. Of course, the things I hear and read nowadays about Vietnam are deeply troubling. Neocolonialism, global capitalism, Nike sweatshops, cultural imperialism. The ironies of history are full of grief, my brother. To see how a people so valiant, gracious, resourceful, patriotic, and undefeatable could summon up the strength and valor to defeat a military superpower and still lose the peace, at least temporarily. A bitter, bitter lesson. The American government and people owe that nation deep, abject apologies. And reparations. Serious reparations for war crimes. America should repair the lasting human, social, economic, and environmental damage they inflicted on that country for no reason. And not by accident, but as a matter of policy. For any other country, say Serbia, it would be recorded as war crimes against humanity. Gimme a break. What Germany did in Europe during World War I was child's play compared to what America did in Vietnam. And the Germans were made to pay heavy reparations. Simple justice. I weep for this country if there is any justice in history. Africa our home. That is where I went after Vietnam. I left Vietnam humbled and inspired and went home to a continent locked in struggle. Liberation wars, the winds of change, the Cold War, great power interventions. I don't think it necessary to describe my mood. All I'll say is that the plane didn't feel necessary. It was merely a concession to the conventions of physics. I was flying for real, Jack. My first destination was Algeria. We'd all followed the Algerian liberation struggle. I'd read Fanon many times and of course cheered their righteous victory. So my anticipation was double, twofold. Not only was Algeria a bona fide revolutionary country that had thrown off colonialism by force of arms, it was African. The timing was perfect and I was in no way disappointed. The euphoria of liberation was everywhere. Algeria at that time was a secular society in the throes of social transformation and trying to reclaim its culture and history. An exciting time to visit, and the visit was more than I could have expected. I have a lot to thank the Algerians for. 602. Around the world in 80 days. I mean, America forms you in such limiting ways without your even being aware of the limitations. I was no exception. I'd had no exposure at all to non-Western cultures, much less Islamic ones. In America, your exposure came, if at all, through films. And all you got of these were snake charmers and belly dancers. That's about all. So I didn't even know about Islamic prayer, right? That's how ignorant I was. Now, back then, a gesture common among Africans from America when traveling in Africa or the Caribbean was to kneel on the tarmac and kiss the sacred soil of this black country. That was a common gesture among us back then. When my plane stopped in Libya en route to Algiers, it was time for the midday prayer, but of course I didn't know that. So I look out the window and see a bunch of folks kneeling and pressing their foreheads to the earth. Oh, I say, oh, look. They kissing the sacred soil just like we do. Wow. And not just once either. I thought the people praying were passengers who had just stepped off the plane. Pitiful. That's how little I knew of other cultures. Or languages for that matter. I had an important meeting with the Vietnamese while in Algeria, and of course at that time I spoke no French. Zilch. Not 2 words. So the Algerians were kind to send an interpreter for me. Elaine Klein was a young, Jewish woman, born in Brooklyn, who'd somehow become associated with the Algerian Revolution. Naturally, I'm a little embarrassed to say, as soon as I meet her, I immediately think CIA. So I'm watching her like a hawk, Jack, listening carefully to every word. Now, I have no French, but having taken Latin, I have a vague general sense of the common vocabulary shared by English and French, so I'm trying to monitor the translation. At one point I say, I humbly request of the comrades such and such a thing. And I hear her say Il demanda in French. Man, I slam my hand into the table and glare at her. Look, I say, I ain't demanded nothing. I requested very humbly. She looked at me the way a teacher looks at an obnoxious child. Sir. In the context in which I'm using demander, it means precisely request. Man, did I feel foolish? I apologized, but continued to listen carefully. After the meeting as we were walking out, I went over to apologize to the Vietnamese. But they said, no, no. You are being vigilant. We like that, we like that. Later, I got to know Elaine's politics better and developed full confidence in her. I came to see her as a free agent who'd attached herself to the Algerian struggle out of conscience and genuine conviction. A decent, committed struggler. I ended up spending about 6 weeks in Algeria, which was great for my cultural education. Madame Dubois had arranged for me to be invited to the 8th Congress of the Parti Démocratique de Guinée, where we 603 would meet and Madame Dubois would introduce me to President Nkrumah. But that was some 6 weeks off, so I stayed in Algeria for that time. The Algerians were really, really beautiful. They took me everywhere and showed me everything, and I learned a lot. They had only recently, a matter of 5-6 years or so, won independence from a century of French colonialism, and only after a bitter struggle. So the entire society had an air of possibility. A real mass enthusiasm was everywhere. And everyone knows the cultural arrogance of French colonialism - our ancestors, the Gauls, so there was great emphasis on the local cultures. The Algerians were high on their culture, language, music, traditional poetry, the arts. The masses just loved it. So they would have all manner of public cultural performances in the evenings, to which I was always invited. I could see and feel, just as in Cuba, the role that indigenous cultures could play in nation building. I've always loved music, and there I'd hear North African music all the time, everywhere, 24 hours a day. Much of it was revolutionary music, music of struggle, like our freedom songs, and I began to appreciate North African music. Though very different from Black African music, there were resonances. The North African music with the strongest rhythmic bass was Moroccan. I gradually got to the point where, if I listened to a song and concentrated, I might be able to tell this one is from Libya, this from Egypt, this from Algeria. One very popular singer was absolutely dominant, that sister, the great Egyptian singer from the villages, Kalthum. The Algerians just loved her. I myself got to really appreciate the power and beauty of her singing, the feelings she communicated even if I didn't always understand the words. That was the culture. Then there was the political struggle. I learned a little about that too. Something Ho Chi Minh had told me only really became clear in Algeria. One good thing for me was that the liberation was only recently won, so all the freedom fighters were still around and I was able to meet them. Now, I was a young man and these were experienced warriors, veterans who'd been fighting for years. They wanted to help me by sharing their experiences. While I was meeting these fighters, many of them field commanders during the Liberation War, the same thing would happen over and over, time and again. Of these FLN commanders, some 50, 60 of them had served in the French Army of Occupation in Vietnam. And just about every time Vietnam came up, these grizzled veterans would just light up, Jack. Oh, I owe so much to the Vietnamese. It was there that I first became aware of my duty to fight colonialism. The Vietnamese caused me to see that. The Vietnamese are a great people. 604. Around the world in 80 days. A great people. Turns out that a surprisingly high percentage of those Liberation Front commanders had been captured by the Vietnamese People's Army. And the Vietnamese really worked on them, sought to drop some political clarity on them, you know. My brother, why are you here? How have we offended you? Are we in your country? We're fighting the same man who has his heel planted on your soil. You shouldn't be here fighting us. You should be at home fighting the common oppressor. Together we can get rid of him. And now some 13 years later, these former colonial conscripts turned liberation warriors are praising the Vietnamese for educating them. And have liberated their own country, which is now in a position to offer support to the Vietnamese, who still have to be fighting this time against the Americans. And here all these Algerian commanders are thanking the Vietnamese for the gift of consciousness. Talk about the ironies of history, Jack. But it showed me clearly that everything was part of the same struggle. I remembered then what Ho Chi Minh had said about their policy toward the African GLS in the US Army. In Algeria I was treated royally, almost like a rice. That, I discovered, was due to SNCC, and it was more than a little ironic. This was 1967, remember. So, of course, the Six-Day War was very much in the air. And naturally the Algerians were passionately supportive of the Palestinians. I discovered to my surprise that they knew that SNCC had recently taken a public position on Palestinian rights and justice for the Palestinian people. I knew that at that very moment SNCC was catching everlasting hell in America for that position, but it endeared SNCC to the hearts of the Algerians. They were amazed that a black organization inside the United States would dare to publicly support justice for the Palestinian people. I mean, they were just thrilled the brothers and sisters had the consciousness and the courage to take that stand. Most of them thought that SNCC was the first African organization in the States to support Palestinian rights. I explained that this wasn't really true. The first civil rights organization, true, but not the first African organization. I pointed out that the nation of Islam had been the first. I could vividly remember in '64 seeing a picture of Malcolm X meeting publicly with a PLO representative. I pointed out that about the only place we could read accounts of events in the Middle East that represented the Palestinian position was in the nation's newspaper. Not even in the newspapers of the American left could you read that. But, of course, SNCC was the one in the civil rights movement to take it public. So SNCC was greatly respected in Algeria. When the time for me to leave for Guinea grew close, I was invited to a high-level meeting. They were beautiful, these Algerians. They said, okay, you say you are moving on to Africa. But isn't Algeria Africa? Hey, we're 605. All Africans. We will be honored to support your struggle in the States. We see it as our historical, revolutionary, and fraternal duty. I mean, they just came out and said, if at any time SNCC wishes to establish a presence in Algeria, here is what we're authorized to offer. They offered everything, Jack. An office, residence, operating expenses, telephones, passports, diplomatic recognition, diplomatic immunity, and even military training. I could hardly believe my ears. They were so generous, and so principled. Because, remember, during their war of liberation, they themselves, the Front for National Liberation, had to be recognized and helped in their struggle by friendly countries. People forget that it was in Ghana that Fanon wrote Wretched of the Earth. Ghana allowed him the time and space to do that, treating him almost like a diplomat, while the Algerian struggle was going on. Revolutionary Algeria understood it to be their duty to recognize and support other legitimate struggles. They offered us every courtesy, the same ones they would later extend to Eldridge Cleaver and the Panthers, and of course we thanked them sincerely for their generous, fraternal offer. I said I certainly thought it likely that SNCC would at some point accept it, and conveyed the offer to Atlanta. Then I continued on to Guinea. But almost the minute I got to Guinea, I said, this is it. The minute I got to Conakry, I said, oh, man, I'm home. I mean, the Algerians had mass demonstrations, oh, yes, they did. They had mass enthusiasm. But in Guinea, they were disciplined. In Guinea, they had organization, they had patriotic enthusiasm, and they were disciplined. 606. Chapter XXV. Mother Africa and her suffering children. As exciting as Algeria's struggling towards social and political transformation undoubtedly was, as fascinating and instructive as I found the culture, and notwithstanding the overwhelming graciousness and consideration I was receiving from everyone there, I eventually found myself becoming decidedly restless. Even as the time for the end of my visit drew closer. Hey, be clear now. I certainly don't want to appear ungrateful. In 1967, revolutionary Algeria was a fascinating place. There was a lot to see, and even more to learn. And especially because of everything I could see of their young leadership cadres, the ones with whom I mostly dealt were some very, very impressive young people. They were committed, bright, very knowledgeable about the world, well educated, serious young activists, honest and tempered by the long war for independence, who seemed clear on the struggle ahead, the formidable task of building a humane and progressive modern society out of the nation's Islamic heritage, the traditional cultures, and the ruins of French colonialism. These young Algerian cadres really impressed me. From them, I got the same sense of confidence and determination I'd seen in Cuba. A clear-eyed, unsentimental sense of possibility and struggle. So why then was I feeling restless? The answer, in one word, was Guinea, my next destination. See, thus far, this strange, unplanned journey of mine had been extraordinary. Unbelievably fortunate, eventful, rewarding. Hey, I'd seen the indomitable Vietnamese people locked in struggle. In Cuba, I'd had the opportunity to see the energy and dedication of a revolutionary people and to attend and feel the spirit of justice and resistance in a continent-wide gathering of deeply committed brothers and sisters seriously struggling for radical change all over the Americas. Now, I'd caught a long glimpse of free Algeria, Frantz Fanon's adopted country. It was a lot, Jack, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Of course it had to seriously affect my view of the world. Huh? Seriously, what you mean? 607. Of course I knew I was inordinately fortunate, especially for a young African from America. This clearly was, I knew that then, but I can really see it now, a remarkable moment in history. What I mean is this: right before my eyes I could see the world stirring. I mean, I was not only seeing history move, the motion of history actually seemed to be speeding up, bro. Everywhere I went an exciting sense of movement. And I knew my people in America had to move along with it. I truly became aware of being part of a uniquely favored historical generation. A worldwide generation entrusted by history with opportunity for struggle and progress, in which we all had a responsibility. I could see also that rich, gluttonous, smug, self-satisfied, short-sighted America was really not, as it imagined itself to be, the center of the universe. Was in fact a major obstruction, and it didn't really have to be that way. That around her, beyond her, despite her, the world, us as the so-called wretched of the earth, was everywhere rising up. We are human beings. Deal with it. Deal with us. America could so easily and naturally have placed itself in the forefront of the struggle of the world's people. This was more than exciting. It was inspiring, in fact, life-changing. And the more I saw, the more I wanted to see. To see it all, bro. To take it all in, to reflect, study, to assimilate, to understand, to be clear. So the more I saw, the more my interest grew. It was inexhaustible, but so was my energy. That's what I meant by restless. Misgivings. Second thoughts, what you mean? Of course not. Hell, no, I will go. Hey, this is my first trip outside America as an adult. What could there be to regret? Well, maybe one thing, but I wouldn't really call it a regret. I was seeing and learning so much so fast that I needed to remember. You know, to bring back to the brothers and sisters. I knew I was exceedingly, impossibly fortunate. I found myself over and over wishing more of us could be there to see with me the things I was seeing. I wished everybody well, almost everybody in SNCC could have been there. To analyze, to discuss. To share perceptions, insights, questions. That, I really missed, those long, all-night SNCC discussions. Is that a regret? So anyway, I'm in Algeria and growing restless for what? For revolutionary Guinea, bro. Black Africa. The ancestral motherland. Having seen all these revolutionary societies, I wanted now to see how the struggle was going down in the ancestral home, among my kinfolk, flesh of my flesh. And Guinea was the place. Hey, you don't think it was an accident that when Harry Belafonte set up the SNCC trip to Africa, the host country would be Guinea, do you? A former French colony, rather than, say, one of the Anglophone countries? No accident there, bro. I remember Harry. 608. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Saying in a meeting that, yeah, it's a small but very proud country with an African revolutionary spirit in the people and the leadership. He talked about the vision and the boldness of the young leader Sékou Touré, who'd invited SNCC, saying Touré's approach was in many ways similar to SNCC's. I wanted to see what that meant. Mrs. Hamer, oh, hush, Stokely. You know how I love my Perry Hamer, all 6 feet 2 of him, right on down to the solace of his big, Fiat, old size 12 shoes. But what I most remembered was being in high school when Bro Touré led his people to independence. I think every conscious black person my age or older remembers what happened then. After the French defeat in Vietnam and with another looming in Algeria, de Gaulle had second thoughts on the question of empire. In 1958, he offered France's West African possessions a referendum to choose between partial independence within some kind of French Commonwealth arrangement, or full political independence. Only tiny Guinea opted for independence. When the Guinean people voted for independence, the French colonials were outraged. I do mean outraged, Jack. The French did everything in their power to cripple the society before leaving. It was brutal, ugly, and petty. They sabotaged all government agencies, destroyed records, took away files, locked offices, destroyed what equipment they could not take, even going so far as to tear telephones off the walls. The French technicians took the plans for all electrical wiring, telephone lines, and sewage systems in the city of Conakry. They left the national treasury empty and expelled the young nation from the French West African Commercial Union, hence leaving the country without a national currency. Dig the viciousness of that. They left the government without a medium of currency by which to trade internationally to purchase as much as a gallon of gas from another country, or pay the civil servants, police, and teachers at home. You dig? Can you imagine that? Independent Guinea was meant to fail. Or, more accurately, to be sabotaged. It was inevitable, a matter of months at the most. This was France and its allies at their mean-spirited and spiteful worst. The Western community of nations, the United States and France's European allies, sat on their racist hands smugly waiting for this impudent little black nation to implode. Ha! One thing I remember was a quote attributed to the young leader at that time: "If the choice is to be between riches in slavery, or freedom in 609 poverty, then Guinea chooses freedom. Or even if the price of freedom is to be poverty, then Guinea will always choose freedom." Or words to that effect. But Sékou Touré, his party, and his people had not faltered. 10 years later, little, valiant Guinea was still very much alive. Fighting, but definitely alive. And check this. Not only had it survived, but it had been there to receive and welcome the Osagyijò, President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, when reactionary stooges and traitors, bought and paid for by the CIA, had staged their coup in Ghana, the year before my trip, waiting until the great patriot was out of the country. What had most impressed me was the sensitive and principled way Sékou Touré, his government, and his party did it, in the true spirit of Pan-Africanism and the highest values of our traditional cultures. President Nkrumah was not given charity, political asylum, or the humiliating refugee status usually accorded deposed leaders in the usual protocols of international diplomacy. No. The government and people of Guinea not only received our heroic brother with appropriate honor and respect, but Sékou Touré officially declared the deposed leader co-president of the Republic of Guinea, pending his legitimate return to the leadership of the people he had so skillfully led into independence. Wow, bro. All progressive forces on the continent and across the diaspora shouted affirmation. Our spirits were moved. Hey, that's a very African gesture, we said, give praise and thanks. I certainly cannot recall any similar gesture of respect, brotherhood, or solidarity between two politicians anywhere else, much less two heads of state, can you? Yeah, you sneer, it was almost certainly merely honorific. Meaningless. Hollow. Well, once I spent time in Guinea, I could see for myself that it was anything but honorific. Of course President Touré and his advisors ran the government and party day to day. But President Nkrumah wasn't simply trotted out for ceremonial occasions. He, first of all, was very much the senior advisor to President Touré, seriously consulted on matters of policy and national direction. He was also offered specific areas of responsibility according to his inclinations and interests. It was a truly inspiring relationship between these two African patriots, like nothing I've seen, read, or heard about in history or contemporary politics. One of the first accounts I heard once I got to Guinea, and something not widely known outside the country, might partially explain this uncommon sensitivity on the part of the young Guinean president. People told me that in 1958, after the French looted the Guinean treasury and destroyed the infrastructure, leaving the government to collapse, President Nkrumah was the first to intervene to save the young nation. 610. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Within days of the French departure, some say the very next day, President Nkrumah either sent a delegation or, as some say, came in person to advise and support the young government. Most importantly, he brought a check in the amount of £10 million, drawn on the foreign reserves of the Bank of Ghana. A loan without conditions or interest to buy the young nation a few months' breathing room and give them some foreign exchange. Kwame Nkrumah was always and to the end a true Pan-Africanist. That story taught me something fundamental. You might say the first and most important of many lessons I was to learn from both men. You can never be ungrateful in politics. That's something that President Nelson Mandela the Madiba continues to teach us every day in his constant, loyal, and principled support for those who supported his people's struggle, Libya and Cuba. Perhaps it's an African thing, you just wouldn't understand. Hey, I know that today £10 million sterling might look like chump change to the gluttonous multinational plunderers of global capitalism. But in 1958, to a newly independent African nation grappling with the inherited contradictions and underdevelopment of colonialism in this case, Ghana Nkrumah's conscientious, brotherly act was a significant sacrifice, a principled and generous demonstration of Pan-African solidarity. A sacrifice that was, by the way, enthusiastically supported by the Ghanaian masses. One that, as subsequent events prove, Ahmed Sékou Touré never forgot. Now, 9 years later, the ruling party, by its rightful name the Democratic Party of Guinea for the African Democratic Revolution, was having its 8th Congress. There would be observers representing allies from the various liberation struggles, from progressive African states and nationalist political parties across the continent. While I was in Guinea, I was to hook up with Mrs. Dubois, who would be attending the Pan-African Congress, and meet the great man himself, the Osagefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But, had I the faintest idea of all that actually awaited me in Guinea, I would have been even more restless to get there than I already was. The time came, I sincerely thanked the Algerians, I thanked them seriously, and continued on to Guinea. Almost the minute I got to Guinea, I said, "This is it." "The minute, Jack?" I said, "Yes, this is it. My people are disciplined. They are organized, purposeful, and disciplined." Example. All right, let me give you an example of discipline. Remember de Gaulle's ultimatum? When he gave the choice, yes or no. You know he himself went to all the colonies selling the scam. In every colony, even the greatest puppets like Ivory Coast and Seine. 611. Gal, there were popular demonstrations against de Gaulle. The only colony, the only one, Jack, where there were no hostile demonstrations was Guinea. In Guinea, nothing but courtesy, ceremony, respect, and African etiquette, the beating of drums, traditional dances, joy and celebration in the streets. The Frenchmen must have been quite pleased. And yet Guinea was the only place that voted no. All the countries where there had been demonstrations against de Gaulle voted yes. That was tradition. You in our country? We must make you welcome. Show you the elaborate courtesy due a powerful guest. But how we vote on our nation's future is our business, Jacques. Which may explain the viciousness with which the French then trashed the infrastructure. Some years later, about 1976, I think, I'm in D.C. I had out of revolutionary duty to attend a reception in the embassy of a very, very reactionary African country. I haven't gotten 5 feet inside the door and I'm surrounded, bro. I mean literally. Attacked from all sides, without pity, about my choice of Guinea for the country of my return. What's Guinea? Why you choose Guinea? Is Guinea the only country in Africa? It's a dictatorship. It's a blood-stained dictatorship. Why Guinea? Etc., etc., etc. Naturally, you know, I'm under attack, so I'm gonna respond right and left, back and forth. This went on for a good 2 hours. I'm still just barely inside the door. A host of people just looking on. I mean, it got hot, Jack. All this time a young diplomat from another African country had stood listening to both sides. He listened intently but said nothing. Finally, he said, "I've listened carefully to both sides. Well, I've been fortunate enough to actually visit Guinea. I'm a footballer. Our national team did a tour of West Africa. In every country, didn't matter whether we won or lost, there was disorder. But when we won, security had to take us off the field. The crowds threw things. Seemed about to attack us. In Guinea, we won. Badly defeated the national team. The crowd stood and applauded us as we left the field. I've never forgotten that. The only place. That's what I'm talking about. But it should be clear. This was not some imposed totalitarian discipline. It was self-discipline. Something coming out of indigenous culture and tradition. During Sékou Touré's time, the reactionaries would routinely send agents to infiltrate various communities to destabilize the regime. Saboteurs, undercover, so they could plant bombs, assassinate local leaders, stuff like that. How did these communities defend themselves? They simply resorted to traditional practice. See, with Guinea, the capitalist media always gave everything their little totalitarian spin, all right? Did it in Cuba too with the local committees to defend the revolution. You know, neighbors spying on. 612. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Neighbors, folks denouncing their enemies, etc., etc. They couldn't do that to Guinea cause the local people simply reverted to tradition, no muss, no fuss. See, in traditional villages, if any stranger came in, even a friend, to visit another, you would formally bring and present them to the chief and elders. Automatic. So the Guineans simply recalled and emphasized that tradition. Every stranger had to be formally presented. Everyone knew who they were, where they came from, and whom they were visiting. Anyone not so presented stood out. So it became difficult for them to lie undercover to carry out their terrorism. Course the reactionaries tried to label it undemocratic, dictatorial, etc., etc. But the masses, they were enthusiastic. It was something they were familiar and comfortable with. It was completely in harmony with their tradition. So it worked. See, traditional African societies were extremely disciplined. That discipline was second nature. Self-discipline, not anything imposed from outside. I want to emphasize that. One of the things I really liked was that the PDG's approach was always based on the practices and values of the local culture. Which is why they were so successful in local organizing. And the country was organized, Jack. Soon as I set foot in it, I began to realize that. And every day I saw it more and more. Mrs. Hamer really responded to that aspect, the empowering of the local folk. She told me, all my life I've lived in America and no president ever came to see me. I go to Guinea, and the first day, the president himself comes to where we staying to say hello. And you know what, Stokely? It was ordinary people like me, who were running everything. The ones who were left back and never had no chance. Now they have the chance to run their own country. Look, Africans in the diaspora return home for many different reasons. I returned home for revolution. It should be uppermost in people's minds that at this time Guinea was the most revolutionary and innovative country in Africa. That's what motivated my return. Not the culture, not the climate, not the vegetation, the beauty of the landscape, or to discover my identity. Later I'd come to know and appreciate those. But what attracted me first was the unified spirit, the political structures, the level of organization, at the grassroots, bro, the ideology, the national pride and dignity, and of course the combativeness of the country in fighting against injustice. Now, of course, Africa is a beautiful continent. But I do not think that I, a poor humble revolutionary, not a craftsman of words, can describe. 613. Africa's beauty better than others who, for centuries, have already described it. Okay. I know that East Africa is considered more beautiful in a spectacular, scenic way, but West Africa is itself extremely beautiful in its own unique way. Myself, I just love the mountain forests in the Guinean interior. One of my favorite places in the world. Also, Guinea has almost the same climate as the Trinidad of my childhood. And the same two seasons, wet and dry. And the vegetation? Almost identical. Fruits and vegetables that I'd not seen in America and almost forgotten, I'd now see again. My taste buds would now come alive, reminding me that once, long ago, I knew this taste. Time and again I'd take something to my mother, who'd say, "Yes, we had that in Trinidad, but we called it something else." So having been born into that variety of tropical fruits, and the climate, it was good to encounter them again. Suddenly the moon became a presence in my consciousness once more. But more than these, it was the social environment. What was everywhere overwhelming was the quality of human interaction. A certain warmth and security you felt among people that is so absolutely missing in America. Except, of course, sometimes among Africans in the rural South where I had last experienced it. The politeness, the sensitivity, the respect, the overwhelming human contact. That's not abstract, bro. I give you an example. Having been colonized by France, Guinea's national language was French. Now for some reason, Africans born in America seem to have a fear of going into non-English speaking African countries. Yet that turned out to be one of the most positive things for me. How so? I want to tell you that when I first went into Guinea, I could speak not a word of French. I mean, in high school we'd read Cicero in Latin, Caesar in Latin, but of French I had not one word. And that's the interesting thing. I had no French and most Guineans no English. But I never once felt excluded or at sea. People would bend over backward to communicate with me, to ensure that I fully understood what was being discussed. It was just so incredibly considerate, an aspect of human sensitivity that seemed so natural. The extraordinary lengths to which everyone went to communicate, to explain, to make sure I understood and felt included in whatever was going on. Without a common language between us, folks had to be so expressive. My brothers and sisters found the most inventive and creative ways to communicate. They made it fun, a contest, who could find the best way to get through to this barbarian kinsman from across the sea. It was all so touching that it may, in part, have backfired. I was enjoying this so much that for too long I may. 614. Mother Africa and her suffering children have delayed making a serious effort to learn French. In fact, what French I picked up was mostly by osmosis. What, in retrospect, was strange was communicating with President Ture. President Ture was an exceedingly perceptive man, almost prescient sometimes. But his comprehension of English was rudimentary. But the odd thing is that even before I had any French at all, only twice did I have to use a translator in speaking with the president, one-on-one. For face-to-face communication I only twice used a translator, and that was because those discussions were politically sensitive. I know this sounds crazy, but it's true. True, in the early days when he gave a speech, I had to get on the earphones and get it in English. His speech at the party congress, for example. But when we had face-to-face meetings, for something we needed, for instance, our communication was excellent. How so? Well, I spoke simple, almost broken English. Simple sentences. He must have done the same with French. But it had to be more than that. Something about the nature of the communications. Perhaps it was like two doctors who are without a common language. Say, a student doctor and an older master physician. No common language, but what they really know, the human anatomy and its functions, that is always the same. That doesn't change. Some terminology may be the same or similar in both languages, or can differ greatly, but their shared understanding, their knowledge, is the same, so they can communicate well even if across two languages. In our case, our science was that of revolution. The terms, references, and ideology were in different languages, but you could somehow sense the meaning. Again, you must remember that I went to Africa for revolution. I knew that what happened in Africa would affect all black people everywhere. And at that time, the overt battle for the continent's future was raging. In fact, revolution was raging around the world, and revolutionaries from all over the world found their way to Conakry to consult Sékou Touré and Kwame Nkrumah. President Touré was inclusive and considerate. Every event of that kind, he'd ensure that I was there and that I was given some appropriate role to play so that I wasn't just sitting in. Just about every event, every guest that came, I was totally included. I learned a great deal from this. 615. My first day in Conakry was eventful. It was midday, steamy hot when I arrived. After I went through airport formalities, I was taken to the Hotel Bessières, which was close to the airport. I saw immediately that Conakry was no huge, modern city, no skyscraper skyline, you know. It reminded me of sleepy old port of Spain. Lots of low buildings of weathered wood or two-story concrete ones. The town was on a bay surrounded by steep, forested mountains. The airport sat on a spit of land jutting out into the Atlantic. There were mangroves in the water along the shore and coconut palms and mango trees towering over the houses. All of which combined to give the town a familiar appearance, old-time colonial Caribbean. But what really surprised me, with a sudden nostalgia, was not the scenery, it was the smell. As we were entering the town, I put down the windows and felt the warm, moist air on my cheeks. The car was instantly filled with a salty, fishy smell of a warm sea, a wood smoke smell from the cooking fires, and that of lush tropical vegetation. It was a long-forgotten smell of childhood. The first thing I did in my room was check out the shower. I was hot, I mean sticky, Jack. I had just dropped my bags and was heading into the shower when there was a knock on the door. There, to my surprise, stood Madame Dubois, crisp, cool, and elegant. Madame Dubois, how are you? I'm fine. How was the trip? Good. Come on. President Nkrumah is waiting. Madame D, I just this minute stepped in. I've been traveling. I'm filthy. I can't go meet Kwame Nkrumah like this. I have to shower, change clothes, etc., etc. No time for that. You don't keep a president waiting, young man. Madame D, at least let me wash my face. Change shirts. Even that will take time. You know, for a revolutionary, you mighty finicky, young man. All right, be quick. All the 5 minutes I was doing that, Mrs. Dubois stood outside the bathroom urging me to hurry. We drive through the town and come to a scenic section on the shore called Kolaya. The car stops before a tall gate guarded by soldiers, behind which I can see this white villa. We drive into a little courtyard, walk across a wide, open veranda overlooking the ocean, and enter a large room that opens onto the veranda. There, rising to greet us, was the Osagefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, co-president of Guinea. He was wearing a loose-fitting white suit with the collarless tunic called the Nyerere jacket. President Nkrumah was not tall, was physically quite a little man. What I remember most is his smile and his eyes. His smile was radiant and welcoming, gracious. His eyes were alert, piercing, a golden brown color that at times seemed to glow. Very. 616. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Compelling. At this meeting he did most of the talking. For me, it was like being again in Ho Chi Minh's presence. I was overwhelmed and could scarcely say anything even in answer to his direct questions. Luckily, Mrs. Dubois was there to bail me out. That first time she supplied most of the answers. In subsequent meetings we'd have wide-ranging discussions, talking at length about Vietnam, Cuba, Algeria, the continent, etc., etc. But at this first meeting he talked about our people's struggle in the United States. His discussion was, however, much more detailed and current than was Ho Chi Minh's. He had a sophisticated understanding of the dynamics, the players, the interests, and the contradictions. But the thing is, this is now my second discussion of the racial situation in America with leaders outside of America, both of whom had clear and precise positions on our situation. What did Kwame say? One of the first things he said was that, whether we knew it or not, the struggle of the Africans in America was inextricably linked to the struggle in Africa, and theirs to ours. And that those of us who were conscious of this connection had the responsibility to articulate it tirelessly to those who were not yet conscious. That is something that I have tried to do consistently. On the way back to the hotel, Mrs. Dubois sprang her second, way bigger surprise, and this one was a monster, Jack. She was explaining about the party congress. How it would be both celebratory and forward-looking. Celebratory of the party's accomplishments in its first 9 years of independence, indeed of the nation's very survival. It would then project the next stage, the principles and blueprint for achieving the socialist cultural revolution and advancing the continental struggle for Pan-Africanism. Hence there would be many foreign observers present and a great many cultural events, because one of the things the party emphasized was the traditional cultures. But the most anticipated event, the one everyone was talking about, Mrs. Dubois said, was the concert by South African singer Miriam Makeba. Oh, wow, I thought. I don't believe this. This is nice. But I was casual, non-committal. Oh, that's cool, I muttered. She's a great singer. My favorite. She's already here. Have you met her? Once, years ago, briefly. She couldn't possibly remember. Well, would you care to greet her now? To renew acquaintances. I was there for revolution. I tried hard to sound nonchalant. Wouldn't mind, but only if it's, convenient. 617. I don't believe my poker face fooled Mrs. Dubois for a minute. She said, well, shall we, then? And gave directions to the driver. 7 years earlier when we had shaken hands, I'd been an infatuated 19-year-old college freshman coming off the Freedom Rides. She, 10 years my senior but looking all of 19, was then Harry Belafonte's brilliantly talented, beautiful, young African protege, fully embarked on what would be a meteoric career in American show business. Now Miriam Makeba was a bona fide sensation, an international entertainer of the first magnitude. I mean big time, Jack. Hey, but I was no longer 19 either, had grown some, had done a few things myself, and was coming from a meeting with Kwame Nkrumah himself. So where was all this sudden adolescent rush of nervousness coming from? Be cool, fool. When I stuck out my hand, she ignored it even as she brushed aside Mrs. Dubois' attempted introduction. Oh, but I've been reading about this brother, she said, giving me a quick sisterly hug. I've seen you on TV. I've been seeing you on TV too, I said. You're my favorite singer. In person she was even more attractive than her public image. She had an easy warmth and graciousness that was as natural as her hair. She moved with an unstudied grace and an unpretentious dignity that was, well, almost regal. I once heard a line somewhere that she brought to mind, an aristocracy not of birth, but of spirit. That was her. My clearest early impression has not only stuck, but grown over the years. It was of an incredible outward gentleness, almost a softness, that overlay but didn't quite conceal a powerful inner strength. It is a combination of gentleness and great strength that I've seen mostly among African women. It is very attractive. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Up close she was beautiful in a way none of her pictures could do justice. There was a radiance, a vibrancy of spirit, that film simply could not capture. I was shook, Jack. Shook, but, hey, not speechless this time. This also was a brief visit, for there was going to be a big reception later that evening at the Palace of the People. And you know the ladies had to go get ready, bro. I'm so glad you're here, she said. We must find a chance to talk, yes. I'll look for you at the reception, I said. And I'll be looking for you. I would discover that she was always direct. I liked that a lot. Hey, you know what I was thinking about the rest of that afternoon, Jack? Of all the incredible things that had been happening during this trip, this had to be, hands down, the most unbelievable. I mean, to meet this beau. 618. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Tufel, entirely remarkable woman again. And in Africa too. And, even more incredibly, this time she clearly seemed quite interested in getting to know me. Oh, wow. At least I sure hoped so. The reception was sheer torture at first. Then it turned into something like a dance, then a game, almost fun. She was, of course, in demand, always surrounded by a crowd. I was constantly being introduced to people who were quick to help me over the language barrier. So it became a matter of tearing myself away, weaving through and around throngs of people just to exchange a quick word. A smile here, a meeting of eyes there, or a helpless shrug. But this is impossible, she said. Give me a moment. I'll arrange something. She did. She was a resourceful woman. I liked that about her too. Once we were able to really talk, that was it, Jack. I discovered that this attractive, apparently so gentle, mature woman was a very political creature, in fact an uncompromising militant where her people's freedom was concerned. On that she was clear. In this, she was tireless, always on call for the countless liberation struggles everywhere on the continent. More than other human beings, she was eyewitness to the rebirth of a continent. She sang in Nairobi at Kenyan independence, in Luanda, at Angolan independence, at the inauguration of the Organization of Africa Unity in Addis Ababa. For Samora Machel in Mozambique. On and on, so it went. Always crisscrossing the continent and never able to touch down once in her homeland. Looking at the youthful, serene, seemingly untroubled beauty of this woman's face, one could never imagine all she had already endured and survived. First, the daily humiliation, grinding poverty and brutality of apartheid in South Africa, where as a young child she'd accompanied her mother into jail for a year. Her mother's crime? Brewing and selling native beer to support her children after her husband's untimely death. She had survived the murder of family members by police. 2 of her uncles were murdered at the Sharpeville massacre. She had endured the pain of exile and the constant harassment from the illegal government and, most recently, had survived a serious onslaught of cancer in the United States. Looking at her calm confidence, though, one would never guess all that this African woman's life had been. She was a survivor. And a beautiful spirit. All of this came to enrich her art, gave it great power, making it different from anything else in the American musical scene at the time because she so loved and respected her people's culture. Totally committed to the integrity and dignity of her heritage, she never exploited the 619 material. She celebrated it. Miriam Makbazenze, Mama Africa never cheapened or dishonored her ancestral culture for money or career. No, she did not. Not for her any exotic sexual exhibitionism, no cheap display of primitive African sensuality pandering after wealth, fame, or acceptance from the white audience. Instead, she celebrated and honored her people's culture and embodied their struggle with dignity. And incredibly enough, made it all work. At least for a while. When we met again, she was at the very highest level of her profession. An international star, without compromise of principle. I found her an irresistible combination, a strong, beautiful African woman. A magnificent, supremely gifted artist with purpose, entirely without self-importance or pretentiousness that I could see. Nothing of the prima donna about her. A warm, witty, conscious black woman with a shy, impudent sense of humor. A loyal friend. Who could resist? Hey, I couldn't believe it was really happening, bro, much less resist. Whoa now. Our relationship began in Guinea, but it wasn't easy. I mean, just the logistics. Especially for her. See, we were both official government guests. But she had musicians and a teenage daughter to take into account. Also a lot of official obligations, for which she was always accompanied by a lady translator. Me, I was relatively free, that is, until the American embassy tried to hijack my passport and I was given my own security. It wasn't easy to snatch a few hours to talk, but we managed. Made it an adventure even. Over the years, Zenza would pay a great price indeed for her principles. And certainly, an even greater one for her marriage to me the next year. I've seen her get angry and determined, but I never heard her whine. I've seen her beset, buffeted, and battered, but I've never seen her bow. I learned a lot about love and courage from this woman, and about life. I have much to thank her for. Respect. One love. Earlier this year we met again after 20 years apart when I finally was able to pay my first visit to Azania. The visit was not exactly the triumphant experience that so many of us in the diaspora had worked for and dreamed of for 30 years. But it was great to see her. And she was glad to end her years of exile, to be home at last. Her fighting spirit and impudent wit were still very much in evidence. As was, from this story I heard, her effect on men of superior judgment. It seems that after an appearance she was paid an elaborate, flirtatious compliment by President Mandela, in which there was an implied proposal of marriage. Zenza didn't miss a beat. I thank you, Mr. President. I am honored, Mr. President, but Madaba, you must remember that all my husbands have been younger than I. The President cracked up, as did the audience. In Africa, motherhood is honored, especially among our women. It is. 620. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Seen as one of women's highest achievements. Consequently, across the entire continent, north, south, east, or west, mother is a title of great respect. So that after first giving birth, a woman will be given a new praise name registering this fact and conferring a new status. Hence, Mama Tiki, Mama Layman, Mama Kwame. The woman becomes known in the community as Mother of Tiki or Layman's mother or Kwame's mother. For some time now our sister has been known all over the continent as Mama Africa. Miriam Makeba, Mama Africa, is not some press agent's invention. It is the name conferred on her by the masses, the common people. It is the name by which her people call her. Mama Africa, Mother of Africa. Seems just about right to me. I think it was just about the start of my third week in Conakry. Mrs. Dubois and I were finishing breakfast on the veranda of the hotel. We had been looking out to sea, the Atlantic, and talking about the slave trade. Had ancestors of ours crossed these very waters? Then, Mrs. Dubois said, "That's an American embassy car approaching. Wonder what that means." We found out right quick when a Negro in a suit came up to our table and handed me a letter. "Don't touch it, Stokely," Mrs. Dubois said sharply. This turkey was there for me to surrender my passport. Say what? At the word passport, Mrs. Dubois leapt up, shrieking. I mean, she was screaming now. "No, Stokely, no. Don't do it." That's exactly what they did to Dubois. Mrs. Dubois just went off, Jack. I remind you, Mr. Carmichael, that this is an official government document, property of the United States. Yeah. And this is a free black country, brother, in case you hadn't noticed. Gimme a break. Can you believe these people? But Mrs. Dubois ran the dude off. I mean, she ran him off, bro. She lectured that Negro like she was his mammy. He actually seemed to slink away. After Mrs. Dubois reported the incident, President Ture gave me security. I think he may also have registered an official diplomatic protest. At the hotel the desk clerks were replaced by plainclothes policemen. First cops I ever liked. The officer on at night was an alert, politically inquiring brother. Obviously one of their more promising young officers. He spoke a little English. He came from a small village, loved ture, and supported the revolution. Very bright, he was a bit younger than I and we became quite close. We talked serious politics and I came to like the young brother a lot. Years later, we'd meet again in ironic circumstances. The embassy never tried again, so the worst result of the passport incident was to my private life. The security hampered my mobility. Didn't stop it, no. Just made it more difficult. 621. Yes, as a matter of fact, I do remember my first meeting with ture. In fact, there's a picture of it. I always wanted to get that picture. Never did though. It was during the Congress. During my first week. A big event in the National Stadium. This was September/October, so it could have been National Independence Day. 70,000 people, national dress, very festive. Just as I was coming up the steps to enter the stadium, the co-presidents arrived. President Nkrumah calls me over, presents me to President Ture. Ture shook my hand and places me between the two of them and we walk in together. Once we enter and the people saw the co-presidents, a sound went up, Jack. You can't program, coerce, coach, rent, or buy that kind of massive sound. It was visceral, bro, spontaneous, intense, powerful. It made your hair stand up, Jack. Once the pressures of the Congress were over, I was to have many meetings with the Osagefo and a few with President Ture. My meetings with President Nkrumah were almost daily. I always learned something. We discussed many things, the coup in Ghana, his eventual return to power there, the African-American struggle, Pan-Africanism. Mistakes he'd made in Ghana. The only people who never make mistakes are people who never try to do anything. The thing to do is to learn from your mistakes, he always said. Of course he was checking me out carefully. I knew that. Example. Okay. Our third or fourth meeting. As I'm leaving, he casually hands me this manuscript. See what you make of this. In the car I find it's the manuscript of his next book, Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. I started reading in the car all afternoon and through the night. I read it carefully too. Apart from my interest in its author, this was the first thing I'd seen in English in quite a while. Just reading my own language was a pleasure. I stayed up all night. Next morning, he didn't mention the manuscript. So I thanked him for allowing me to read the book. Said how important I thought it was. He was gracious. Thanked me, and just brushed past it to discuss something else. I realized then that he thought I couldn't possibly have really read it yet. Thought maybe I'd schemed through, you know. So soon as I saw an opportunity, I began to raise certain aspects of the book, particularly about the All-African People's Revolutionary Party. We began to discuss the book in a systematic way, step by step. I pulled out the manuscript and quoted from specific sections that I'd marked. And he saw that I not only had completed the book, but had read it seriously. I think this impressed him. But you must have been up all night. Aren't you tired? 622. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Yes. But as a matter of fact, I'm enthusiastic, very energized, thanks to the energy you've given me. Because in this book, you solve certain theoretical organizing problems I've been wrestling with. Which ones? The party. How and toward what objectives to organize a revolutionary party in the United States. And you've clearly outlined the objectives and process here for us. But for Africa, for Africans. We are Africans, sir. How can you prohibit us from joining the party? I said I'd be honored to devote a lot of time to working to establish at least the basis for organizing branches of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party in the Western Hemisphere. He was skeptical, saying the program was really addressed to the continent. He hadn't really been thinking of the diaspora as part of the party. Yes, sir, I said. I understand that. But is it not you, yourself, who taught us and have written that it was Africans in the diaspora who gave birth to the concept of Pan-Africanism and who kept it alive? He laughed. True. So. Well dash. Knew I had him then dash if we kept Pan-Africanism alive during the darkest days, through all the congresses, now when our people take it to a higher level with the party, why should we be prevented from playing a role, however humble? Wouldn't that be a great historical injustice? Then I played back everything we'd talked about concerning the interrelatedness of the black struggle. Long silence. He looked at me intently. Then he smiled. All right. I'll give you the permission/mission to begin organizing the basis for the All-African People's Revolutionary Party among our people in the diaspora. And so I have tried to do. When I was first introduced to Guinea, I had no idea this country would become my home and base for over 30 years until the end of my life. During my first few weeks there, I still thought I would make one more stop in Africa, then return to the United States. That stop was Tanzania. At that time Tanzania, under the leadership of the Mwalimu, Dr. Julius Nyerere, was the only other remaining solid African base of support for the liberation struggle. No way was I about to return to the United States without going there. Just about every one of the liberation groups had offices and cadres, and some even bases of fighters, training in Tanzania. I go in to say goodbye to President Nkrumah. Well, he said, your plans, what will you now do? Tanzania, sir. I'm exploring the possibility of joining one of the liberation groups, getting into the struggle there. 623. Oh. Very good. That should be useful for you. Instructive. However, I was thinking that perhaps you'd like to stay here and work with me, as my political secretary. I froze. A long silence. So long, in fact, that he began to look at me as if to say, is something wrong? Something, I said. It became awkward as I stood there speechless. In fact, I'd just managed to stop myself from shouting, oh, wow, yes, sir. An honor. Why didn't I? 'Cause I caught myself. No, Jack, you can't have heard that one right. Start hooping and hollering accepting an offer that hasn't been made? Embarrass yourself and the Osagefo? You'll look like another brash, self-important, and egotistic American fool to him. And he'll have the embarrassment of having to put me right. I mean, who was I to be political secretary to the legendary Nkrumah? So I caught myself. Then I had the presence of mind to say, sorry, sir, I didn't quite hear that. So he repeated it. I had heard right. But you know my mind was racing, Jack. I certainly hadn't expected anything like this. I knew that in a liberation movement I would learn a lot that I wanted to know. But by just being around and working closely with Nkrumah, I'd learn the African Revolution, even if just by osmosis. So I accepted on the spot. Unconditionally. On the spot, Jack. I told him I had to go to Tanzania and return briefly to the States. But that I'd be back in a month or two at most and would be honored to serve him in whatever ways I could. Many people have asked about that. You know, what about SNCC? About organizing DC? How come you didn't say, of course, sir, I'm honored. I'd love to do it. But I'm gonna need some time to consult my organization? Fair question, but it's really two different questions. First of all, DC. It was an internal colony with an African majority. It needed to be organized and I really wanted to do it. But wouldn't it have been the height of egotism to feel that I was the only one in SNCC or the country who could organize DC? Besides, right then, I may in fact have been the last person who could. I'd been getting the news from there. The way the press, the Congress, and the covertly sinister agencies had been having a field day denouncing me. I'd heard of the covert destabilization movement launched by these agencies, especially the FBI, and I expected to be jailed on some trumped-up la-di-da on my return. So my association with the DC program might be a political liability, the kiss of death. Number 2, moving to Africa. Perhaps having been born in Trinidad, and having always followed the independence struggles in the Caribbean and Africa as much as the American struggle, I had a somewhat different perspective from many of my colleagues in the civil rights movement. I have never felt that America was the only or even the primary arena of our struggle. Less so after these travels. I had always thought the struggle was one. No righteous struggle anywhere in the African world was alien to me. I felt strongly that it was simply a matter of where and how at any given time one could make the greatest contribution. To spend some years struggling in Africa was in no way to be abandoning the movement in the States. So far as consultation. Of course, I saw myself consulting SNCC. Maintaining close contact from Guinea, setting up a truly active relationship, cross-fertilization between the struggles on either side of the Atlantic. Some of which did indeed go on. Besides, I couldn't really imag. 625. Anybody in SNCC objecting to one of us going to work closely with Kwame Nkrumah. Is you crazy? But, if they had, hey, I'd have accepted any disciplinary action from any organization, expulsion, whatever, to be the political secretary to Kwame Nkrumah. You kidding? But overall, I had no idea, then, of what would actually happen to the civil rights movement in America. I was so certain that the Black Power movement would inevitably grow stronger and clearer. That the relationship between Africans in America and the struggle on the continent could only grow closer and deeper. Consequently, I assumed my decision would only be a change of occasion within the same struggle, simple as that. But, as it turned out, I was only partly right in this. Oh, the two presidents, been waiting for that. You have no idea how often I've been asked that. I get tired. I get asked that a lot, Jack. Very different men, bro, strikingly different personalities, some of it cultural. I'm talking background and experience here, you know, those formative experiences that condition how someone views and approaches the world. In those aspects, two African stories could hardly be more different. And at times their instinctive, approaches to a situation or problem would be from radically different perspectives and references. But they would inevitably seem to end up at the same place. Their personalities were very different, and yet on the important things. Their vision and ambition for Africa and commitment to black people worldwide. The selflessness of their devotion to the people's struggle, the personal sacrifices they made, their integrity. In these they were as one, Jack. Totally united, complete agreement. That was quite remarkable to see. So different and so identical at the same time. It was precisely as if each were a different but necessary and complementary part of the same being. Bring them together and they complete the whole. Sounds weird? Hey, I saw that time and time again. Example. How's this? After those ignorant stooges deposed Nkrumah while he was in China, they knew they could not let him ever set foot back on Ghanaian soil. His mere presence, even under arrest, the British had tried that they saw as a serious threat. Because they were convinced that the masses would rise up. Which is why the plane landed in Conakry. Now, Sékou Touré was hot, Jack. His initial impulse was to march the Guinean army immediately into Ghana and restore the democratically elected president. But Nkrumah, here's the difference between them, prevailed on him not to. Oh, a host of reasons, Jack. On that one I think Nkrumah may have been correct. First, the OAU and their hard policy against aggression against other states. Besides, the French. 626. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Stooges at the OAU were always trying to isolate Guinea as an exporter of revolution. And equally important, Nkrumah wanted to avoid unnecessary bloodshed among his people. When he returned, it would be because his own people brought him back. He wanted the masses to repudiate and humiliate the army stooges. Which, had he lived, I am convinced would have happened. Even by their praise names you could tell what kind of men they were. Now we ain't talking no nickname here. Or those ostentatious titles some stunted African leaders give themselves, grandiose, pompous, meaningless. I'm talking about something different. A praise name is the descriptive name the people put on you, which reflects the popular perception of what you essentially are, what you are about. What defines your life? Your qualities and accomplishments, yes, but also your spirit. In their time, an African person will get many names. Not all of them necessarily flattering. But generally one will stick, come to dominate, to take over in the popular consensus. That's what I'm talking about. For President Nkrumah, that was, of course, Osejifo, literally the redeemer of the nation, or more simply, in the street, the redeemer. Osejifo. It fits. Now, with President Ture, his most popular praise name, and the one I think he most identified with, translates as the defender of the poor. That also fit. The people started calling him that during his days as a militantly effective labor leader, and it carried over perfectly to his policies and emphases as leader of the nation. Defender of the poor. My name, Kwame Ture, is not a praise name in that sense. It's my legal name. Besides, I selected it myself. Sort of. I was discussing some theoretical strategic questions with Sekou Ture. On one question there was a difference of analysis between the co-presidents, and I tended toward Nkrumah's position. On this one, sir, I think I'm with your co-president. No surprise. You're always taking the old man's side. I don't see why you don't just simply go on and take his name too. Since no name is meaningless in Africa, I knew that the suggestion was nowhere as simple as President Ture made it sound. It was accepted that Nkrumah had chosen me for whatever reason as a kind of political son, his own sons being at the time very young and with their mother in Egypt. During the coup, President Nasser had sent a plane to receive the family and bring them to safety in Egypt. However, President Toure's casual suggestion required a little diplomacy. You know I'd be honored to do that, sir. I will ask the owner of that great name. But, you know, sir, everyone in Conakry says that I have to. 627. Fathers. I know that if my name doesn't reflect that, people will not understand. They may even laugh at me, asking, oh, so has his other father now disowned him? You want me to be shamed in the street? He cracked up. I see you've learned well. He understood precisely what I was saying. Since that day my name has been Kwame Ture. I hope I've tried to live up to the responsibility it carries. When I said there were significant differences in the individual backgrounds of the co-presidents, I didn't mean just in nationality or national culture. There was much more to it, which few people understand. Francis Kwame Nkrumah was born into a Christian family in a tiny rural village in colonial Ghana. He was not from a nationally dominant group like the Ashanti Kingdom or the Fanti Federation. His people were few in number and, in national terms, politically and culturally insignificant, a subgroup of, I think, the Yu people. Small and slightly built, the boy Nkrumah was inordinately intelligent and thoughtful. He thrived by his intellect. He shone in missionary school and, despite considerable economic difficulty, managed to complete secondary school with honors and get himself to America in search of higher education. He worked his way through a small black college in Pennsylvania called Lincoln University. He spent years learning American politics and experiencing the conditions and daily struggles of his African brothers and sisters in America. Then his thirst for knowledge led him to London after World War II. There he did graduate study and associated himself with a vibrantly political group of African/Caribbean students and intellectuals. In the African Student Organization, for example, he would work with future leaders like Jomo Burning Spear Kenyatta, the great Nnamdi Azikiwe, and many others. Also Nkrumah had worked with Pan-Africanist intellectuals George Padmar and Dr. Du Bois in planning the 1946 Pan-African Conference in Manchester. After which he returned to Ghana, organized the party that led the nation into independence in 1957, and set about the task of building a meaningfully independent modern nation. Given his travels and associations, inclination, and education, at least part of the Osagyefos constituency was the modern intellectual of the European left. He not only knew America and Europe firsthand, but his 628. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Political thought was informed by the intellectual currents and radical discourses prevalent on the left at that time. He was thoroughly conversant in the vocabulary of capitalism and imperialism and armed with the theoretical approaches and analyses of nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and Marxism. As president, many of his advisors would be drawn from that Western political/intellectual world. Some kinsmen would say, perhaps too much so. A story to illustrate this concerns one of the more interesting figures of the period, the only traditional ruler in the first independence cabinet. Nana Kobainankachafor, paramount chief of Segundi Tagrati, of Fantin nobility, a patriot and nationalist, was the only traditional leader arrested by the British during the agitation for independence. He also held a master's degree from Oxford, where, as he liked to put it, he was the only man in the history of Oxford University the subject of whose dissertation was himself. So the chief was a Western-educated man, yet strongly invested in Akan traditional belief and practice, and with impeccable nationalist credentials in struggle. It is he who, after some differences with a European expert, is said to have famously exploded in cabinet, "Mr. President, must I remind you that, after all is said and done, Karl Marx is not our ancestor?" Ahmed Sékou Touré, defender of the poor, on the other hand, did not have a similar Western exposure. This brother was African to the soul, and proud of it. I mean, I cannot ever remember seeing him in a Western suit. Born to Mandinka parents in the Guinean town of Farana, Sékou Touré was Muslim. The Mandinka, a powerful branch of the men-speaking peoples of the Western Sudan, are possessors of a proud military and political history and a major cultural force in contemporary Guinean society. Modern Guinea is entirely a creation of European colonial map-making. Historically it had been part of Greater Mali, the powerful empire of the Western Sudan founded in 1492 by Sundiata Keita, culture hero of all the men-speaking peoples. Three powerful culture groups, the Mandinka, the Sasso, and the Fulani, who had been united in Mali, now coexisted in modern Guinea. As a Mandinka, Sékou Touré could claim nominal descent from the line of the legendary King Sundiata, the lawgiver and culture hero of the entire region, but moreover his own family name also resonated in modern Guinean history, through the figure of Almami Samori Touré. 629. Samori Touré, said to be grandfather of Sékou, had for 18 years organized all three groups and led the stubborn, uncompromising Guinean resistance to French imperialism. To all Guineans, whether Sasso or Fulani, Samori was the symbol of national pride and courage, a national hero. To the French he was the embodiment of native recalcitrance and backwardness in his ignorant rejection of French progress. Because of his leadership, troublesome Guinea had always been the least favored West African colony of the French, a persistent thorn in their side. More than that, people would tell me that Sékou, grandson of Samori, had come to power 60 years to the day after the death of his grandfather, who had fought the French to a standstill for 18 years. This coincidence had to be portentous. But to the masses, Sikau was the reincarnation of the great patriot warrior, the fulfillment of prophecy, the completion of a circle of history. Almami Samori Ture, returning in the person of his grandson to take the nation into the independence for which he had fought for 18 years and given his life trying to preserve. The justice of history. So you can see that for my two fathers, their birth circumstances/ancestral origins were crucial, and a major difference between them. One was born at the very center of national culture, politics, historical legend, and consciousness, the other, from a small, peripheral group outside the mainstream of national influence. But both ended up in the same identical revolutionary place in the contemporary histories of their nations. Another of history's imponderable ironies. The next difference was in their formative experiences. Unlike Nkrumah, Sikau Ture would not live, work, and study for 12 years in the land of the Wajangwu. He almost did as a young man, and why he did not is also instructive. Here is a story I heard on my first visit. Oral tradition again. The 16-year-old Sikau Ture was also a brilliant student, effortlessly so. Head and shoulders the best in his class, he was on the fast track for a prized colonial government scholarship to a French university. Prime material, like Leopold Sédar Senghor before him, for evolution into that greatest accomplishment of French colonialism, the Black Frenchman. But this was not to be. For one thing, this youth was neither appropriately humble nor properly grateful. Unlike the ascetic, supremely cerebral, and physically slight Nkrumah, young Sikau was physically robust, an athlete, and a charismatic and rebellious leader among his 630. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Peers. In class one day he challenged the official colonial version of history. The subject was the Emperor Napoleon. "Sir, please explain this," he challenged the headmaster. "You tell us that Napoleon, a soldier who usurped the state, is a noble figure, a great national hero. But we never hear about Sundiata Keita, whose empire was bigger, lasted longer, and was more humanely run than Napoleon's. How come so? And worse, my ancestor, Samori Ture, he who unified Guinea's people, defended our country and our culture, you always dismiss as a backward and bloodthirsty savage. Was my ancestor in your country attacking your women and children? To us, Napoleon is the savage, Almami Samori a true national hero. Oh, hui, sacrilege, Jack." The stubborn youth would neither back down nor back off. Not only did he defend his position, but grew downright bellicose as the debate heated up. His fellow students got brave and supported their champion, so that a mini-insurrection ensued in the classroom. The headmaster was not pleased. This was an assault on French authority. Net result, a black ball. What had been a glowing recommendation for the scholarship to France became something else entirely. Totally unsuitable. A malcontent, troublemaker. Disrespectful. A potential subversive. I do not advise, words. To that effect. If the colonial authorities had anything to do with it, young Sikau would never set foot in a French university. Consequently no scholarship, no Paris, no Sorbonne. It is interesting to speculate what might have been the fate of the handsome, charismatic young African in post-war Paris. But as a result, after high school young Ture went to work as a labor organizer. The rest is history. Labor organizing took him across the length and breadth of his country. Into every province, every small town, village, and culture. His knowledge and love of traditional culture, respect for local peoples, hatred for economic injustice and colonial condescension, all grew during this period. As did his legendary organizing skill and common touch. I suspect that this is where that fierce populism, the respect for ordinary people like me that had so impressed Mrs. Hamer, really began. As did that SNCC-like spirit that Harry Belafonte had detected in this grandson of Samori, the defender of the poor. But as we have seen, character and the demands of history can brush aside almost polar differences in background, education, temperament, and personal style to bring two men to the exact same place. When I met the co-presidents, far more united than divided them. They were one in combativeness, an indomitable will to overcome all odds. In an unyielding devotion to Africa, in a shared vision and confidence in the continents. 631. Destiny. A faith in the ability and potential of the masses of our people. And most astounding, an incorruptible, impeccable personal rectitude and honesty. My two fathers may be along with the sainted Nurereth only African heads of state in contemporary times who went to their ancestors much as they came into the world. That is, without leaving vast personal estates and Swiss bank accounts behind. At his death, Sekou Touré did not own even as much as a house in Conakry. That kind of personal integrity is almost unheard of in politicians anywhere, and especially, much to our sorrow, in modern Africa. And most of all, both men cherished, projected, and exemplified for me an undying love for our people. Undying love for the people. Undying love. All the things I would learn from them, politics, ideology, revolution, how to organize, study, and prepare, were invaluable. But of all the things I learned from them, it is their values that most endure. The integrity of their example, the fearlessness, the selflessness, the incorruptibility, the undying love for our people. Give thanks. All honor. All respect. One love. I left Conakry promising and expecting to return in about 2 months. In fact, it would be more than a year, almost 2 in fact, before that could happen, but I was always fully committed to returning. Miriam had already left for a big concert in Kenya. We agreed to meet in New York, and I left about a week later for meetings in Tanzania and with the liberation groups. Before the Osagefo's invitation, in fact while I was still in Algeria, I'd written to every legitimate liberation organization to check out the possibility of serving with them. I really wanted to participate as a front-line fighter. But that was up to them. I was willing, I said, to serve in any way they felt my contribution would be most useful. Only one group replied. POC said, yes, they could accept fighters and would be willing to discuss it. A warm brotherly reply. So that's whom I sought out when I got to Tanzania. The Dar es Salaam I saw was, at that point, a hotbed of international intrigues. It was a real trip, bro. At first, not understanding properly many of the things that were going on, I made many errors. At least one of which would come back to bite me. For years. Then, as I discovered, the various group representatives were only the tip of the iceberg in the tower of political babble that was DAR circa 1967. Because, very much present, if not always visible, in this chaotic political mix were the various clandestine espionage agencies of the foreign sponsors. The city was a veritable snake pit of intrigue, deceit, betrayal, and corruption compounded or engineered by the agents of these countries. I mean Uncle Sam CIA spooks, inept as ever but with very deep pockets, boss, Portuguese military intelligence, Israel's Mossad, the Rhodesian Special Forces, and the KGB all made their not-so-hidden presence felt. I also heard that Cuban intelligence had a presence there. There were almost certainly others. I can't imagine that the miss of a fading brutish empire, America's Cold War running dog, wasn't also present and active. What an ever-loving mess I walked into. It wasn't that I hadn't known all this stuff theoretically. But the reality on the ground, that was something else, Jack. Now, I'm not arguing equivalence here. Clearly the interests and motives of the Soviets, Chinese, or Cubans cannot be equated with those of the South African racists, the Portuguese fascists, the Rhodesian settler colonists, or the Americans. But the socialist bloc was not disinterested either. Its Cold War foreign policy objectives were primarily 635. Self-serving, and the interests those countries advanced, while assuredly far more compatible, were not at all always identical to the interests of the African people either. In many cases, the socialist bloc were the lesser of the evils. And Africa is still paying the price for that. I must say here, however, that most people in DAR felt that the Cubans who had a large and active embassy there tended to be honest, genuinely revolutionary, and free from any narrow, nationalist self-interest in Africa. Of course, they, themselves, were susceptible to pressures and influence from the Soviets, but the Camperos had the reputation of being decent and keeping their word. Some years later, the Cubans, at the invitation of the threatened Angolan government, would gallantly stop the arrogant South African military cold at the Battle of Quitacuanville, when the Boers with CIA support invaded Angola. The Cuban Revolutionary Army completely outmaneuvered, outthought, and outfought the South African invaders. A crushing defeat for the Afrikaners. Africans have a lot to thank the Cubans for. In my experience, in DAR people and things were not necessarily who or what they seemed. One of those you can't tell the players without a scorecards situations. And those weren't hard to come by, but no two scorecards were ever the same. I mean, from the moment I got there all kinds of folk are in my face. Some I now know to have been sent by the CIA. Each running a strong revolutionary line and professing devoutly to agree with my position so as to win my confidence, and of course, so I'd more readily accept whatever they had to say. Each volunteered an orientation. Here's what's really going down, brother. Lemme pull your coat. Then they'd run it all down for me, a detailed picture of the entire scene. Characterizing and identifying the players, the interests, the histories, and tendencies of the various groups. Very considerate, very complete. Of course, after a while I peeped the game. They were there either to recruit me or at least to totally influence and even dictate all my subsequent perceptions of whatever I might see or whomever I might meet. And of course, what I would say publicly. It was an effort to program me. Clever, which is why they all tried to get to me early. By the time I recognized it, I'd already made a few errors. But I do learn quickly. The only relief from this unceasing intrigue and deviousness that I 636. Mother Africa and her suffering children. Found there was with the young cotters of POC. I never saw them indulge in crude factionalism. Never heard them denounce even the rival ANC. In fact, POC Cotter were always careful to honor and acclaim the ANC leaders Mandela, Tambo, Chief Luthuli, as ancestors in struggle, patriots, and honorable fighters for black people with whom they happened to have a few principal differences. But they were not the enemy. They were allies. The POC were disciplined, clear on their positions, but never dogmatic in trying to impose them. They would struggle fiercely over ideas, but never attack the character or motives of the other group. Mature. Very principled. This was refreshing. I came to attribute much of this to the leadership and example of a remarkable Zulu couple, David and Elizabeth Sibeko. The couple had obviously made a lot of sacrifices for the struggle, and their commitment was total, but very healthy. David Mafumza Sibeko was the POC head of mission in Tanzania. He had been the only one to reply a warm, brotherly reply to my letter. He was young, intelligent, shrewd, and a fighter. Clear, uncompromising, with his love and commitment to our people evident in everything he said and did. And over the years I knew him, he was always principled. In the late 70s the Sibekos moved to New York, where David was the POC representative in the United States. He was an extraordinarily effective representative of his people's struggle against apartheid. He organized massive consciousness in Afro-American communities across the nation, and Bro Funzi is widely respected and beloved among our people in America. In Tanzania this couple impressed me greatly. Africa needs more leaders like these, I thought. When, some years later I think 1979 one learned that this big-hearted, able brother had been shot down, ironically, by one of his own, I was deeply saddened. The same feeling of loss I felt when I heard that another most excellent brother, Walter Rodney, had been killed in an explosion in Guyana. The David Sibeko I knew was a truly noble and effective brother, a patriot who made an enduring contribution to his country's freedom struggle. I hope the ruling party there will find the generosity and decency to acknowledge that in some appropriate public way. It would be to their enduring credit to do this. While they are about it, they should also take the opportunity to officially recognize the contributions of Mangaliso Robert Sobukwe and Bantu Steve Biko, both of whom died in apartheid jails. It is only right. It also is what David Sibeko would have done, were the positions reversed. 637. Another thing about POC, they were young and daring. They were also deeply involved with the Black consciousness movement emerging among African youth in the townships at home. Since the Black consciousness movement was almost identical in its analysis, goals, perspectives, and rhetoric with the Black Power movement in the States, we had firm common ground there. So it was a natural alliance. The Sibekos were welcoming, warm, and friendly and invited me to stay with them. We became close. One day I heard excited chatter and laughter in the office. I walked in and there's Zenzi, all happy to be among her country folk. "Whoa, lady, what you doing here? I didn't expect to see you either." Turns out, Tanzania had been the first country to issue Miriam a passport when the illegal Boer regime had made her a stateless refugee, so whenever she was anywhere close, she always made a point of stopping into her second home to pay respects. She had impulsively decided to take a short holiday in DAR. We had a good time. Most nights, brothers and sisters from her homeland or neighboring Zambia and Zimbabwe would gather to cook, sing songs, and dance. We'd eat, sing, and hang out. No factionalism, no sectarianism. Nothing but goodwill. A reunion of young frontline African freedom fighters grounding with each other and their culture. Zenzi had that unifying effect. Those few days remain my fondest memory of Dar es Salaam. By the time she had to leave again, we had become a solid couple. Before I left Tanzania, the news came that Huey P. Newton had been wounded in a shootout in Oakland, California, in which a white police officer had been killed. Ever since my trip to California in 1966, to try to straighten out the Black Panther name squabble, I'd been in intermittent communication with Huey and Bobby. But, of course, not during my travels. I was sorry to see this thoughtful young brother wounded and in jail. But I can't say I was really surprised. I spoke at a Free Huey demonstration in Tanzania before I left. At this point, I decided that I'd seen all I needed to see in Africa at this time. It was time to go back to the United States, face the authorities, see my mom, tie up loose ends, and prepare to take up President Nkrumah's offer. I figured I'd spend at least 2 years studying with Osejafo in Guinea. With that in mind, I headed back to God's own country. 638. Chapter XXVI. In that 01 briar patch. Come, let us labor mightily in the vineyards of the Lord, for behold the harvest is great, though the workers are few. Guess ol' McCluskey, or whatever his name, was real determined to have that passport. I handed my documents to the immigration officer and had to struggle to keep from laughing out loud. From his expression you'd have thought a rattlesnake had popped its head up out of the passport and gritted on him. I didn't see him do anything, but he sure must have. In seconds, Jack, I'm surrounded by suits and uniforms. They were polite, I was polite. "Mr. Carmichael, would you kindly step this way, please?" "Why?" "Gentlemen, am I under arrest?" "Arrest? Oh, no. At present we merely wish to talk with you." "In that case, gentlemen, I'm sorry. That is really not convenient." "Sir, I don't think you understand." No, sir. Lou don't understand. I haven't seen my family in a while. I really do have to be going. My documents, please." "I'm afraid that will not be possible, Mr. Carmichael. Hey, let's be clear now. Let the record show I ain't surrendering nothing. You're arresting my passport over my strong protest. And we both know that is illegal. Any further conversation will have to be with my lawyers. Gentlemen. Guess you won't be doing any more foreign travel anytime soon, huh? I just grinned at him. Looks that way, ma man. Funny though, Britain trying to keep me out, France trying to keep me out. Y'all want me in. Thank y'all most kindly. Guess you want me here doing my work, After Africa, the city I'd grown up in looked and felt foreign to me. Familiar yet strange. Like a place I was seeing for the first time. Noisy, mechanical, cold, impersonal, alienating. Everything seemed exaggerated. 639. But it was great seeing my family. Of course May Charles cried. Later I learned that the FBI had really been harassing her. Sending in strange Negroes whose names I didn't recognize, all claiming to be friends of Stokely's. Probing for information. Heard from Stokely? Where he going next? Cars in front of the house. That kind of nonsense. I didn't like them annoying my mother. But May Charles was unfazed. Hey, I tell people, now I don't even have to lock up when I go out. J. Edgar Hoover is watching my house, honey. I had another reason for flying into New York. Zenza was based there. She had a long-standing regular gig at the Village Gate when she wasn't touring. She had returned to the city a couple of weeks before I did. In Tanzania, I'd asked her to bring back some letters and a package for May Charles. Of course my family was amazed to hear her voice on the phone when she called to arrange delivery. Even more so when she arrived in person and proved so warm and unaffected. But, I suppose, by then nothing I did really surprised the Carmichael women. I didn't have time to worry about the government's little games. I mean, what was this passport seizure supposed to do? Intimidate me? Demonstrate their power and control over me? American Baskup? What? All it meant was that I wouldn't be returning to Guinea as quickly as I had planned, that's all. Hey, I had plenty to occupy me in America. Until the passport situation was resolved with the lawyers, I'd just keep on working. It was an oh, please, bro bear, don't throw me into that old briar patch situation all over again. Nkrumah always said, a revolutionary makes a positive out of a negative. That's what I'd do. Go to DC, push the United Front, for which we'd been laying the foundation. Also I'd start talking up and building the basis for the All-African People's Revolutionary Party in the United States. I'd re-establish as heavy a speaking schedule as I'd had as SNCC chairman. Only now I'd connect Black Power more to the Pan-African struggle, specifically the movement against apartheid in South Africa and the efforts to return Nkrumah to Ghana in triumph. So that's what I presented to the SNCC exec and everyone was cool with it. For the present, I said nothing publicly about the Osagefo's invitation. Why? Look, I'd been dead serious about what I'd said about slavery, about never again allowing whites to dictate where and when I could travel. No way. But still, the easiest thing to do was to liberate the American passport. If they insisted on impounding it, I knew I had other ways to go anywhere I needed to, but those options would be more complicated. I wanted the passport back, both as a practical matter and as a matter of principle. But I figured, petty and childish as the government had shown itself to be, the less it knew of my plans the bet. 640. In that old briar patch. Ture. If they knew of my intention to take up the Nkrumah offer, the harder they'd probably try to hold on to the passport, so why give them that added incentive? And if it was really effective in my work, it would sooner or later occur even to them, hey, is it really in our interest to prevent this nappy-headed black militant from traveling? Maybe he less of a problem for us outside the country. So, we'd see. Because, I had every intention of being effective. The other thing, of course, was I could use the time with the new lady in my life. Zenzi and I picked up right where we'd left off in Tanzania. Dang, bro, that must have been some short speech, huh? You mean it's really been 2 weeks already? Seems like you just left. You must not have liked London, huh? Lester McKimmy's sarcasm may have been heavy-handed, but he and the DC staff had been working quietly cultivating the need for greater communication and cooperation in the DC community. We discussed what my role was to be. Whether or how the media attacks on my disloyalty might affect my reception with the other organizations. Hey, bro, you just another SNCC field secretary now. Only way to find out, full speed ahead. So we went forward. I hadn't been in DC a week when Bobby Seale or Eldridge Cleaver, whom I'd met when he traveled with me for the Ramparts story, called up. Hey, well, at least one organization wasn't put off by my hostile press. Turns out the Panthers were becoming even more of a media pariah than I was. They were trying to mobilize a national campaign around Huey's trial. Would I help? According to them, none of the other civil rights organizations would touch the issue. So they were approaching SNCC. Well, what kind of help? Could I make some free Huey speaking appearances? I told them I'd be willing, personally. But I'm just another field secretary now. You gotta clear it with the SNCC leadership. That's when discussions between SNCC Atlanta and the Panthers began. But I was in DC and I wasn't privy to those discussions. To this day I have no idea exactly what was discussed, between whom or to what result. I'd actually thought the discussions were only about SNCC support for the Free Huey campaign. It had to be months later, I believe, in a phone call from Jim Foreman that I learned more. I was as surprised as everyone else to hear that a merger or an association was being formed between SNCC and the Black Panther Party. And that the Panthers had drafted 3 of us from SNCC. Foreman to be Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rapp to be Minister of Justice, and I to be Prime Minister. That is, of course, if I accepted. Hot dang, a cabinet position at 26? I really can't tell you anything more useful about those discussions. 641. But you can probably figure out my own feelings by the fact that I insisted absolutely, as a condition of acceptance, on the insertion of the word honorary before Prime Minister. I'd left for the London conference at the beginning of June and this was now what, December. I'd been gone 6 months, but now that I was back in harness with the brothers and sisters in DC, it felt as if I'd never left. Funny, while I was traveling, what with everywhere I'd been and everything I'd seen, it had seemed like a lifetime. America had receded, seemed distant, even a little unreal. Yet now that I was back, the trip seemed very short, indeed a matter of weeks, a month at most. Being back among the brothers and sisters felt real good. It confirmed my feeling. Our struggle is one. Struggle here, struggle on the continent, the location didn't really matter. I knew I would always go wherever the struggle sent me. We figured the work on the United Front was as ready as it was going to be. SNCC sent out invitations to 100 black organizations in the district. We invited everybody, from the NAACP, Urban League, CORE, SCLC, The Nation, to small community organizations, the Masons, social organizations, the Greeks, local youth groups, everybody and their mama. We followed up with phone calls. A preliminary discussion, a family meeting. No media. Please do not involve the press. There's nothing we need to be announcing at this time. Yes, Carmichael would be present. In fact, he would be moderating. Far as I could tell, everyone, well, almost everyone, we invited maintained complete media silence. And just about every organization sent a representative. Of course, you can't really expect to keep a meeting of this size and significance entirely secret. Soon the Washington Post, the afternoon paper, the Star, and the Baltimore Afro-American were on the phone. We were polite, but wouldn't even confirm the time and place. Or even that there was to be a meeting. Soon as there's something to report, promise you'll be the first to know. Bye. May have been the wrong tactic. Hey, you know them. The Negroes are meeting and they don't want us present? Carmichael and the NAACP? What do you mean only rumors? Something's definitely up. Find out what. That's why we hired you. Use those sources you brag about. If something serious is up among the Negroes in the city, we expect to know. The white media would be seriously deflated to discover how little credibility or effect they actually have with us. In fact, the reverse. Here they had been seriously demonizing me for the past 6 months. Here they'd been calling me everything but a child, oh God, and the meeting was full, Jack. I mean full. I know some folk came because they knew me. But a lot more came because they felt instinctively that anyone the media. 642. In that 01 Briar Patch. Hated so much had to be doing something right. The Malcolm effect. And still others came simply to see the devil the media had created. One sister came up to me with a big grin and asked, "Bro Carmichael, I just have to know, what you do with them horns? And do you got a tail?" Our first meeting, at the new School for African American Thought, was just beautiful, very spirited. I was proud of our people. The spirit and tone of the meeting was just splendid. I spoke for SNCC. What I proposed was quite simple. The gathering represented the black organizations in the district. But their combined memberships were a mere fraction of our people's number. I proposed initially a collective campaign to broaden that base. We'd send organizers into every African community urging people to get involved in one or more organization, their choice. The first step. Then we'd continue to meet and talk about follow-up programs. To that end, the first order of business would be to select a steering committee from among ourselves, and to constitute the Black United Front of Washington, D.C. The steering committee would meet regularly, call meetings of the group as necessary, and work out the details and implementation of programs. It was experimental, we'd have to feel our way. But our people would be organized. From the first, I was getting amens and nods of approval. I stressed voluntary association, democratic procedures, tolerance of differences, mutual respect, organizational freedom to participate in some programs and abstain from others without any public criticism. I urged everyone to pledge not to discuss the front with the media at that time. And above all, constant communication and no public attacks on each other. The response was enthusiastic. When I opened up the discussion, people were serious and seemed genuinely committed to making the thing work. Agreed with the need to thoroughly organize the city. With a massive attempt to enroll every black Washingtonian in one or another activist or civic organization. The steering committee, a good, representative one, was elected. The committee scheduled its first meeting within a week. I took it as a good sign that the first committee meeting was to be in the offices of Sterling Tucker of the Washington Urban League. What I remember was a great spirit of unity and real excitement. Yeah, we can do this. We need to do this. Let's get together and get it on, Jack. Folks got right down to work. They came up with an excellent committee. All the major organizations, activist leadership across the board, ghetto grassroots as well as the bourgeoisie. Many were people I'd worked with. Mrs. Willie Hardy, a tough, respected community leader. Marion Berry, who had a powerful youth group, Pride Incorporated. Julius Hobson, who had schooled us in direct action when I was at Howard. My favorite philosophy professor from Howard, David Eaton. 643. Nathan Hare, a sociologist who'd been fired from Howard for militant activism, the Reverend Mr. Fawn Troy, SCLC Washington representative and a member of the City Council, the Reverend Channing Phillips, who'd given the MFDP use of his church and had set up the nonprofit Housing Development Corps, Chuck Stone, who'd been editor of the Afro-American newspaper and Adam Powell's press representative, and other leading clerics. All activist, all serious. Yet, I was enthusiastic. I began to have visions of every DC community being as organized as those in Guinea. All our people, registered and voting. Their leaders in constant communication, talking and cooperating. Not easy, but certainly possible. I still ask, why not? Two things to which I didn't pay enough attention at the time, I guess. The only missing invitee had been the Reverend E. Franklin Jackson, the Democratic National Committeeman. And the only nominee to the steering committee who declined to serve was the local NAACP chairman, H. Carl Moultrie. Was that accidental? I dismissed it as their usual establishment caution. Once the idea took off, they'd be happy enough to scramble aboard. Of that I was certain. The Washington Post report of the first meeting I remember as tentative, and predictable, funny but not unfair. Funny and tentative because for once the Negroes weren't talking. So there was a lot of it is thought that, the membership is apparently, etc., etc. Clearly the brothers and sisters were honoring the pledge of silence. And those who spoke were careful to stress the unity and harmony. Predictable because of the ominous tone of the questions. Why a closed meeting? What did it mean that no whites were present? Why would the radical Carmichael call together militants and moderates? Middle-class Negroes and street people? One informant, the only one identified as a moderate, hastened to point out that Carmichael made it clear that he was not intending to organize an anti-white coalition. As I recall, that question never even arose in the meeting. As indeed, why should it have? The story ended up grumbling that most people attending would not talk with the media, neither to confirm or deny what had gone down. 644. In that 01 Briar Patch. The general media tone relatively benign, stressing community unity and harmony was not to last the week. Before the first steering committee meeting can take place, Bro Whitney Young of the National Urban League breezes into town and gives the media the red meat for which they had been slavering. Young attacks my role and motives. Suddenly I'm again a lightning rod and the hounds are off and running. So now suddenly there is public division. Sad and unnecessary. Why? When I met Bro Young in Memphis before the Meredith March, I'd felt that he'd been relatively reasonable, at least compared to Bro Wilkins. Young was no neophyte. He certainly understood how the game is played. So why this? Of all the things he could have said, no comment, it's too early. Not privy to the discussions. We are watching developments with interest. Guarded optimism. We support anything that might help unify our people, etc., etc. He knew the game. So why come all the way to DC to sow confusion among our people? When Dr. King came into DC, I went to see him. Of course, I assured him that INSNCC would never do anything to embarrass him or jeopardize the campaign. He said, "Stokely, you don't need to tell me that. I know you." I told him that Washington SNCC would organize the local community, the street people and youth gangs to make sure they were cool. He said he'd appreciate that. I remember that he had seemed, even for him, unusually tense and stressed. As I was leaving, he held onto my hand, looking worried. "Stokely, please be extra careful, now. Avoid any unnecessary risks. Promise me." I recall laughing and say. 647. Something about being accustomed to danger, that it wouldn't feel normal without it. But Dr. King repeated his warning. He seemed unusually somber to me. Very soon I'd have reason to remember his mood at our last meeting. SNCC issued a statement saying we understood the necessity for the Poor People's Campaign and strongly supported its goals. We publicly pledged to Dr. King our support in keeping the peace. That was to take at least some of the pressure off Dr. King by undercutting the hysteria the press was trying to generate amongst local white folk. It seemed to work for a while, at least it cooled out the talk about the black militant threat. Until, that is, the United Front meeting from which the media had been excluded. Then the alarm was ratcheted up again. Clearly, the initial reports of unity, harmony, and secrecy in the African community must have alarmed someone. Suddenly the media revives the old line about the danger to the Poor People's Campaign posed by Carmichael and local black militants. Presumably we militants, directed, no doubt, by the Kremlin, would lead an army of ghetto youth and Dr. King's poor folk in raising the nation's capital. Course, had they indeed sent in troops to brutalize the poor folk, there's no telling how the DC black community might have reacted. But talk about fear-mongering. Come on, gimme a break. The idea was so patently unreal and stupid it could only have originated with FBI disinformation, the conduits being the same two syndicated whores who'd slandered Bob and the SNCC Summer Project. Except that in this new, revised version, the vehicle for subverting Dr. King's campaign was, presto, the Black United Front? No kidding, that literally was what they said. If their intention was to evoke a sense of impending doom, panic white folks, and intimidate moderate Negro leaders, it didn't really seem to work. Most black folk, unfortunately not all, and sensible whites simply ignored it as the foolishness it so obviously was. The front continued to meet, but the spirit of unity was a little tarnished. Will result in a stunning victory for Stokely Carmichael. These top officials and fear-ridden administration strategists who are, of course, never identified, see King's ill-considered campaign as a golden opportunity for Carmichael to gain primacy among Negro leaders. Nice work if you can get it. Presumably official Washington was trembling in fear and loathing at the prospect of young Stokely's capturing the hearts and minds of the Negro leadership class. And how is this miracle to be accomplished? Hey, pay attention, because King's ill-considered campaign exactly coincides with the new Leninist phase, in many ways the most dangerous phase of Stokely Carmichael's swift ascent to the top. That's how. Swift ascent to the top? Whatever, don't ask. However, we know that master manipulator Carmichael is all the more than 649 Jeros after his travels in the communist world, from whence the devious fellow has returned quietly implementing V.I. Lenin's tactics of co-opting and subverting harmless non-revolutionary social reformers such as King. Oh, the fiendish cunning, the wickedness. You may sneer if I feel so inclined. But that will only be because you fail to understand that poor, hapless Dr. King, after his J1 year in Chicago and his now desperate condition within the movement, is now particularly susceptible to Carmichael's embrace. Are alerted to this danger by the cynical decision of Carmichael's new Black United Front to endorse the aims of King's Poor People's March. And even had they not thus revealed their sinister intentions and low cunning, the mere formation of the Black United Front was already a dead giveaway. Clear evidence of the Leninist line on which the brother was now firmly embarked. Thursday still don't get it, huh? Nothing could have been more obvious. As our two custodians of political morality triumphantly reveal about Carmichael's tactics, he is explicitly following Lenin's famed 1920 injunction to the British Communist Party not to attack the Labour Party but to support the Democratic Socialists in the same way as the rope support the hanged man. So around Carmichael, Dr. King would be indeed well advised to watch his neck. Hey, as Carmichael would be the first to enjoin you, don't take my word. Go check it out for yourself, EMT. The convergence of all this was that a new discordant note and an element of mistrust were created within the steering committee. But the front and the committee continued to work despite a few defections. Most groups were steadfast. I even, at one point, offered to withdraw if that was the will of the group. No one would hear of it. But it was also clear that those in our community who nurtured fantasies of wielding insider influence with the Democratic administration, the usual suspects, and we know who they were, did not wish the United Front to succeed, with or without my involvement. Very sad. And, as an entity, the Washington United Front did not long survive. But of course, many of the sincere members continued to be effective and committed to our people's interests. Today, the need for unity across class lines in our communities is even greater. I continue to work for that. This is a conviction in which the brother has never wavered. Indeed, his very last act of nonviolent protest in this country was in service to that ideal. In late spring of 1998, the year of his death, almost paralyzed by cancer and against the passionate advice of family and friends, Bro Ture traveled from New THRK to Baltimore to stage a sit-in. The site, ironically enough, was the national offices of the NAACP. The purpose, to enlist our old SNCC comrade Julian Bond in a politically sensitive meeting towards such a united front. 650. In that 01 Briar Patch. Julian was away from the office, and what ensued had to have been unprecedented in the history of direct action protests. Certainly the strangest sit-in in Ture's career. The NAACP staff especially, so I'm told, the sisters greeted the wheelchair-bound militant with an outpouring of respect, consideration, and affection. They shook his hand, hugged and kissed him, posed for pictures with him, sought his autograph, proffered food and drink, and generally saw to his every comfort as best they could. From time to time, NAACP President Kwame emerged from his office to confer with the lone protester. According to Eric Ture Muhammad, who accompanied the brother, I ain't never in my life seen no sit-in quite like this one. EMT. At the same time, the pace of other movement demands had not slackened in the slightest. In fact, the media's best efforts notwithstanding, I was in even greater demand as a speaker. So I found myself doing as much traveling and speaking sometimes for SNCC, occasionally for the Free Huey campaign as I had during the year I was chairman. Only now in my speeches the issues of Pan-Africanism and the African liberation struggle combined quite logically and seamlessly with the struggle to build black power in America. There was one major difference. Now, whenever possible, Miriam accompanied me on these speaking engagements. And as often as possible, I'd catch her performances in clubs or concerts. We were seeing each other a lot and supporting each other's work. I never got tired of watching her perform. Not just a great singer, she was a consummate entertainer. And she certainly was a political asset at my speeches, big time. I'd introduce her from the stage. She'd stand, smile, bow, and the folks would go wild. The better we got to know each other, the more impressive and admirable I found her to be. Our feelings for each other inevitably grew stronger. I remember her explaining the meaning of her African name, Zenza. She was, she said, the sixth child of her mother, conceived after her mother had been warned that another pregnancy could prove fatal. Which nearly was the case for both mother and daughter. After a difficult labor, neither mother nor the frail baby seemed likely to survive. Which reminded me a lot of May Charles's accounts of my own struggle for survival at birth. Like May Charles and me, the Kosa mother and daughter had been attended by the grandmother. The old lady kept muttering Uzenzile, Uzenzile, at her near comatose daughter. This is a common Kosa expression of reproach, reserved most usually for children, but also for adults who ignore warnings only to bring disaster upon themselves and others. 651. Literally, it means you brought this on yourself. This is your own stubborn fault. During her convalescence, Miriam's mother heard Uzenzile so often that she decided to name her new daughter Zenza, a variant of the term. All African names have meaning, Miriam explained. Story of my life, Uzenzile. Any trouble that comes, I tend to bring on myself. She laughed ruefully. By then I knew I loved this woman. She said she loved me and showed me so in many, many ways. But the question of marriage never entered my thinking. Or maybe, I just never allowed myself to seriously entertain it. This was only partly because of what I'd answered to Ho Chi Minh when he'd asked, "Sir, I'm married to my people's struggle. I had no real expectation of surviving to a ripe old age, so marriage was not really an option I thought about. Nor was it because of the difference in our ages. That simply wasn't an issue for either of us. Never was. Nor was it because we were always overcommitted and always on the move. It was more, if anything, the politics. Thanks largely to the media, I'd accumulated this incredible trash pile of negative political baggage in the public mind. At least in the minds of those Dr. King used to call our white brothers and sisters. That didn't bother me, in fact the reverse. But, on the other hand, Zenzi had a brilliant career that was simply flourishing. As an entertainer, she was very popular with all segments of the public and at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry in America. I didn't know whether a formal, public association with me might not jeopardize everything that this brave, supremely talented woman had struggled so hard to achieve. The more popular an entertainer is, the more the public feels that he or she is somehow accountable to them in their personal life. Presumptuous, but unfortunately true. For that reason, I would never have been the first to mention marriage. No way. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And things really were beautiful between us. But then I started to pick up certain subtle but clear signals. In fact, in her book, she even says she implanted the idea. Maybe so, but whatever the case, we were soon talking about marriage. Zenza was, deep down, a traditional African woman. If we truly loved each other, which we did, if we were going to continue to be together, and we were, if we made each other happy, which we did, then we should be married. Period. What about possible consequences for her career? Was she prepared to risk all that? For us? Hey, she'd already been hearing this from people professionally close to her. It hadn't caused her to stop seeing me, and the relationship hadn't affected her career. So why should marriage? Besides, it really wasn't anybody's business but our own, was it? Initially we told only our families and a few close friends, but we were 652. In that 01 Briar Patch. Already an item in some gossip columns. No one's business but ours, right? We quietly got married before a judge, justice of the peace, some bureaucrat in a civil ceremony at New York City Hall. It was, I'm sure, the next day after the ceremony, the next morning, Jack. I never will forget this. All that evening and morning Zenza'd been so happy, just radiant. She went into the next room to get the phone. I was sitting on the bed. Never forget it. She came walking into the room, her face expressionless, frozen, like someone in shock. Zenza, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? I thought someone might have died. Her daughter, Bongi, was pregnant. She didn't say a word. Just came and sat next to me on the bed. I put my arms around her. I could feel her shaking. Baby, what's wrong? Tell me. I was convinced something terrible must have happened to her daughter. Honey, whatever it is, you gotta tell me. My manager just informed me that all my shows have been cancelled. Her voice was flat. I couldn't believe it. All I could do is repeat stupidly. All your shows. She just shook her head. All our dates. All of them. We sat in silence. Zenza, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What else was there to say? They'd have needed help. The mafia? You heard stories, but what did the mob have against us? Besides, that wasn't their style. They'd send muscle. Break a leg or a head. So who else? Only one organized interest group comes to mind. But I have no hard evidence. And we don't want to indulge in conspiracy peddling, now do we? But it's pretty clear. I could see in her face that she was devastated. I felt terrible because I knew I was the real target. But you know something? She never once expressed any regret to me, or anything associating me with the loss of her American career. I'm sure she must have had some feelings about it, but she never once expressed them to me. That's the kind of woman Miriam Makeba is. That morning, sitting with Zenzi on that bed. I'll take that moment with me to my grave. You feel so helpless because the cowards hide in the shadows, never showing their hands so we could expose them. Perhaps I was naive to have been so utterly surprised. But for whatever reason, I was surprised at the ruthlessness and thoroughness, the organization of it. But perhaps we should not have been surprised. There had, in truth, been an early warning before we were married. The first time Zenzi had been penalized for our association had been less damaging in the long term, but emotionally almost more painful to her, because it came at the hands of a black puppet in the Caribbean. Zenzi had been enthusiastic after her first visit to the Bahamas. Not only from the climate of friendliness of the people, she gloried at the sight of independent black people running their own government. Exactly what her people were fighting and dying for at home. Because she wanted to make a real contribution, she decided to open a boutique there featuring African styles and cultural artifacts. The local authorities were just delighted, cooperative, very welcoming. Why not? A celebrated African artist investing in an African nation in the Caribbean? Zenzi threw herself into the idea with her usual energy and 654. In that 01 briar patch. Enthusiasm. She invested considerable money, finding a place, hiring folks, importing the merchandise. The opening was a highly successful fashion show, the proceeds of which she donated to an institution for the blind. My little sister Janeth was one of the models. Everything went splendidly. She was very happy. However, that same day, the local press ran a story about our engagement. When she is summoned to the Prime Minister's office the next day, she simply assumes the man wishes to congratulate her and offer his support. After all, the country needed investment, right? Instead, Lyndon Pindling summarily informs her that her business permits are cancelled and that suddenly she was no longer welcome in the Bahamas. Period. Astonished, she asks for an explanation of this sudden about-face. Well, he says, we hadn't known of your engagement to the American revolutionary Stokely Carmichael. He is persona non grata in the British Commonwealth, of which the Bahamas is a part. That shameless, callous, cowardly, greasy-chained, money-grubbing, boot-licking black lackey, calling himself head of an independent black nation? He was nothing but the overseer of a Caribbean plantation. Miriam had been deeply hurt when she returned from that betrayal by one of us. Unfortunately, Miriam was made to suffer a great deal because of our love. I will always have a tender spot, knowing as I do the suffering she endured during our marriage. But if those jackals and hyenas intended to crush her spirit, they failed. Utterly. The American career they could destroy, but they couldn't touch that woman's spirit. I never once heard her complain. I had been planning on going to Africa anyway, and Miriam had a standing invitation, oft repeated, to make Guinea her home. So we just began to direct our energies toward that move. There are other places I can sing. America isn't the world. She was right. I mean, she truly was an international artist. She was extremely popular in Europe, beloved in Africa, highly appreciated in South America, Canada, Japan. So we directed our energies toward that. We'd go back to Africa. She'd recuperate and continue her work. Meanwhile, we still had the official wedding reception to arrange for a week later. With the involvement of the Guinean and Tanzanian missions, the entire African diplomatic corps in New York began to talk up the event. After all, my bride was claimed by all Africans, even the reactionary states. The African-American press picks up on it too. Soon, it's looking like the social event of the season. That already seemed a little much to me. But then, next thing I know, the marriage is suddenly a symbolic union between Black America and the continent, the motherland with the diaspora. 655. Press hype, of course, but in cultural and political terms, a popular consummation. We were cool with it after all, we were committed Pan-Africanists, but, gimme a break, that's one hell of a burden to load on one marriage. All said and done, we were just two mule stubborn black people who happened to love each other. No more, no less. Unifying Black America and the African world? Come on, sounds nice, but be serious. As it turned out, even this symbolic ceremonial thing had to be postponed. A couple weeks before the event, April 4, Zenza's daughter had a son in New York. That same day in Memphis, they murdered Dr. King. I was in D.C. Miriam was in Los Angeles. She'd just started an engagement at a big nightclub in Hollywood, the Coconut Grove, the only major venue that hadn't cancelled on her. Are you all right, Stokely? I'm coming home. No way can I go on stage tonight. We have to be together at a time like this. Be on the first plane flying east. She was upset, sobbing. She'd sung at fundraisers for SCLC and knew and admired Dr. King very much. But, as I found out, she'd been almost out of her mind with worry that mine might be the next name on their hit list. Then, by the time she got back that evening, inner-city Washington was in flames, Jack, and under military curfew. At least Black Washington was. So it was a few hours later before I could get home to her. When I opened the back door, she just fell into my arms sobbing. How'd you get through the curfew? I was sure something bad had happened to you. Poor Zenza. She'd been pacing back and forth all evening, hearing sirens and occasional gunfire. It seemed to her like South Africa all over again. She had been listening to the radio for the one announcement she most dreaded. By the time she heard me at the door, she had almost managed to convince herself that her new husband was lying dead somewhere in the streets. I was in no way responsible for the burning of D.C. Hey, Jack, if it had been, why would I deny it? Then or now? Far as I was concerned, this country had coming whatever it got that night. In spades. When the news came, a group of us from SNCC went into the community. We went from store to store, asking all businesses to close as a sign of mourning and respect. Which everyone did. Immediately. People were in deep shock and grief. But you could actually see and feel grief and loss turning to anger. And I do mean rage, Jack. Folks were spilling out into the streets all worked up, and the rest is history. No one could have stopped it, you kidding, no one. Nor did I particularly want to. Hey. 656. In that 01 briar patch. I was as angry as anyone. Finally, and at last, this country had killed Dr. King. Just as the brother had always known they eventually would. Cleve was in D.C. Dr. King had been his spiritual advisor on the conscientious objection hassle with the draft. Cleve served time for that principle. He'd grown to even love Dr. King from the Meredith March. I couldn't even look at Cleve, the brother was in such pain. A group of us from D.C. SNCC drove as we'd done so often over the years while I was at Howard down to Atlanta for the funeral. This trip was the strangest of them all. Almost surreal. Inside the car, rage, grief, uncertainty. We couldn't leave the interstate. Every 100 miles or so we could see clouds of black smoke hovering in the distance. Cities End. 657. Towns burning, Jack. According to the radio, many of them under martial law. Beware the anger of a patient people. Mourning the murder of their leader, the only way left to them. We decided we couldn't under any circumstances leave the highway. Last thing we needed was a earful of young blacks, especially when they found out who we were, caught up in some southern small town curfew. Because, all over the country, Black America was telling the nation, this time you went too far, killing this good, decent man, this man of peace. When you killed Dr. King, you killed nonviolence. Man, all the way to Atlanta, every station that came over the radio, more reports of riots, insurrection, disorder. Black folk signaling America, when you killed Dr. King, you killed nonviolence. Hey, the people were absolutely right. What would we have looked like, as a people, if we had just lapped our tails between our legs and done nothing? What else was there for us to do? What would we have told our children? That we grieved and did nothing? Yeah, of course Dr. King would never have approved. But don't you think that, perhaps more than anyone else, he at least would have understood? In deep, deep sorrow maybe, but surely he'd have understood. As I recall, every news bulletin, every plume of smoke off the highway, every cop car or army truck with armed white men, seemed to shake Zenzi a little more. What is happening to this country? Why, this is 1960 South Africa all over again. She recalled Sharpeville. 69 unarmed Africans in a nonviolent demonstration shot dead by security forces. Hundreds wounded. Among the dead, 2 of her uncles. My thoughts, who, why, and why now? Was it intended to stop the Poor People's March on Washington? Before we militants took it over and plunged the nation's capital into race war? Come on, did those Beltway apparatchiks actually believe their own propaganda? They couldn't be that crazed and vicious. Or could they? Whatever the cause, Dr. King was dead. My mind kept flashing on that sermon/declaration of his on Vietnam that Sunday morning at the Ebenezer. It had been clear to me that he'd called to invite Cleve and me to that sermon as a way of thanking SNCC. Because we'd really pushed him on Vietnam. Hard as we could. Could that be why they'd killed him? I had to remind myself that all his public life Dr. King had been anticipating assassination. Death threats daily. I recalled our last meeting. How harried and stressed Dr. King had. 658. In that 01 briar patch. Appeared that day. Our last parting. Only, of course, I hadn't dreamed it was the last time. The concern on his face, Stokely, promise me you'll be more careful. One thing I knew then and firmly believe today. This was not no lone assassin, nonsense. Powerful forces were involved. There have been too many unexplained coincidences and contradictions to come out since. Why were the cops withdrawn? What was that special forces team from military intelligence doing in Memphis? On and on, etc., etc. One day it will all come out. Of that I am certain. One day it will come out. The funeral was powerful, haunting. Sorrowful but strangely beautiful. Very moving. I gotta say SCLC did that right. Yes, they did. Black folk understand how to do funerals. It's in the culture. Deep in our culture, bro. The ritual, the spectacle, the sorrowful dignity. The sorrow songs. The choir, the soloists, man, they did it for Dr. King. Only thing, which I suppose couldn't be helped. Ain't never been so many high-up white folk in that church, before or since. Celebrities, politicians. Powerful white folk. First one I saw was Hubert Humphrey, and the next, Bobby Kennedy, who, if you recall, had authorized the FBI phone taps on the brother. While thousands, I mean thousands, of poor black folk were sweating outside in the sun, many of them crying. People who loved him and whom he loved. Greater love hath no man than that he lay down his life. For a moment, I thought we should stand out here with Dr. King's people. Then I saw the important guests all going in. I said, hell, no. Ain't nothing going keep us out. We belong in there. So we crashed, 4 of us from SNCC and Zenza. Then we marched with the people to the grave, saw the brother buried, and came on back to DC. We all knew one stage of the movement had gone into the grave with the brother. We all knew that. In retrospect, the Panther/SNCC alliance flirtation might be a better word, was a comedy of errors. Except, of course, it was not at all funny at the time. In fact, it narrowly missed being the flat-out tragedy for black people that the government was trying its best to set up. So, bad as it was, it could easily have been a lot worse. A lot worse, Jack. But hindsight comes easy. Most armchair judgments fail to take into account the pressures of the times. And those were some very, very strange times, bro. And even back then, a lot of people in SNCC and our supporters were questioning this sudden Panther connection. A lot of questions and legitimate confusion. What is this anyway? What does it mean? How can it work? Which already tells you something, doesn't it? As I explained, I wasn't party to those discussions. But what drove them was pretty clear. And not all that unusual in politics. Each organi. 659. Zashin, more accurately, the leadership of each felt that the other group could offer it something it needed. Pure self-interest. Sometimes it works, more often it doesn't. As it happened, in this case, both were mistaken in what they thought they saw in the other that they needed or felt they did. In the South, SNCC had accomplished everything it was set up to do. Jim Crow, as our parents had known it, was dead. All that was left was the organizing of the funeral. SNCC, as an organization, could either disband, stay south and try to build on the gains there, or move to the north, where the action was heating up. I was one of those who thought we had to make the move into northern urban centers. There was important work to be done there. Which is why I was in DC. But not everyone agreed. A lot of our southern field organizers were gonna stay home and build on what they'd helped accomplish. My old organizing partners Bob Mance and John Jackson continued successfully in local politics in Lowndes County. Ed Brown stayed in the Mississippi Delta and was very effective. He organized the Delta Foundation and other economic cooperatives that even today still bring economic alternatives to the local community. Julian Bond went into Georgia politics. He had to be elected 3 times and have recourse to the courts before the Georgia legislature would seat him. Charles Sherrod, SNCC's first full-time field secretary, stayed in southwest Georgia building a wide-ranging organization. And so forth. Others of us, myself included, felt we had to begin national organizing to achieve black power. Which is where the Panthers seemed a possibility. I know this was what motivated Jim Foreman and whoever else was talking with the Black Panther Party. See, 2 radical groups seem to have had some success organizing at the grassroots in the northern cities, the Nation of Islam and the emerging Panthers. Especially with Malcolm gone, the Nation of Islam had seemed entirely too apolitical and fundamentalist in orientation. On the other hand, the Panthers were political, a youth-oriented movement, and very much in your face. They were militant and seemed to tap into the same energy and momentum that SNCC had done. Of course, the Panther rhetoric was abrasive and their public image mixed, but they were very attractive to urban youth. Perhaps for those very reasons. What SNCC offered was 6 years' experience on the front lines. Also a certain legitimacy in struggle. Perhaps the young Panthers could benefit from our organizing experience and our mistakes? If so, perhaps the Panthers could be our channel into the northern urban struggle? A long shot but worth exploring, delicately. All this, we must remember, was against a backdrop of internal demoralization, exhaustion, and incredible external pressures. SNCC is an 660. In that 01 briar patch. Organization was reeling. Struggling hard but reeling. The backlash highly orchestrated, I might add, coming from Black Power and SNCC's alleged expulsion of whites, compounded by our stand on Palestinian rights, had given our former liberal allies, now reinforced by the forces of organized American Zionism, 2 weapons with which to drum us out of the liberal consensus. and they used them relentlessly. This had seriously crippled fundraising. While our direction was clear enough, what we needed was viable programs and a new base. And the Panthers, what was their interest? At the time they were beginning to have high media visibility, albeit of a dubious kind, and a growing national image. As a consequence, the Black Panther Party was spreading rapidly among Northern African youth who'd grown up listening to Malcolm, seeing SNCC on TV, and feeling deprived of their opportunity to be involved in the kind of struggle SNCC and Dr. King had waged in the South. But the Panther leadership lacked real political experience. This was an organization literally with no history and no precedent in American politics. Like SNCC in its early days, they found themselves in midair, learning to fly on the way down. I know that Huey, at least, saw SNCC members as elder statesmen, experienced fighters who had maintained a cohesive, functioning organization under heavy fire. SNCC, therefore, must know how to organize and efficiently administer a militant, youth-oriented black organization, right? The Panthers, I assume, were interested in tapping into SNCC's political experience and internal organizing skills. Hey, it may well have looked that way from a distance, but I had to laugh. I mean, if you've been paying attention, you know that SNCC was the last place to look for a classic model of organizational efficiency. Besides which, much of the organizing experience and institutional memory had been dispersing. So from the get, the perceptions of both groups, while not totally illogical, were simply inaccurate. That became clearer once I began visiting the various Black Panther Party chapters springy 1ig up around the country. Hence my insistence on the honorary appointment. Whenever I was in Oakland, I'd always go pay my respects to Mrs. Newton, Huey's mother, before visiting him in jail. She was a sweet lady, in many ways a real Southern lady. Huey appreciated my visits to her. My first impression that he was a thoughtful and serious young brother was reinforced in those jailhouse meetings. I definitely thought he was a brother we could work with. He seemed to understand and respect the work SNCC had done in the South and to hope the party would come to play a similar role in the northern cities. I pointed out that that was not very likely if their most visible community program remained armed patrols monitoring police behavior in 661. R.ed for revolution. The meets. No way you going get anybody's aunt or the deacon board of the local church to turn out behind that kind of vanguard action. He said. He understood that. He explained that the patrols, though absolutely legal, had simply been armed propaganda intended to be temporary. To affirm our community's legal right to self-defense against police abuse. But, he explained, their first real popular program in the community had been to organize regular buses to take mothers, wives, sisters, and children from Oakland to visit their men incarcerated in distant prisons all across the state. That program had been very successful. Also, he said, the party was organizing resistance to evictions, counseling welfare recipients on their rights, setting up education programs in the community, a special one are in Black history. But, of course, the only thing the media picked up on was the guns. 7E agreed that this image would only isolate the party out in front of the 1C community, whereas, where they needed to be was deep inside the day-to-day fabric of the neighborhoods, organizing our people at all levels. He said he intended to redirect the drift toward a paramilitary posture back to a RD community service. All that could result from militarism was an isolated youth group of warrior types, more like a gang than a political party. What our community needed was real organization. I felt the brother was serious and clear. And that perhaps SNCC could help him develop effective programs to organize the community. We talked a few times. Then on my next visit, Cleaver, who, with Huey in jail, was assuming a larger role within the party, informs me that on the instructions of the lawyers, I was no longer allowed to visit the brother. I said I found that strange, because in SNCC we gave instructions to our lawyers, not the other way round. But our meetings stopped. I wondered about that. But I never saw Huey again until in court at his trial. During the trial and after he was convicted, the Free Huey campaign spread into the college campuses. Opposition to the war had radicalized white youth. SNCC being closed to them, many of them saw the Panthers as a newly available avenue into militant struggles in the black community. As did the radicals of the New Left. Cleaver brought with him a close relationship with Ramparts magazine, the self-proclaimed crypto-Maoist voice of the New White Left. Ramparts, a once moderate magazine of Catholic social concern that was taken over funded, and run as an ultra-radical, neo-Maoist organ by affluent, young, white California radicals. A development as mystifying as it was sudden and short-lived. Instant revolutionaries. Ramparts began to run features on the Panther leadership and proclaimed the party the revolutionary vanguard. The establishment. 662. In that 01 Briar Patch. Media followed suit, presenting the Panthers as the militant black wing of the American Youth Rebellion, the black shock troops of the white New Left and the counterculture. I thought it a fundamental error to allow any white media establishment or radical to define a black organization in that way. Whether it's the left's revolutionary fantasy or the right's racist nightmare, angry young Negroes with guns. Either one posed the same danger to the membership. Both or either image would serve only to distance and alienate the organization from the adult community they were supposed to be organizing. I could see the party becoming less and less of a community-based organization and more of an urban youth formation, a black, working-class SDS and one not far enough removed from the classic urban street gang model. There were just too many contradictions, Jack, serious contradictions. The similarities between SNCC and the Panthers were as obvious as were the differences. Both were organizations of black youth, true. Both were fiercely committed to ending the conditions oppressing our people. Of course. There were idealistic, brave, and intelligent youth in both. Given. Both groups were unprecedented in American political history, understood. So it would be logical to assume there could be a natural fit, right? False. Utterly. In fact, no two organizations could have been more fundamentally different. In origins, in style, in organizational culture, in ideology. I mean as sudden and improvised as SNCC's emergence had been, compared to the Panthers, our trajectory looked like a gradual, highly rational, orderly evolution. Theirs was more like an eruption. No fault of theirs. SNCC had been fortunate in ways that the Panthers were not. To start with, the Panthers did not have the benefit of the highly experienced, politically activist adult mentorship that we had. No Bayard, no Ella Baker, no James Lawson, no Dr. King. Also, in our early days, SNCC was anchored in, nurtured by, protected by, and disciplined by adult social networks and a culture unique to the rural Southern community. We were educated morally and aesthetically by the traditions, etiquette, and vocabulary of the Southern Black Church. The Panthers were, for the most part, the product of an alienated, urban ghetto culture. Early SNCC members had evolved out of a radical pacifist activism. SNCC also had this in retrospect, for it certainly did not seem so at the time. Luxury of shared experience, whether a jail cell or picket line, which had built strong bonds and mutual trust among us even before SNCC existed. Also the habit, the very necessary luxury, of free and open debate, of endless discussion. The Panthers never had, far as I could see, that kind of incubation. 663. Period. Not only were the times very different, but the party seemed to spring full-grown out of the fertile political imagination of Huey P. Newton. They had almost no history before the media thrust them instantly into national attention. The dominant culture out of which they emerged was the youth gang culture of the Oakland streets. Which, in fact, was what made them so very attractive to the white media. Their colors, the leather jackets, blue shirts, and black berets, the militaristic style, militant rhetoric, and guns either visible or implied were all variants of urban gang culture and style. Which, in turn, was also what made the party almost irresistible to alienated urban youth looking for the means to struggle against the daily provocations, injustices, and dead-end frustrations of ghetto life. Hence, the party's extremely rapid growth, which by itself would have brought inevitable organizational problems anyway. But there was more. Their theatrical militance and high visibility would make them the approved target of every big city police force they came up against. What? A black street gang with politics? No way, Jose. We can't have that. I mean, for the cops, it was literally open season on any brother wearing black leather and a beret. Hey, this was a time, remember, when few cities were without their enforcers, hastily thrown together paramilitary tactical police units, mostly white Vietnam veterans created ostensibly to guard against urban insurrections. A northern urban version of the slave patrollers guarding white interests against black insurrection. And if that were not enough for the young organization, their problems would only be compounded by the revolutionary fantasies of the Ramparts editors and the white New Left. Far as I was concerned, Revolutionary Vanguard was just another name for black cannon fodder, cold as that. Because if, rhetorically speaking, J. Edgar Hoover was running behind the New Left radicals, he wasn't far behind. He, in turn, declared the Panthers to be the greatest threat to the internal security of the country and directed the Bureau to turn their COINTELPRO to the destruction of this newest threat. Which they did. This was way beyond government dirty tricks. This here was some vicious, ruthless, and illegal stuff intended to create confusion, mistrust, and suspicion in order to set up confrontations designed to get folks hurt or killed. And in some cases, they succeeded. It was two FBI information gatherers who killed Panthers John Huggins and Bunchy Carter in the shootout in the UCLA cafeteria. It was an FBI-organized raid that assassinated Fred Hampton and Mark Clark in Chicago. But it was largely character assassination, false accusations, the forging of incriminating letters, etc. I myself would at one time or another be the target of all of the above. They would even stoop to dragging my wife's name into the faked letters. I've since seen FBI memos proposing that my name be signed to a false report addressed to an FBI agent and that this be planted in a movement car. Or that with the assistance of a cooperating bank, a fake bank statement showing substantial regular payments be created in the name of Huey P. Newton and mailed anonymously to Panther headquarters. The idea being, of course, to make us appear to be government informants and possibly get us killed. The FBI had been shadowing me for years, so that was nothing new. But what I was now seeing was of a different order, the evidence rather the effects of all this covert action, this destabilization, was busy. 665. High in every Panther chapter I visited. A mood of growing paranoia, an air of interpersonal mistrust and suspiciousness. But at the time, I of course had no real idea of the extent of the government's role in generating this atmosphere. Later this almost of it anyway would come out the Church Commission hearings of 1970 EMT. What emerged was not merely low-down, vicious, and ugly, it was also illegal. The government framed innocent people. Got others killed. Killed some themselves. Almost succeeded in getting me killed. All of which is clearly established in official congressional records. And guess what? Not one of the government's criminals have ever done a day of jail time for these crimes. Jail time? Gimme a break, Star. I'm not aware that any of these FBI criminals have as much as been reprimanded or even demoted, much less fired. What does that tell you? The national leadership of the Black Panther Party was a small, ingrown group, primarily out of Oakland, around the founders Bobby Seale and Huey P. Newton, who were joined about this time by Eldridge Cleaver. Cleaver developed the newspaper, which was soon being sold across the country. Unfortunately, the newspaper to a great extent defined the public image of the young organization. Cleaver more than anyone else set the tone of the paper, which was strident, confrontational, and extremely militaristic. It also published sensitive orders from the Central Committee to the membership. I'm talking about the kind of sensitive stuff no responsible organization puts down on paper, much less publishes where every cop in the country can read it. The Oakland group approved new chapters, issued political guidelines and policy directives, and shipped newspapers out to be sold. The administrative style seemed to me highly centralized and authoritarian, especially since the internal structure was hierarchical and the titles militaristic, field marshals, etc., etc. But there was little real Central Committee control on the ground. I mean, there was no way the national leadership in Oakland, even if it had been the most politically and administratively experienced leadership imaginable, which it was not, could have controlled and directed this sprawling octopus. I mean, just in terms of sheer distance and rate of growth. Even without the government penetration with agent provocateurs. Hey, the organization wasn't just growing, it was proliferating, erupting. Apart from culture and 666. In that 01 briar patch ideology, this growth was a show-enough administrative nightmare. Which, I suspect, was one reason for their reaching out to SNCC in the first place. Ironic, no. However, the media attention, the murder of Dr. King, the Panthers' militant posture and stylish bravado combined to make the party very attractive indeed to that generation of inner-city African youth. Northern, urban young people as eager to become involved in our people's struggle as we had been 6 years earlier. Only 6 years? In those times, 6 years was more than a generation, it was an epoch. So the organization grew entirely too quickly and randomly. I also noticed that each new chapter took on characteristics reflecting the particular political history of that city. The New York Panthers, where I felt most comfortable politically, tended logically enough to be nationalist and Pan-Africanist in orientation. In Chicago, extraordinarily strong youth gang formations numbering in the thousands, they say, played a definitive role. In Detroit, I don't recall any strong Panther formation, most likely because of the presence of radical leftist organizations of young black workers in that city. In Los Angeles, the chapter reflected the strong personalities first of Bunchy Carter, a formidable gang leader who'd come into the party from the prison system, and later of Geronimo Pratt, a highly disciplined, impressive Southern brother who'd come into the movement from Vietnam, where he'd been a crack soldier, highly decorated. A serious brother, very sincere. And so it went. Every city, every chapter, a markedly different character. Put all these factors together, Jack, and what you had was a disaster waiting to happen. And it didn't require any great gift of prophecy to know who would pay the price. It would not be the New Left intellectuals, the Berkeley radicals, nor the Ramparts theoreticians. It was gonna be us again, black youth. I pointed this out to the leadership of the Panthers. And I said it publicly, and I said it often. A lot of brave African youth would pay the price for the leadership allowing the media, and their white radical allies, to define them in ways calculated to bring fire down on the heads of the members. It was unconscionable, allowing our youth to become the surrogates of white leftists acting out their revolutionary fantasies through black proxies. Hey, the vanguard party of the revolution simply meant to me African cannon fodder by another name. It wasn't in advance of our people, it was far out and away, distanced, split off from them, exposed and vulnerable. That was the most serious difference I had with the leadership. I felt that posture to be a serious political error, irresponsible, and to use their own term, custoristic. But there's something else that needs to be said. Nowadays, it is easy and fashionable to dismiss the Panther leadership simply as inept and borderline thugs. That's much too convenient. It is true that serious mistakes were made, for every last one of which a stiff price was paid. And, as I've said, the leadership often left much to be desired in terms of experience and judgment. But for most of the early formative years of that organization, it was under unrelenting attack, covert and open, by gun, subversion, and misuse of law, on the part of the federal government and local police. It was common and here trending to hear over and over again 18 and 19-year-old Panthers say simply, "I don't expect to survive." And you heard that a lot, Jack. Constant harassment took its toll. Much of the party's energy, posture, and thinking had to be reactive and defensive, which in turn defined their policies and behavior. One result was to harden the Oakland homeboy mentality, the turning inward. They never opened up that inner network to really embrace some creative and impressive community leaders from cities like Chicago, New York, or Los Angeles. So the leadership never really became national, and that hurt the organization. And at any given time, one or more were in jail. Which is not to say that any leadership, no Matt. 668. In that 01 Briar Patch. How representative, experienced, stable, or creative, would have been able to change all or most of what went down. No way. But I think some serious mistakes might have been avoided had they broadened the leadership base and heeded advice from those who were a little more politically experienced. True, at the time, the country itself was more than a little crazed, and the police and feds were out of control. But at least some things were avoidable, and that's on the Panther leadership. As the Kosas say, Buzenzile. I was involved with the Black Panther Party for about a year. Why? Because I thought there was real potential there, valuable initiatives that deserved to be defended and advanced, if possible. When I concluded that this wasn't about to happen, I left. All right, okay, the perceived wisdom is simplistic. As when we now hear mainly from their former New Left patrons that the Panther leadership was nothing but street thugs, and the party, at core, a criminal enterprise and a paramilitary street gang. End of story. Hey, that tendency when present was always a minority element, usually around one or two gangster/warlord wannabes. Besides, how many of those jackanapes types already firmly in the clutches of law enforcement before becoming Panthers were sent into the organization for exactly that reason? I mean, I was once briefly assigned a Panther bodyguard. Turns out this brother was not only borderline psychopathic and potentially homicidal, but quite evidently in the employ of the government. So the criminal element, which of course became the primary focus of the media and former friends, was a constant problem. But this element was constantly in tension with a whole other aspect that much more accurately reflected the character of the membership. And which, of course, is rarely mentioned. Most Panthers did not join because they wanted to ambush cops, rob banks, or flash guns on other black people. Early Panther Code: no Panther will use drugs or alcohol when about the business of the party. No Panther will point a gun at a member of the party or community. No Panther will take as much as a needle from the community without payment, full and fair payment. Those, the rank and file members, are the brothers and sisters I respected and tried to represent. They were as devoted, sincere, hard-working, and idealistic as anyone in the movement. And they were brave. They truly wanted to serve the people and uplift our communities. Most were grassroots. Some high school dropouts, some college students. A few, whose problems were war-related, were recovering addicts, some homeless. Others were well-trained, politically conscious Vietnam veterans. Also, as is always the case with us, many of the party's most devoted and sincere members were sisters. And, as in the Southern movement. 669. These were the ones who day to day did the heavy lifting. As usual, our sisters were the backbone of the organization and as usual have never been sufficiently recognized. Enough respect. These brothers and sisters, the grassroots rank and file, were the forces responsible for every significant accomplishment of the organization. They lived among the people, ran the educational programs, fed the children, canvassed the community for the various campaigns, fought off the military onslaughts of the police and FBI, and paid the price for their courage and idealism. They were in the community, tried to serve the needs of the masses and articulate community concerns. They patently were not about military posturing to impress the media or white wannabe revolutionaries. 29 died at the hands of the police. Over 1,000 were arrested, some are still in jail. I have nothing but respect for these brothers and sisters. I only wish that there had been some way I could have more effectively advanced their values and protected their interests with the small, ingrown, under pressure, circle of policy makers. I regret, very much, that in the prevailing circumstances this was not possible. First of all, a lot of the chaos and paranoia we now know to have been deliberately induced. But these efforts also found fertile ground in the limitations and insecurities of the leadership. And the internal culture also fed into that. From a SNCC perspective, the organization seemed to me entirely too hierarchical. With a quasi-military chain of command even. Not enough serious political education instead of slogans. Also, there apparently was no time, and absolutely no provision, for full internal discussion within the organization. Instead, mandates, orders, and directives were handed down whether or not folks agreed with or even understood them. You can understand that this aspect would bother me quite a bit. In this climate, to raise questions, even legitimate and sincere ones, was too often seen as disloyalty or as challenging authority, an error to be corrected with physical or ideological intimidation, expulsion, or both. I myself never witnessed any of this, but brothers and sisters did tell me that occasionally, in some chapters, discipline could be ordered and enforced by goon squads. Come on, beatdowns may be a common gang tactic, but they are no way to build loyalty, unity, or even discipline in a radical black political movement. They had no business in our organizations, especially among bold and defiant young brothers and sisters who were already facing intense external pressures. Any tendency toward physical discipline was a primary threat to the health and survival of a unique, potentially very valuable movement, a movement that, God knows, already had no shortage of political enemies, and some very dubious friends. 670. In that 01 briar patch. So my ambivalence grew. I was reluctant to give up on the great possibilities I saw in the Black Panther Party. I met many committed brothers and sisters there, who would remain lifelong friends and allies. David Brothers, chairman of the New York Panthers, has been such a friend. Brother David is, as the Rasta brethren would say, a truly black-hearted man. Brother David, now old but still very clear, is still active. It is truly heartwarming to see even today the spontaneous respect with which he is always greeted by Panther veterans we happen to meet. It is always "How you doing, Brother Chairman? Brother Chairman, you all right?" And the party offered valuable programs that our communities needed and that therefore deserved to be preserved and further developed. There was a political consciousness and militant spirit that, properly disciplined, could have been of immense value to urban youth and the community. Which in fact was precisely what the government was so anxious to prevent. These were things that one was obliged to fight for. On the other hand, there was the irresponsible adventurism, a rigid, politically confused ideological direction, and the strong-arm tactics, which combined to suggest that the organization might not be salvageable. Not wanting to accept that, I resisted that conclusion perhaps for too long. Once I allowed myself to admit it, I began to separate myself. What triggered that? Well, there were many things. It was more like a growing awareness. But the final straw was a reported inexcusable incident in the New York SNCC office. I and all of us in SNCC were angry when we heard that a group of West Coast Panthers had invaded the office, held Jim Foreman at gunpoint, and threatened his life. Come on, that was it, Jack. Time to re-evaluate the relationship. I mean, if the Panthers could be that ignorant of history, so confused, and with so little respect as to bring that kind of thuggery to a man like Jim. a brother who devoted his life and exhausted himself in our struggle? How'd Jim Foreman get to be the enemy? You knew it was time to move on then. That episode really exemplified the utter and dangerous confusion of the times. At the time of the incident, we all understood that these particular Panthers were Cleaver's enforcers, acting on some beef or other between Foreman and Cleaver. But, given the disinformation and dirty tricks, who knows for sure? They could easily not have been Panthers at all but hoods in black leather jackets sent in by the COINTELPRO criminals. Or if Panthers, they could have been renegade jackanapes acting out on their own. Or, as folks believed, Cleaver may indeed have ordered it. Somebody must know what actually went down and why. I, and most of us, am still not sure. But, whatever the case, it was inexcusable. And beyond the incident, what really shook and insulted me was hearing that Jim thought that I may have been somehow involved. What? 671. Hey, I know Jim had been deeply affected, psychologically, for it had been an ugly ordeal. That I could easily understand. After everything he'd survived, from racists in the South, to come to be possibly blown away by his own people? That would be a blow for anyone. But even so, to imagine that I could ever be party to something like that? After everything he and I'd been through together? Of course, Jim and I have long since cleared that up. I mention it only to illustrate the utter insanity of the times and the effect on human relationships. And it signaled the beginning of the end for me and the Panthers. Consciousness more than anything else is what separates humanity from all other animals. Consciousness is attained by the acquisition of knowledge. This is a continual process in a conscious life. Now, information is not the same thing as knowledge. All conscious people, and especially we Africans, have the responsibility to struggle through the barrage of information and misinformation from the capitalist media so as to properly understand the social, political, and economic conflicts that affect us. Thus to understand our historical duty to advance the transformation of our people and societies to a better, more humane way of life. This is a lifelong responsibility. It begins with consciousness. Perhaps the first weighty thing Osejafo said to me in our very first meeting was about consciousness and the unity of our struggles. Whether we knew it or not, he said, the Afro-American struggle is inextricably linked to the struggle in Africa and vice versa. Those of us who were conscious of this had a responsibility to make the connection clear. 674. In that 01 briar patch. To those who might be unaware. The single best weapon of the enemy, he said, was a lack of consciousness among our people. The Osejafo was right in this. Which is one reason the various media of the capitalist system wage so unrelenting a war to control, define, and deform our consciousness. To keep our people confused and divided, the miseducation of the Negro continued. There is another maxim the Osejafo was fond of: action without thought is blind, thought without action is empty. Over 30 years, the All-African People's Revolutionary Party has naturally evolved, but one can say that those two ideas have undergirded our approach and mission over the years. In 1968, in his Handbook of Revolutionary Affair, President Nkrumah called for the formation of a continent-wide People's Party as a permanent, anti-vehicle for advancing the African struggle. He envisioned a political party linking all liberated territories and struggling parties under a common ideology, thus smoothing the way for continental unity while assisting the prosecution of the All-African People's War. In other words, a revolutionary African United Front. The Osejafo had already written that all people of African descent, whether living in North or South America, the Caribbean, or any other part of the world, are Africans and belong to the African nation. So, hey, it was easy for me to persuade him that Africans in the diaspora had a real role to play in this effort. But of course that would necessitate consciousness, organization, and unity of purpose on our part. This is when he honored me with the mission to begin this work. From that moment, this responsibility would become a constant and central activity in my subsequent political life. The mission, worked to build the party using a simple message, are an African people. All African-descended people living in 113 countries on the continent and in the diaspora are at the bottom the same people. In fundamental ways we share history, culture, and common enemies: racism, imperialism, neocolonialism, and capitalist exploitation. At present we suffer from disunity, disorganization, and ideological confusion. Imposed conditions that we must struggle through to attain organization, unity, and clarity so as to be able to advance the key goal: the total liberation and unification of the mother continent under African socialism. However, this is only the first major stage of the struggle. Of course, this is ambitious, a vast ongoing enterprise. A general vision, direction, and commitment. The cumulative work of many lifetimes, an incremental and continuing struggle. We understood that clearly. But we were young and, as they say, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. 675. Ready for revolution. In 1968, the first work/study circle of the new party met in Conakry. The first American circle began to meet in the United States before my return to Conakry that same year. At the time I was based in D.C., beginning my work with the Panthers, when I learned of my expulsion from SNCC. For some time our political emphases had been growing apart, which happens in politics. That is understandable. But I certainly did not appreciate first hearing about this from some reporter calling for M.Y. reaction and reading to me from a press release out of Atlanta. Some days later the letter came. That wasn't cool. Course there were many leave J.S. of politics involved, but it's water under the bridge now, long since resolved. By then I'd already started drawing together brothers and sisters who I felt would be interested in the Pan-African Party. Mostly people I knew from SNCC and the Panthers. These were serious, committed, disciplined, and dependable sisters and brothers. Folks I knew to be hard workers and among some of our best organizers. When discussions began, everyone understood clearly that this would be a major commitment. We were laying the base of a permanent party in an ongoing struggle, the end of which none of us would live to see. That was clear. Considering our organizational backgrounds, it was inevitable that our thinking about the methods and the approach to the party's operations would be greatly determined by the lessons learned from the SNCC and Panther experiences. And of course, by the Osagefo's precepts on consciousness, thought, and action. For example, the media. We'd all seen the effects of the white media during my chairmanship. And worse, what premature media exposure had done to the Panthers: negative notoriety, much too rapid, uncontrollable growth, and of course, unwelcome attention from the police state. So we knew that media attention was treacherous. At best, a double-edged sword. So it was no accident that the party had been in existence in America nearly 3 years before issuing its first press release. We deliberately opted for slow, steady recruitment beneath the media screen to carefully establish a firm base. The other lesson was of course the vanguard party approach. We understood that to be a conceptual and strategic error. Often by sincere. 676. In that 01 briar patch. And well-intentioned revolutionaries, but a strategic error nonetheless. Because no successful struggle can be waged by a party in advance of the people. You simply can't fight the people's fight for them. The masses must be involved, organized, and brought along to make their own struggle. Only the people make history. Thought without action, action without thought. Neither. The party emphasized a balance of work and study. In the Panthers I'd struggled with the leadership to emphasize and institutionalize serious political education for the membership. But by then it was too late. Circumstances working against that were already in motion. With the new party, from its inception, we organized around political education. Since the struggle was about political consciousness in the community, our first responsibility was to educate ourselves seriously. So we began by setting up a rigorous and thorough political education process that was mandatory. To this very day every new member, after an initial orientation on the goals, principles, expectations, and ideology of the party, is assigned to a work/study circle, which is the basic unit of the party. The core reading list has grown to some 20 books and pamphlets. These cover African political and cultural history, Pan-Africanism, political philosophy, and revolutionary theory. The writers include C.L.R. James, Frantz Fanon, George Padmar, Kwame Nkrumah, even some Karl Marx, and others. At regular discussion sessions, members are expected to keep abreast of contemporary political events and issues as well as the basic readings. This commitment has never changed. But of course, thought without action is effete, and politically meaningless. So along with serious study, disciplined and sustained work is the duty of all our members. Our work takes many forms. Building the party. Working with other compatible organizations, organizing the community around particular issues, or mounting occasional independent mobilizations on specific issues. Working diplomatically, at international conferences and with progressive governments and revolutionary and progressive movements in many countries around the world. Our work has been continuous on many fronts. The primary and fundamental emphasis of the work has been the need for our people's organization. Not ad hoc mobilizations but permanent, effective, systematic organization. This is necessary because 677. Without organization there is no way to channel all the energies of all the people who want to work for our betterment and improvement. Organization is necessary because without it we leave ourselves open to the oppressor's tactic of divide and conquer or divide and rule. Organization is necessary as a tool to make democratic decisions about our future direction. Organization is necessary because without it we let issues dictate what direction we go in. The enemy constantly creates issues for us to respond to. The end result is that we go in circles and never really get to the root of the problem. Organization is necessary because oppressed people have never defeated their oppressors without it. So clearly lack of effective organization is our greatest enemy. What is the nature of the organization we need? Permanent organization because without it there is no guarantee that the struggle will continue beyond the current phase. We also need to plan for generations ahead because our development spans forever. Organization that allows for us to correctly interpret the true nature of our oppression and how it affects the political, economic, and cultural reality of our lives and to educate the people as to what we are fighting against and what we are fighting for. Organization that is capable of mass mobilization when necessary to keep the collective energies of the people working for the right objectives. Revolutionary organization that seeks a total transformation of society from the backward way of having a privileged few who own and control almost everything to a new kind of society where there is no exploitation of the masses of the people. This has been a continuous struggle in which there have been victories, accomplishments, and of course setbacks. That is the nature of the beast. The struggle goes on. La luta continua. Quite obviously the foregoing is not presented as a history of the work and fortunes of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party. It is merely Bro Toure's comments on its origins, principles, and motivating mission. Before his return to Africa for the last time, the brother did tape a brief history of the party. Having been present when he instructed that it be sent me for that purpose, I know that Bro Toure intended that account or at least elements of it to be incorporated into these memoirs. For whatever reason, I have never received that material. Consequently we have no discrete, summarizing reflection by Bro Toure on this important aspect of his life and work, particularly the party's work, struggles, and accomplishments and the lessons he derived therefrom. Doubly regrettable because, as will be clear from scattered references and incidents in his